Chapter 101, Auction. Zhou Zhou looked at the exchange and did not set the transaction content immediately. Instead, he turned on the auction function of the exchange. Through the auction function, as long as he sold goods that others desired, he could sell the goods he auctioned at a premium and obtain more profits. Then, he began to prepare to auction the goods. Among them were 1,000 books of sandification, Black Iron Tier Elementary, Intermediate, and Advanced Grade. 1,000 copies of Sandman Summoning Books, Black Iron Tier Elementary and Intermediate Grade. 500 Sandman Elite Summoning Books, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade. 500 books of Sand Stealth, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade. 500 copies of Summoning Wild Sand, Black Iron Tier Elementary, Intermediate, and Advanced Grade. 500 Black Scorpion Poison Crossbow, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade. 20 Antidote Formulas, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade. He stopped after setting this up and nodded slightly, looking at these auction items. These auction items had two characteristics. Firstly, there were many of them in his hands and they were not of much use in the short term. The soldiers would not be able to exchange them all in the short term. Secondly, the monster ranches could produce these goods every day. He could save them up again after a while even if it was sold out. Other skills such as swimming mastery, water spear technique, and deep water stealth that he had obtained today were things that would be depleted. Zhou Zhou did not intend to sell them before he had other items to replace them. Then, he prepared to move on. However, he added another 1,000 copies of the Sword Shield Soldier Class Change Certificates, 1,000 copies of the Poison Crossbow Soldier Class Change Certificates, and 1,000 copies of the Pudeo Soldier's Class Change Certificates after hesitating. Time to sell these things. Zhou Zhou lamented. He would definitely not sell these class change certificates if it was when he was short of people in the past. He would think of a way to move non-professional subjects into Blazing Sun City and use these class change certificates to mass-produce professional soldiers after all. However, the population of his territory had already reached the upper limit. Moreover, the soldiers recruited through the recruitment books every day were enough for him for a while. Under such circumstances, these three class change certificates seemed a little redundant and useless. Since that was the case, he might as well sell a portion of it. There's no profit in the marketplace for low-level monster meat now. My soldiers and I do not even have enough high-level monster meat for ourselves. In the future, I'll use the class change certificates to replace monster meat and sell it to other lords. The drop rate is so low. It shouldn't be too much for me to raise the price, right? Zhou Zhou pondered for a while before he made the decision. He then set the starting price slot and auction time for each item. In the end, he also set up the contents of the hidden auction. He would announce what he wanted to auction 2 hours later, when the auction officially began. Then, he announced the auction. There's still 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds before the auction begins. Time was ticking away. Then, he opened the World Channel. After some thought, he started typing. Lord of the Blazing Sun, Glory of the Pioneer, I will hold an online auction at the marketplace in 2 hours. This online auction will auction a large number of valuable goods, all of which can help the lords increase the probability of passing the Novice Lord test. Lord of the Blazing Sun, Glory of the Pioneer, I don't be in a hurry to leave after the auction ends. I will also give 10 lucky gifts to random 10 lucky auctioneers. You can participate in the lucky draw as long as you participate in the auction and buy something. Lord of the Blazing Sun, Glory of the Pioneer, lastly, I hope that all the lords can pass tomorrow's Novice Lord test. Survive even if you cannot pass the test. Lord of the Blazing Sun, Glory of the Pioneer, I'm heading off. See you in 2 hours. The chat flooded Zhou Zhou's messages after he sent them. However, many lords still saw it. These lords spread the news like wildfire. More and more lords got to know about Zhou Zhou's auction, coupled with the news of the auction at the marketplace. The World Channel was also in a heated discussion. This is the first time I've seen Big Boss Blazing Sun say so many words. I have to quickly take a screenshot to commemorate. I am not rereading Big Boss Blazing Sun's messages again. Sundara emoji. I see an onset comment every time I refresh the page. I'm hugging Big Brother Blazing Sun's thigh. I saw Big Boss Blazing Sun's auction. Why are all the auction items hidden? Isn't this just tantalizing everyone to have a look? Can you tell me what the lucky gift is? Big Boss Blazing Sun, the Dragon Lady Lord has already established the Dragon Blood Alliance. You should build one too. Can I reserve a seat in the Lord Alliance created by the Lord of the Blazing Sun? F***CK. Auction? I've been blacklisted. Can I participate in the auction? What do you think? Fortunately, I'm not a keyboard warrior on the World Channel. There are still 2 hours left. It's so unbearable. I smell a profiteer. Zhou Zhou took a few glances and stopped. With his reputation, 2 hours was enough for these lords to inform the other lords that he was holding an auction. He turned off the World Channel and thought about what else he had not done. I almost forgot to try the dark water mystic technique. Zhou Zhou quickly thought of this and went to the bathtub in the bathroom and filled it with warm water. He took off his clothes and circulated the dark water mystic technique while stepping into the bathtub. Right on the heels of that, his entire body submerged into the water. Please do not imitate if you do not have the dark water mystic technique. In the beginning, he felt very uncomfortable and subconsciously wanted to hold his breath. He always wanted to pop his head out of the bathtub to breathe. However, he realized that even if he held his breath and shut his mouth, he did not feel suffocated in the water. This was because his skin seemed to have a breathing function when he circulated the dark water mystic technique, allowing him to absorb the oxygen in the water and staying in the water for a long time. Moreover, when he circulated the dark water mystic technique, he could still feel wisps of cool energy seeping into his body from the surrounding water, strengthening his physique and increasing the total amount of promotion energy in his body. At the same time, the green bronze tier intermediate grade skill deep water heal also quietly took effect. Wisps of water elemental energy surged into his body, repairing some minor injuries. These minor injuries were usually not noticeable. However, it would also produce serious injuries over time if it accumulated too much. At this moment, the deep water heal was slowly removing this potential damage and helping him resolve future hidden dangers. In the following period of time, under the dual effects of the dark water mystic technique and deep water heal, Zhou Zhou felt as comfortable as if he was having a massage. An hour and a half later, Zhou Zhou walked out of the bathtub. He felt that he was far from the limit that he could breathe underwater, but the auction was about to start in half an hour, so he came out early. He changed into a new set of clothes and returned to the living room after wiping his body. A voice came from outside. I've something to report, my lord. Zhang Kaishan/Zhang Dahu requests an audience. Their voices came from outside. Zhou Zhou was stunned. Then, he let the two of them in. I've something to report, my lord. We've already sold all of Kunt's businesses. After Zhang Kaishan and Zhang Dahu entered, they first greeted Zhou Zhou before immediately reporting respectfully. Chapter 102, Cerulean Planet Lord's Banquet. Astonishing auction revenue. Already? How's the sale? Zhou Zhou was a little surprised and asked. We sold Kunt's slave source route, his customer source, the slaves of the people of foreign races, and other permanent residences to other slave vendors. In addition, there are some assets in Fish Spring Town and the wealth of the other bases. After exchanging all of them for high-level mist cores, we obtained a total of 20 yellow gold tier mist cores. Also, we did as you requested and removed all human slaves from slavery, the slave contracts in their bodies, and let them go. However, there are still more than 2,000 slaves who are unwilling to leave. Or rather, they have no place to go. We also followed your request and brought them back to Desolate City, making them subjects of Desolate City. They are very well behaved. Zhang Kaishan said respectfully. Then, he solemnly took out a small cloth bag and placed it in front of Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou took it and opened it. Inside were 20 yellow gold tier mist cores. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. He had indeed instructed them this way before he left Desolate City. It seemed that these two people were quite capable. They were especially efficient. It only took a day to sell Kunt's organization. This was not something an ordinary person could do. Well done. Are there any talents among these 2,000 people? Zhou Zhou asked. There are more than 50 black iron tier and green bronze tier life professionals. Zhang Kaishan said respectfully. They will stay in your desolate city for the time being. Your desolate city will be of great use soon. Run the place well now. In the future, there will be times where you can showcase your talents. He said. Zhang Kaishan and Zhang Dehe were a little excited. Was he putting them in an important position? Yes, my lord. The two of them said respectfully and led the way. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, he suddenly thought of a problem. Will tomorrow's Novice Lord test affect the subsidiary territory of Desolate City? He frowned as he thought. At this moment, a line of golden words suddenly appeared in front of him. Novice Lord Special Notification, the Novice Lord test is only targeted at the Lord's initial territory. Zhou Zhou heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. He would not be able to deploy soldiers if the Novice Lord test targeted both territories at the same time. Zhou Zhou did not have so many worries if it was only targeted at Blazing Sun City. It was fine as long as he waited for the test in Blazing Sun City. After that, Zhou Zhou chatted with the two of them about the future arrangements of Desolate City before letting them return. As for the 1,000 soldiers in Desolate City, he had no intention of transferring them here. He had already made sufficient preparations for the Novice Lord test. It would not be very useful even if these 1,000 soldiers were transferred back here. They might as well stay in Desolate City and guard his subsidiary territory. More than 15 minutes later, Zhou Zhou opened the marketplace and realized that the auction was about to officially begin in a minute. More than a minute later, the auction officially began. At the same time, a line of text appeared in front of all the lords of Cerulean Planet who were paying attention to this auction. Do you wish to participate in the Lord of the Blazing Sun's auction? Yes, no. Most of the lords on Cerulean Planet chose yes. Then, they entered a virtual auction room. In 3 minutes, the auction will officially begin. Please wait patiently. On the upper right corner of the auction room interface, there was also the number of people online at the same time. At this time, the number of people online was rapidly increasing. Number of people online, 545,411,154. Number of people online, 854,865,245. Number of people online, 2,275,413,001. Number of people online, 3,515,727,541. When the 3-minute preparation time ended. Number of people online, 5,645,127,788. Everyone who saw this number was stunned. Our Cerulean Planet only has a total population of 10.2 billion, right? Excluding the infants and elderly, there are only more than 8 billion lords, right? Oh my god! More than half of the Cerulean Planet lords have come to participate in the Lord of the Blazing Sun's auction. Big Boss Blazing Sun's face is really big. This should be the first big event for the human lords of Cerulean Planet, right? Witnessing History. Witnessing History +1. Witnessing History +10010. Witnessing History +10086. Zhou Zhou also saw the number of lords. He clicked his tongue. However, he did not feel nervous or guilty because of this. At this stage, he felt that the things he took out were of good quality. At the very least, he would not lose face in front of these 5.6 billion auctioneers. It was just that the number of items was too little compared to the huge number of auctioneers. However, Zhou Zhou knew that he had no choice. How could a lord like him satisfy the auction requirements of all the lords of Cerulean planet? This auction depends on who is faster and offers a higher price. He thought with emotion. At the same time, as the auction officially began, the auction items set up by Zhou Zhou also appeared in front of all the lords. So many skill books. There are also potion formulas. Sword Shield Soldier Class Change Certificates. Pudeo Soldiers Class Change Certificates. Poison Crossbow Soldier Class Change Certificates. There's such a thing as a Class Change Certificate. This is my first time hearing about the Class Change Certificate. Me too. Has Big Boss Blazing Sun already made contact with some large faction? Otherwise, why would there be so many Class Change Certificates? Could it be the spoils of War of the Fog monster? I heard that there are some special monsters that have a chance of dropping this Class Change Certificate, but the probability is ridiculously low. I've only seen it 2 or 3 times in the marketplace. Forget it. The Mist Core would definitely drop 1 item at a time after defeating the Fog monsters. It is nearly impossible for other items to drop. These Class Change Certificates must have been obtained by the Lord of the Blazing Sun from a local faction. Aren't monsters only able to drop Mist Cores? Everyone, stay away from this unlucky guy. Stop talking nonsense. The auction has begun. I'm here for a lucky gift. Just as the lords were discussing, the first batch of items had also appeared. Information on the items auctioned were as follows. Name, Sandification Skill Book, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade, X10. Starting bid, 1000 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores. Current auction price, none. Bidding time, 1 minute. Current status, auction in progress. The other 9 groups also had the same 10 Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Skill Books, Sandification. The lords immediately scrambled to bid when they saw the official auction begin. A minute later, the auction ended. The condition of the items immediately changed. Name, Sandification Skill Book, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade, X10. Starting bid, 1000 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores. Current bidding price, 4300 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores. Bidding time, 1 minute. Current status, auction over. The other 9 sandification skills were also sold at a price. Zhou Zhou did some calculations and could not help but click his tongue. Just these 100 low-grade Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Skill Books, Sandification, had brought him 42,000 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores. It could be exchanged for 42 Yellow Gold Tier Mist Cores. This ordinary Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Sandification Skill Book had raised its value to a level that did not belong to it. Should he just auction them every day in the future? Zhou Zhou could not help but think. However, he quickly dismissed this idea. That which is rare is dear. The reason why it could be sold for such a high price this time was mainly because this was the first auction. Moreover, tomorrow was the Novice Lord test. Under such circumstances, the lords no longer cared about the price in order to increase their strength. That was why they were auctioned at such a high price. It would be difficult to auction for such a price again when there was no such good opportunity in the future. If he insisted on holding the auction, it would also give people the impression that he was insatiable. The gains would not make up for the losses. Zhou Zhou glanced at the auctioneer of the first set of goods. He realized that there was a name called 7-Leaf Clover Lord Alliance written on the auctioneer column. So it was bought by the Lord Alliance. No wonder they could offer so many mist cores. Zhou Zhou came to a realization. Then, he looked at the names of the other auctioneers. They realized that the auctioneers' names they used were the names of certain alliances. Zhou Zhou was deep in thought. The establishment of the Lord Alliance indirectly increased the purchasing power of these lords unexpectedly. This was naturally a good thing for him. After that, he continued to watch the auction. An hour and a half later, the auction officially ended. All 7,020 items were sold out. Zhou Zhou looked backstage and his eyes immediately widened. Wealth earned from the auction, 11,163,200 black iron tier mist cores. Oh my f***ing god! He was completely stunned. Chapter 103, Lucky Gift. Zhang Li's gift. Zhou Zhou was shocked. There were so many black iron tier mist cores. If they were all exchanged for higher level mist cores, it was enough to convert to 1,116 white platinum tier mist cores. He remembered the last time he talked to Elder Zhao about building a high-level building. Elder Zhao said that if he wanted to build a high-level building, he had to have a high-level mist core. This made him, who was short of funds at that time, dispel his thoughts. However, now that there were so many mist cores, he could at least build a few white platinum tier lifestyle structures. Zhou Zhou could not help but open the auction record. He might have watched the entire auction, however, there were more than 7,000 items being auctioned. He did not notice which items had been sold for a high price. He had found the main items that had sold for the most black iron tier mist cores. It was the 3,000 class change certificates. The initial auction price that Zhou Zhou had set for the Sword Shield Soldier class change certificates and Padeo Soldiers class change certificates was 500 black iron tier mist cores. In the end, the auctioneers forcefully raised their price to about 2,000 black iron tier mist cores. Therefore, the 2,000 basic military profession change certificates alone sold more than 4 million black iron tier mist cores. As for the Poison Crossbow Soldier class change certificate, it was a low-level class change certificate and a long-range soldier. Its starting price was 1,000 black iron tier mist cores. After a round of bidding, it directly became 4,000 black iron tier mist cores. 1,000 Poison Crossbow Soldier class change certificate became another income of more than 4 million black iron tier mist cores. Selling the class change certificates is much more profitable than selling monster flesh. Zhou Zhou sighed. Actually, thinking about it, the reason why it could be sold for such a high price was not only because the auction price had been raised. The class change certificate's advantage was also very important. A class change certificate could not only allow an ordinary person to directly become a black iron tier elementary grade soldier profession, but it would also give them a set of corresponding soldier standard equipment and EXP after all. If they nurtured the soldiers well, it was not impossible for them to become the pillar of the territory in the future. It was also a commodity with great investment prospects. Coupled with the survival pressure of the Novice Lord test, it was not strange for them to be sold for such a high price. Zhou Zhou looked at how many job change books he had. In the end, he realized that he still had 1,854 copies of the Sword Shield Soldier class change certificates, 1,010 copies of the Padeo Soldiers class change certificates, and 2,023 copies of the Poison Crossbow Soldier class change certificates. Moreover, the monster ranches would continuously increase their numbers in the future. I'll sell some every day from now on. Zhou Zhou was satisfied. The auction was not over yet. The lords who were still in the auction room were all talking about letting Zhou Zhou choose the lucky auctioneer to send the lucky gift. Zhou Zhou did not hesitate. He started typing. Lord of the Blazing Sun, everyone, don't be anxious. Now, I would like to invite all the auctioneers who have won the auction item to post on the public screen. The Lord of the Blazing Sun is so handsome. I will set the rules so that the auctioneers can post comments. Then, I will turn on the screenshot of the live broadcast. The 10 auctioneers who are in the screenshot will receive 10 lucky gifts. Many lords immediately spoke. You're abusing your power for personal gain, right? I didn't expect you to be someone like that, Lord of the Blazing Sun. I thought that you would be a serious iceberg idol in reality, even though you usually don't speak. Men may not be handsome, but they must not be flirtatious, doghead. Show your face in the live stream. That's all I'm saying. Humph. Don't even think about insulting my noble character with your dirty lucky gift. The lord spoke continuously. When Zhou Zhou saw these words, his expression did not change. He had no intention of changing his mind. I'm actually very handsome. Lord of the Blazing Sun, I will start to screenshot 10 seconds after I start the live stream. With that, he immediately activated the live stream function. However, he was not on the live stream. Instead, it was aimed at public chat. 10 seconds later, Lord of the Blazing Sun, screenshot started. As soon as he finished speaking, a large number of Lord posts immediately appeared and were refreshed at an extremely fast speed. The Lord of the Blazing Sun is so handsome. The Lord of the Blazing Sun is so handsome. The Lord of the Blazing Sun is so handsome. The Lord of the Blazing Sun is so handsome. 10 seconds later, the live broadcast screenshot was successful. Zhou Zhou glanced at the titles of the lords. Then, he raised his eyebrows. This was because he saw Dragon Lady Lord among them. She's at my auction too. Zhou Zhou smiled. He didn't care. From top to bottom, he found 10 auctioneers who had won the auction, including Dragon Lady Lord. Then, he announced them on the public chat. Lord of the Blazing Sun, these 10 lucky auctioneers, remember to add me as a friend later. I will open the friend privileges for you and send you the lucky gifts. Lord of the Blazing Sun, finally, I thank everyone for being willing to participate in this auction despite your busy schedules. I wish everyone a smooth passing of the Novice Lord test tomorrow. With that, he lifted the restriction that only the auctioneer could speak. The lords commented one after another. I won. I won. I didn't get it. What a pity. Lords who have received lucky gifts, can you stream the gifts later? Who sent the post? You're so good at judging people. The Dragon Lady Lord is also among the 10. Ha 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 ha, this is too dramatic. It's hard to say that it's not shady, doghead. Big Boss Blazing Sun, please insult me with gifts in the future. Previous poster, where's your noble personality? Abandoned. How can a personality be more fragrant than a gift? Doghead. 10 minutes later, the auction room closed automatically. This time, the auction that had more than 5 billion lords participating officially ended. At the same time, the 10 auctioneers also added Zhou Zhou as a friend. Zhou Zhou did as he said and gave them 10 lucky red packets. In each lucky red packet, Zhou Zhou placed a set of all the auction items for this auction, but there was only one of each kind. Finally, he added a Mechanostrider, Black Iron Tier Advance Grade. It was not on the auction list. It could be considered a small Easter egg prepared by Zhou Zhou. At this moment, the Dragon Lady Lord sent him a message. Dragon Lady Lord, it's not easy to add you as a friend. Lord of the Blazing Sun, isn't it the same for others to add you as a friend? Laughing. Dragon Lady Lord was speechless. She had indeed turned off the friend request function. Otherwise, she would be pestered to death by the friend requests she received every day. Then, she sent another message. Dragon Lady Lord, how about we work together? Dragon Lady Lord, I have high-end combat power like the Wyvern. The reason why you are so strong should be because you have many human soldiers using your many class change certificates under you and some other advantages. Dragon Lady Lord, if you and I work together, we will be able to exchange what we need. There is a high chance that we will become Lord of all races in the future. Lord of the Blazing Sun, then turn against each other and fight to the death for the position of the last Lord of all races. Lord of the Blazing Sun, I don't want to do such a thing. Besides, being strong among the Lords of Cerulean Planet doesn't mean that we are as strong as when facing the Lords of myriad races. There are countless Lords of the myriad races who are stronger than us humans. Even if you and I really join forces, the possibility of us getting close to the position of Lord of all races isn't high. Dragon Lady Lord, you're right, but times have changed. Even if you are very strong now, you won't be able to walk far alone in the future. Lord of the Blazing Sun, my abilities are limited. I can't work with others, nor do I have the ability to manage an entire alliance like you. All I can do is to do my best to develop my territory. Dragon Lady Lord did not say anything else. A moment later, she quietly disappeared from Zhou Zhou's friend list. People on different paths do not work together. Since they could not cooperate, they were opponents. There was no need for them to be friends. Zhou Zhou watched as his friend disappeared and fell silent. He was not silent because he had lost his good friend, Dragon Lady Lord. He was silent because of himself. He had lived 2 lives. There were still some things that had not changed even though his mentality had improved a lot. For example, he did not cultivate any organization management skills and his social skills were average. He would not take the initiative to make friends with others and expand his connections. His favorite pastime was to stay in his own world and do what he wanted. The reason why he was not like her, who raised her banner and called for the establishment of a Lord Alliance. The most important reason was indeed that he wanted to develop his territory with the 100% drop rate as the core of the legendary tier Lord talent. This was indeed the fastest way for his territory to develop currently. If he still had to establish the Lord Alliance under such circumstances and manage other lords, it would definitely take up his energy and slow down the development of his territory. Moreover, with the Lord function of the marketplace, establishing the Lord Alliance was actually not of much help to him. Another reason was that he was not good at managing people. If he really gathered a group of lords around him, the final outcome might be, the other lords would complain about him if their territories did not develop well. This would harm both himself and others. He might as well focus on managing himself well instead. At this thought, Zhou Zhou suddenly realized that something was wrong with his mentality. It's okay. I'm already a lord of a territory. In the future, there will be many places to hone my managerial skills. It won't be too late to form the Lord Alliance when I have enough management EXP in the future. Zhou Zhou thought. He was not a perfect lord, but he would work hard to make himself a near-perfect lord. When he recovered from this state of mind, Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and opened Linger's chat. He wrapped a red packet and placed a set of lucky gifts inside. Then, he typed in the chat to her. Lord of the Blazing Sun, a lord's own strength cannot be underestimated even though professions are very important. Otherwise, it will be over if an assassin comes and takes your head. No matter how many soldiers there are, they won't be able to save you. Lord of the Blazing Sun, you should learn all these skills in case of emergencies. Lord of the Blazing Sun, of course, the main reason is that your big brother is in a good mood, so I gave you this red packet. Spiritual Herb Territory. Linger looked at the red packet sent by her brother with a blank expression. Did he send this just because he was in a good mood? She sent a message to Zhou Zhou, thank you, big brother. Then, she opened the world channel. Spiritual Medicine Lord, how does it feel to have a big brother who gives little sister red packets whenever he is happy? It attracted a wave of envious and jealous replies. Linger laughed. At the same time, Blazing Sun City. My lord. Bao Zhiuer requests an audience. Bao Zhiuer's voice came from outside the door. Zhou Zhou was stunned. Then, he let her in. After Bao Zhiuer entered, she handed a package to Zhou Zhou with both hands. My lord. My teacher said that tomorrow is a critical day for my lord. She needs to take care of teacher Li in Fish Spring Town, so it's not convenient for her to come over. But she asked me to give these to your lordship. She said you will need it tomorrow. She said. Zhou Zhou took it curiously. Chapter 104, New Wind Ceremony. The Influence of the Mysterious Merchant. Zhou Zhou opened the package and took out a set of clothes. The clothes were a mixture of sky blue and white. The surface was smooth to the touch, and there was a faint cooling feeling, as if wisps of wind were blowing on the surface of the clothes. However, it felt warm to the touch. It looked like an aristocratic outfit. Be it the patterns, decorations, or craftsmanship, it had an impeccable feeling. Zhou Zhou looked at it. A text notification appeared. Outfit name, New Wind Ceremony. Outfit grade, Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade. Outfit effect 1, New Wind Protection. The surface of the New Wind Ceremony is engraved with the New Wind Defense engraving. It can defend against Green Bronze Tier physical and energy damage from the outside world. It can also play a certain defensive role against White Silver Tier physical and energy damage. Outfit effect 2, Beauty of the Ceremony. The New Wind Ceremony will give the wearer a different kind of aristocratic charm. All living beings who see the wearer will feel that the wearer is from an extraordinary background and express a certain amount of respect. Outfit effect 3, New Wind. The wearer can inject energy into the New Wind engravings of the New Wind Ceremony. From there, the wearer can control the power of the wind and fly for a short period of time. Current outfit completeness, 5/5. Introduction, a unique piece of equipment for New Wind's tailoring skills. It was inherited from a certain extinct country. I can actually fly. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. Flying would allow him to avoid many dangers. If he could fly without Nazario, then his safety in tomorrow's Novice Lord test could indeed be greatly improved. And until now, he didn't have formal attire that he could wear as a lord. This outfit with the characteristics of Beauty of the Ceremony could be used as his suit. As for New Wind's protection, it was needless to say. Its defensive effect had already surpassed many Green Bronze Tier intermediate grade defensive equipment. Even if Zhou Zhou advanced to the White Silver Tier in the future, he could still wear this outfit. This outfit is very useful to me. I will thank Teacher Zhongli personally after everything is over tomorrow. Zhou Zhou looked at Bao Zhiuer and said. My lord, you are welcome. It's good that it's useful to my lord. Bao Zhiuer smiled. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, the two of them chatted for a while before Bao Zhiuer left. A moment later, Zhang Fugui came to tell Zhou Zhou that he had already received all the orders and goods from the subjects and was preparing to go to Fish Spring Town, which was the nearest to this place. When Zhou Zhou heard this, he felt that he had nothing to do, so he sent them outside Blazing Sun City. Be careful. Zhou Zhou reminded Zhang Fugui and the others. Rest assured, my lord. Our mysterious caravan has the supreme blessing of the supreme will. We will be absolutely safe as long as we are still walking on this high continent. Zhang Fugui said with a smile. Zhou Zhou did not say anything else. He nodded and watched them leave. On the main road, Zhang Fugui led the other 27 people and 18 carriages on the road. At this moment, a mysterious black mist appeared on their bodies. This mysterious black fog enveloped their bodies and carriages. A moment later, the mysterious black mist dissipated. This group of merchants that looked ordinary before had already undergone a huge change. Zhang Fugui and the other 28 people were all wearing black cloaks with mysterious and noble purple patterns engraved on them. If anyone could see their faces under their cloaks, they would find out that the human bodies were no longer in their cloaks. Instead, a mist that was like the starry sky was supporting their cloaks. There were 2 golden spots in the starry mist. Like eyes. They were like 2 stars staring at a distant road. The 18 carriages also changed. The eyes of the 18 horses turned golden, and their skin turned black. One could vaguely see various stars on their skin. The carriages they were pulling had also become black and purple carriages. The cushions used to cover the goods had also become black and purple cushions. A moment later, their team arrived at Fish Spring Town. When the soldiers at the city gate saw them, they subconsciously wanted to pick up their arms and question who these mysteriously dressed people were. However, an indescribable force made them give up on this thought. It also made them understand the identity of this group of people. The mysterious caravan. It was the most mysterious vendor faction in the Supreme Continent. They do not belong to any organization. Even the high and mighty Divine Kingdom factions could not take the initiative to find their whereabouts. This group of vendors was not here for war, power, or plunder. They had only one purpose. That was to complete their transaction. So, they could not be stopped. A moment later, Zhang Bon arrived soon after receiving the news. When he arrived, the first thing he saw was the mysterious caravan that had already put out the goods and was trading with the subjects of Fish Spring Town. The eyes that flashed like stars made the experienced mayor break out in cold sweat with just a glance. However, after recalling the legend of the mysterious caravan, he calmed down again. As long as I don't provoke them, I'm safe. I didn't expect the most mysterious vendor faction in the High Continent will actually appear here one day. I have to report this to His Majesty. Zhang Bon looked at them thoughtfully. At this moment, Wang Lai, the patrol captain of Fish Spring Town, walked over quickly. Mayor. It's a little strange. I boldly went over to take a look just now. I realized that the goods they sell are all very common goods. Even if we don't do anything, the subjects and merchants will be able to consume all of their transactions. What should we do? Are we just going to watch? He asked. It's nothing strange. That's how the mysterious merchant group is. They sell everything. From the most common grain to divine artifacts rare enough for God spirits to fight over. It's normal for them to sell anything. This group of mysterious merchant has been recorded by the life forms of the world ever since there was a written historical record in the High Continent. Countless years have passed. The divine kingdoms recorded in history have disappeared batch after batch. They're still there. We don't have to do anything. They will leave on their own after they sell the items they trade or discover that we don't have anything worth trading here. Don't provoke them. Don't ever provoke them. Otherwise, don't blame me for not reminding you if there are any consequences. Zhang Bon reminded over and over again. Yes. Wang Lai broke out in cold sweat from Zhang Bon's warning and hurriedly agreed. After that, they did not leave. Instead, they stood on the spot and looked at the group of mysterious merchant curiously. This group of people who could leave behind all kinds of legendary tier legends for countless years. Ordinary people might not even encounter it once in their lives. Now that there was this opportunity, they naturally had to take a few more glances. In the future, they would have the right to brag to others. At the same time, the news of the appearance of the mysterious merchant in the Aurora Kingdom's Fish Spring Town also began to spread around at an astonishing speed. Chapter 105, New Changes to the City Wall. Zhou Zhou's Source of Confidence. Elven Empire, Alanos. In the Imperial Palace. The mysterious merchant appeared near that human lord's territory. After hearing the report from Meowlt the astrologer, the original Elven Empress Elise Ariel frowned slightly. The mysterious merchant. Perhaps the kingdom-level forces didn't have a deep understanding of this group of mysterious merchant. However, as the leader of an empire-level faction, she knew much more than other life forms. She remembered it very clearly. A long time ago, there was a divine kingdom faction called Moonhunt that wanted to obtain an incomplete master god weapon sold by the mysterious merchant. However, they did not have enough capital to buy it, so they became greedy and changed it to daylight robbery. In the end, not only did the daylight robbery fail, the mysterious merchant was also unharmed. And on the same day, a huge star without life flew over from the starry sky and directly shattered Moonhunt's divine kingdom. Moonhunt's true god died in the divine kingdom. Not long after, its divine kingdom faction had also disappeared. No other force dared to attack the mysterious merchant since then. The group of mysterious merchant had also become one of the taboos that everyone knew. However, the living beings of the High Continent also understood the temper of this group of vendors. They could not be bothered to attack other factions as long as the others did not take the initiative to provoke them. It was as if they existed specifically for trade. What do they sell? Eli's Ariel asked. They're all very ordinary goods. Meowth said. Then don't worry about them. Oh yes. How's the human lord with the second generation blood fire arrow elf? Eli's Ariel asked. He's doing great. He should be one of the strongest amongst his race. Tomorrow is the novice lord test arranged by the supreme will for them. As long as he doesn't have a death wish, it shouldn't be difficult to pass the test. Meowth said respectfully. Keep the elves watching them. When his lord faction is destroyed, protect the second generation blood fire arrow elf and bring her back. Eli's Ariel said indifferently. Ever since the void mask concealed Zhou Zhou's information and rendered divination useless, they had specially paid a price to teleport some elves who were doing intelligence work to the vicinity of Blazing Sun City in order to continue obtaining information about Zhou Zhou and the others. They did not ask for too much information. As long as they could obtain some basic information and confirm whether this human lord was dead or alive, as well as ensure the safety of the second generation blood fire arrow elf, it would be fine. This way, even the void mask could not stop them. A moment later, Meowth took her leave. Come out. Eli's Ariel said indifferently. As soon as she finished speaking, an elf with long fiery red hair and a fire mark at the corner of her eyes walked out from behind in embarrassment. It was the first generation blood fire arrow elf, Nadia. She had already been revived. Your Majesty, she said respectfully and carefully. You heard her. The human lord you care about isn't dangerous, and is doing well. He has a high chance of passing the Supreme Will's Novice Lord test. Don't let him distract you. Don't forget. The Empire paid a huge price to revive you from the River of Time. Everything you have now was given to you by the Empire. What you need to do now is to focus on receiving the Empire's nurturing and grow as quickly as possible. We need you to fight for the Elven Empire as soon as possible. Eli's Ariel stared at her. This subordinate has a wish to fulfill. As long as this wish is fulfilled, I'm willing to fight for the Empire my entire life until my death. Nadia suddenly knelt down and said. What is your wish? Eli's Ariel asked. This subordinate wants to see the Lord of the Blazing Sun pass the Novice Lord test with my own eyes. Nadia whispered. I remember that you met him a few times just because of the hero inheritance, right? You've only revived today. Why isn't your heir the first thing that you are bothered about after you were resurrected? Why are you so concerned about that human lord? Eli's Ariel said indifferently. Nadia remained silent. A few seconds later, she replied. Before I came back to life, my mark of fate has been drifting in the river of time. I appeared in front of the Lord of the Blazing Sun because of the time ruins. At that time, I only had memories before I died. There. I've experienced the destruction of Indra again and again. The Lord of the Blazing Sun wiped this subordinate's tears and told me that I had already done very well. He had already helped me save all the members of the Guardian team. Every time he entered the time ruins, he'd do it to me. So, I just want to see him in reality. That's all. Nadia said. Eli's Ariel didn't say anything. A moment later. Remember what you said. She said. Thank you, Your Majesty. Nadia was pleasantly surprised. Aurora Kingdom. Royal Palace. In a study room. The current king of the Aurora Kingdom, Li Yuangan, was looking at the memorial in his hand. His hair was already white after being the king for 50 to 60 years. However, his eyes were bright, steady, and powerful. An imposing aura emanated from his body. Anyone who saw such an old man would feel that he could govern the Aurora Kingdom for another 50 years. A moment later, he put down the memorial. The Lord of the Blazing Sun. He actually unified a black iron tier area in just 7 days. There seems to be a hero beside him. Even Zheng Yuankai went to his place. I think Zhao Chongshao is with him too. Wu Xin seems to have run over to him too. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Li Yuangan lamented. What should I reward him with? If he wants aurora crystals, we can give him the authority to trade aurora crystals. But the reward alone doesn't seem to accord him the due respect. He looked thoughtful. At this moment, the waiter outside the door brought in another memorial. Your Majesty! An urgent message from Fish Spring Town. The attendant said respectfully. Li Yuangan took the memorial. He opened it and raised his eyebrows. The mysterious merchant has appeared in Fish Spring Town. Fortunately, they didn't sell anything good. Otherwise, my tiny Aurora Kingdom won't be able to withstand the torment of external forces. He breathed a sigh of relief. The goods sold by the mysterious merchant. If they had good commodities, it would definitely attract the competition of experts from all over. That was because to experts, it was their opportunity. As for the local lords, that would be a disaster. The local lords could not afford to offend any one of these experts after all. After these experts left, what was left for the local lords was most likely a mess. He came back to his senses. He thought of the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. Tomorrow is their novice lord test. Let's see how far he can go. If he can perform very well in the novice lord test, in the future Lord of all races contest, my Aurora Kingdom might be able to help him advance further. Li Yuangan was deep in thought. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, the sky had already darkened. Blazing Sun City. In the Lord's courtyard. In the bathtub in the bathroom. Zhou Zhou, who had taken off all his clothes, was lying quietly in the bathtub, circulating the dark water mystic technique to increase his strength. A moment later, feeling that he had reached the limit of his diving time, he came out of the bathtub. After drying his body, Zhou Zhou put on his clothes and sat down in the living room. Even though the dark water mystic technique can allow one to obtain promotion energy without killing, it's a drop in the bucket compared to the promotion energy I need in my body. It's far inferior to thousands of soldiers killing together and giving me more promotion energy. Under such circumstances, I can obtain higher level martial arts manuals to increase my efficiency in obtaining promotion energy. Or I can only be patient and rely on accumulation to obtain promotion energy. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. The dark water mystic technique was not bad. However, it would probably take a long time if he wanted to rely on it to advance his realm. Nonetheless, he did not lose his patience. He had nothing to do in the territory. He just had to practice slowly. In any case, it would not affect the promotion energy that the soldiers obtained from killing. He would take it as earning extra income from the promotion energy. At this moment, my lord, I, Zhao Chongshao, have something to report. The wall has been completed. Zhao Changshao's happy voice came from outside. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. He immediately walked out of the Lord's courtyard and came to the city wall with Zhao Chongshao. He looked at the city wall. At this moment, the sand crystal city wall was very different from the previous one. The most obvious change was, in the past, the sand crystal city wall was only 1 meter wide. It was not convenient to walk on the city wall. And now, the sand crystal city wall has been strengthened and thickened a lot. It now appeared to be narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. The bottom of the city wall was more than 10 meters wide. And the topmost city wall was also 5 to 6 meters wide. Given this width of the city wall, even if the cannons bombarded it, they could only create a small hole on the surface of the city wall. If it landed on the surface of the city wall that was mixed with sand crystal, they might not even be able to create a small hole. As for the width of the city wall, even if 4 rows of soldiers walked side by side, it would still feel very spacious. Other than that, Zhao Chongshao also built a slope inside the city wall. He called this slope the horse path. Its main function was to facilitate the transportation of soldiers, rations, and arms from the city walls. Even cavalrymen could also use the horse path to ride directly from the city wall to the city wall. In addition, the horse path was built on the inside of the city wall. It was also conducive to strengthening the city wall. Moreover, it was easy and fast to make. In short, there were many benefits. Apart from the change in the thickness of the city wall, there was another important change. The number of aurora towers on the city wall had increased. Originally, there was only one aurora tower on the city wall. Later on, Zhou Zhou gave Zhao Chongshao 1091 green bronze tier aurora crystals and 10 yellow gold tier aurora crystals as mission rewards. Zhao Chongshao used a large number of basic materials and mist cores to build another 6 green bronze tier advanced grade aurora towers and 1 yellow gold tier elementary grade aurora tower with their help. There were already 8 aurora towers full of energy on the city wall. Even if a white platinum tier fog monster dared to attack Blazing Sun City, the 8 aurora towers could directly turn it into a corpse. Zhou Zhou saw this and a smile appeared on his face again. These 8 aurora towers, coupled with such a thick city wall, provided him with the confidence to fight for the one and only supreme reward. Chapter 106, Zhao Changshao's Dead Loyalty. Eve of the Novice Lord Test. I've something to report, my lord. The thickened sand crystal city wall consumed more than 3 million units of basic materials and all the sand crystals in our current inventory. The horse path is made of sand, all made from local materials. As for the 7 newly built aurora towers, a total of 96,000 units of basic materials, 600 green bronze tier mist cores, 600 green bronze tier aurora crystals, 10 yellow gold tier mist cores, and 10 yellow gold tier aurora crystals were consumed. Zhao Chongshao reported. It's fine. It doesn't matter how much you consumed. I need these things that Elder Zhao built for me. Zhou Zhou smiled. Resources and the mist cores were meant to be spent. There was no point in saving them, especially when the Novice Lord test was about to arrive. He should spend them and exchange them for something that could increase the probability of passing the Novice Lord test and fighting for the only supreme reward. Only then would it be meaningful. Zhou Zhou was clear about this. Zhao Chongshao smiled. To be able to meet a lord who trusted and understood them like Zhou Zhou was also a blessing to people like them. Elder Zhao. Thank you for the past 2 days. Zhou Zhou said sincerely to Zhao Chongshao. It was all because Elder Zhao was working non-stop and the hard work of all the subjects over the past 2 days that the current results were achieved. Among them, Elder Zhao had definitely contributed greatly. This is just my duty. My lord, you don't have to thank me. Zhao Chongshao said. Elder Zhao, go back and have a good rest. My Blazing Sun City will not fail tomorrow's test. Zhou Zhou said seriously. Zhao Chongshao looked at Zhou Zhou. Gradually, a relieved smile appeared on his face. It's rare to see my lord so confident in your promise. Now, the sacrifices that I and all the subjects have made in the past 2 days are truly meaningful. He sighed. A text notification appeared in front of Zhou Zhou as soon as he finished speaking. Your subject's Zhao Changshao's loyalty has increased to 100 points. He has become your dead loyal subject. Zhou Zhou was stunned. Then, he saw Zhao Chongshao bow respectfully to him. Then this subordinate will go back and rest. He said respectfully. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Zhao Chongshao turned around and left with a faint smile on his face. Zhou Zhou watched him return to his own residence before he returned to the Lord's courtyard and put on the outfit of the new wind ceremony. Then, he found a deserted place to practice flying with it. He only stopped when Wu Tu returned with the scouts. Zhou Zhou flew down from the sky and landed in front of Wu Tu, who was covered in dust. Wu Tu looked at this scene in shock. However, he did not forget his duty. He immediately took out a map and handed it to Zhou Zhou respectfully. My lord, I've already scouted the entire desolate Gobi with my team members. I also drew a map of the desolate Gobi. This is the regional map of the desolate Gobi. Zhou Zhou took it and glanced at it. Then, he raised his eyebrows. That was because apart from a few Scarlet Lords, he also saw a kobold tribe in the desolate Gobi. Zhou Zhou looked at the special note beside him. After knowing that the kobold tribe was not strong, he stopped paying attention to them. Let's ignore them for now. Naturally, the Novice Lord test happening the next day was more important. However, when the Novice Lord test ended, he could lead troops to conquer this Black Iron Tier territory with this regional map of the desolate Gobi. He would clear the safety hazards around Desolate City for a commercial city under his command in the future. Well done! Zhou Zhou praised Wu Tu. Wu Tu chuckled. I'll draw up a regional map of Thorn Dune tomorrow. He said. Something big will happen in the territory tomorrow. Don't go out. It's not too late for you to go out when tomorrow's business is over. Zhou Zhou said. Wu Tu was stunned, but he agreed without asking further. After that, Zhou Zhou chatted with Wu Tu for a while before he got Wu Tu to bring the soldiers back. Zhou Zhou practiced flying here for a while. After feeling that he could completely control the flying ability of the new wind ceremony, he returned to the Lord's courtyard in satisfaction. It was already very late. Zhou Zhou had no intention of continuing to be busy. He lay on the bed and quietly thought about tomorrow. The Novice Lord test is tomorrow. The opportunity to check my development results in the past few days is here. He thought calmly. He thought back to the developments in the past 7 days. He could already pat his chest and say that he had done his best. Even if something really happened, he would not blame himself or anyone else. Rest, focus your spirit and prepare for tomorrow's Novice Lord test. At this thought, Zhou Zhou closed his eyes and quickly fell asleep. The next day, the sun had not fully risen yet, so the sky was still a little dark. In the master bedroom of the Lord's courtyard, Zhou Zhou opened his eyes. The look in his eyes quickly changed from just waking up to full of vigor. All his fatigue was swept away. Zhou Zhou opened the World Channel. Current countdown, 2 hours, 12 minutes, 7 seconds. Another 2 hours. Zhou Zhou said softly. Then, he looked at the other lords' comments below it. Even though it was still early, there were already a large number of lords on the Cerulean planet online. The number of lord posts appearing on the World Channel could be said to be huge. Tens of millions of posts were refreshed every second. Zhou Zhou had no choice but to slow down the refresh speed to see what they were talking about. Brothers and sisters, it's the 8th day. There are still a little more than 2 hours before the Novice Lord test. I'm suddenly so nervous. Come on. I'm thinking about the posture when I die later. As long as I can pass this Novice Lord test, I will definitely soar. Brothers and sisters, I thought I wouldn't be afraid previously, but I'm really afraid now. I'm going to give up my lord status and change my occupation to become an adventurer. I wish you all a bright future. When you're rich in the future, I'll go to your place and be an adventurer's fighter. I hope you won't despise me when the time comes. Sigh, it's not certain who will be rich in the future. Life has a dream. Each of us will head on different paths. Brothers and sisters of the Alliance, calm down. When the big shots solve their Novice Lord test, they will come and help everyone. It will all depend on today's Novice Lord test if we will become dragons or worms. Charge! Brothers! Stop charging! I'm panicking now. Zhou Zhou didn't see any valuable information, so he closed the World Channel. He got up and washed up. Then, he put on the new wind ceremony and walked out of the Lord's courtyard. He came to the gate of summoning and prepared to summon today's subjects. A text notification appeared. Prompt: do you want to summon immediately? Yes. Zhou Zhou said. As soon as he finished speaking, the gate of summoning suddenly lit up with an even brighter white light. Then, 66 people walked out. Greetings, my lord. When the 66 people came out and saw Zhou Zhou, they immediately knelt down and greeted him respectfully. Welcome to Blazing Sun City. Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded. Then, he checked the personal information of these 66 people. Chapter 107, Subjects Who Came to Serve. The Novice Lord test officially begins. There were a total of 10 professionals among these 66 people. Among them were 2 Green Bronze Tier Advanced Grade Cavalrymen, 3 Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade Blacksmiths, 1 Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade Tailor, 1 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Carpenter, and 3 Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Doctors. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. He even laughed out loud when he saw 2 Green Bronze Tier Advanced Grade Cavalrymen. He had 8,132 military professionals under him, but there was only 1 cavalryman and 1 spearman. Every time he went out to fight, there would be a sea of sword-shield soldiers, poison crossbow soldiers, and elemental archers, but the lone cavalryman and spearman formed a team. It looked rather awkward. There were finally 3 cavalrymen. As for the spearmen, let nature take its course. After that, Zhou Zhou got the 2 cavalrymen to report to Bai Yi. The remaining people asked them to look for Zhang Yuankai and let him arrange the place. Then, Zhou Zhou brought Nazario, Bai Yi, and the other 98 people to enter the Time Ruins. When he entered the Time Ruins, a line of text suddenly appeared in front of him. The River of Time has undergone a special change. The content of the Time mission has changed. Then, a mission interface that looked the same as before but had actually changed appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Time Mission 1, eliminating the enemy, did not change much. However, Time Mission 2, protection of the ally, had changed from protect the last 13 Elven Elemental Archers in Andrew Town, to protect the last 12 Elven Elemental Archers in Andrew Town. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly when he saw this change. Soon, Zhou Zhou suddenly realized something when they found the 12 surviving Elemental Archers. The 13th Elemental Archer that wasn't around was Nadia. What happened? Zhou Zhou was surprised. He had a vague guess in his heart. However, he was not too sure. In the end, he could only let it go. After all, it was related to the concept of the River of Time. No matter what changes happened to the Time Ruins was not something he could interfere with now. He could only accept this change. Fortunately, this was not a big loss for him. The number of Elven Elemental Archers he could obtain every day would reduce from 13 to 12 at worst. Half an hour later, after completing 2 time missions, they walked out of the Time Ruins with all their loot. Then, Zhou Zhou brought 384 Elemental Archers recruitment books to the Gate of Summoning and summoned 384 Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Elemental Archers recruits. This raised the total number of soldiers under his command to 8,526. Putting aside the 1,000 people in Desolate City, he would have 7,526 people to face the Novice Lord test. As for the 5,000 monsters nurtured in the monster ranches today, he would not lead the troops to clean them up. These monsters were left to Mu Gu to command and for him to protect himself. A moment later, outside Blazing Sun City, in the distance, 200 humans dragged their families and luggage over from afar. They soon arrived outside Blazing Sun City's Novice Lord protection barrier. They said that they wanted to see the Lord of the Blazing Sun and hoped to join Blazing Sun City and become its official subjects. The soldiers at the city gate naturally could not make such a decision. After calming them down, they immediately ran over to report this matter to Zhou Zhou. 200 people. Zhou Zhou was stunned. Then, he quickly reacted. Zhang Bon's mission reward did include the submission of 200 Fish Spring Town subjects. It should be this group of people. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou immediately called Zhang Yuankai and went outside the Novice Lord's protective barrier with the soldiers. When the 200 subjects saw Zhou Zhou, they immediately became excited. We have been yearning for you because of your reputation for a long time. Please allow us to become your subjects. My husband was killed by the purple scale murder fish. Thank you, Lord of the Blazing Sun, for eliminating these fog monsters. Sir, let us join your territory. Everyone looked at Zhou Zhou expectantly. 200 Fish Spring Town subjects request to join your territory and become your subjects. Do you agree? Zhou Zhou naturally agreed. Thank you for thinking so highly of me. I naturally welcome everyone to join Blazing Sun City. From now on, we're family. Zhou Zhou roared. Everyone immediately cheered. Then, Zhou Zhou asked Zhang Yuankai to take over these people and arrange their accommodation and work. When he saw these 200 people, he felt a little lucky. Fortunately, these people came at this time. If they happened to come during the Novice Lord test, Zhou Zhou could not guarantee that nothing would happen to them. In the time that followed, Zhou Zhou did not do anything else but let the soldiers and Nazario conserve their energy and wait for the next Novice Lord test. Nazario also knew that a great battle was waiting for it. It had always been lazy. Nonetheless, a faint dragon might came from its body even though it was still lying on the ground. The dragon eyes opened and closed. One could see the blazing dark red flames in its eyes and the terrifying will for destruction. Surging fire elemental energy surrounded it. It seemed to be ready to pour out at any time to eliminate all enemies who dare to stand in its way. Even the subjects and soldiers who usually dared to approach Nazario did not dare to approach it at this moment. More than an hour later, Zhou Zhou opened the World Channel. He realized that the Novice Lord test would begin in 3 minutes. 3 minutes later, Zhou Zhou stared at the final countdown. Countless lords of the myriad races were also staring at the final countdown in the entire high continent. Current countdown, 0 hours, 0 minutes 12 seconds. Current countdown, 0 hours, 0 minutes 11 seconds. Current countdown, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 8 seconds. Current countdown, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 3 seconds. Current countdown, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 2 seconds. Current countdown, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 1 second. Right at this moment. Rumble. Suddenly, the sky in all regions of the high continent changed drastically. Vast scarlet fog covered the sky. Scarlet lightning bolts interweaved in the scarlet fog in the sky like dense blood snakes. At this moment, the air became heavy. The world became extremely oppressive. Elven Empire, Alanos. The original Elven Empress Elise Ariel looked at the changes in the weather. Her expression was complicated. There was a hint of anticipation in the depths of her eyes. Lords! Will there really be a lord of all races among you? She muttered to herself. Aurora Kingdom Royal Palace. Li Yuangan frowned as he looked at the sudden change in the weather. Then, he instructed the minister beside him. Get the lords of the various regions to appease the Aurora subjects in their region. At a time like this, don't let anything go wrong. Also, inform the lords at the border to be careful of the Taiyan kingdom, to prevent them from taking advantage of this opportunity to invade. Yes, Your Majesty, the minister said respectfully. Then, he immediately passed down the order. In the starry sky, the divine kingdoms and the countless stars shone brightly. The god spirits who lived in the divine kingdom were also watching this novice lord test at this moment. At the same time, the countdown in the eyes of all the lords reached the end. Current countdown, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 0 second. Rumble. Rows of blood-colored text notifications appeared in front of the lords accompanied by the earth-shattering scarlet thunder. The Novice Lord development period is over. The Novice Lord test has officially begun. Chapter 108, Novice Lord Test. First round of monsters. I will now announce the rules of the Novice Lord test. The Novice Lord test this time is Scarlet Wave. Test Rule 1, in the following period of time, the territory of every lord of the myriad races will welcome wave after wave of attacks from the fog monsters. Fog monsters will be stronger and the interval of attacks will be longer with each wave. At the same time, the rewards after each round of attacks from the fog monsters will be more generous. Test Rule 2: when the fog monster's attack reaches the 6th round, you will be considered to have passed the Novice Lord test and obtain the qualifications to become an official Lord. You will also obtain the basic Lord reward. Test Rule 3: this Novice Lord test will result in a Novice Lord ranking. The higher the ranking of the Lord who persists in the fog monster's attacks, the better the rewards obtained during the settlement. After the Novice Lord test ends, the Lord ranked first on the Novice Lord ranking will obtain the title of the strongest Novice Lord and the highest reward personally given by the Supreme Will. Test Rule 4: when the Lord advances to the 6th round of fog monster attacks, the Lord can choose to enter the ultimate challenge mode and accept more rounds of fog monster attacks to increase his ranking on the Novice Lord rankings. May all the Lords successfully pass this Novice Lord test and become official Lords of the High Continent, obtain the qualifications to compete for the slot of the Lord of all races, and reach the final position. Prompt: in 10 minutes, the new Lords will welcome the first round of the Scarlet Wave's fog monster attack. Please be prepared. The next second, Zhou Zhou saw the Novice Lord protection barrier that had protected Blazing Sun City's territory for 7 days slowly disappeared. It is not until now that we, the Lords, have officially begun to face the dangers of the High Continent. Zhou Zhou thought to himself when he saw this. Then, he came back to his senses and carefully checked the rules of this Novice Lord test. A moment later. The rules are easy to understand. But it's actually not that easy, we'll have to experience it personally in the next fog monster attack. Zhou Zhou was deep in thought. At this moment, 2 notifications sounded. The Novice Lord ranking has been activated. You can check the current ranking of the Lords by chanting silently. The Novice Lord ranking. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. Then, a blood-colored virtual ranking list appeared in front of him. There were 100 Lords on the blood-colored virtual rankings. He didn't recognize any of them. At the bottom were the current number of pages, 1/81,231,212, page. Zhou Zhou silently recited his Lord title. The page immediately refreshed. Soon, he found himself ranked at 3,615,421,542 th. He shook his head and closed the Novice Lord ranking. Then, he followed Horsepath and walked to the city wall. Greetings, my lord. Bai Yi, Wu Xin, and Zhang King, the 3 Blazing Sun Army Deputy Legion commanders immediately greeted Zhou Zhou respectfully when they saw him. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, he looked at the defense on the city wall. At this moment, the 4 walls were already filled with soldiers. Among them were 1,000 poison crossbow soldiers, 1,000 elemental archers, and 1,000 sword shield soldiers. 2,000 long-range soldiers were responsible for shooting at enemies from afar. The 1,000 sword shield soldiers were in charge of dealing with the enemies who tried to climb up the city wall. There were still 4,523 soldiers under the city wall. They could climb up the city wall through the Horsepath at any time to support and change the defense. The 8 Aurora Towers were already in activation mode. They could kill enemies in the distance at any time. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he felt slightly relieved. In their preparation plan, if an enemy attacked, their first line of defense was the Sand Crystal City walls and the long-range professionals. After the long-range soldiers ran out of ammunition and food, the sword shield soldiers and Pudeo soldiers, these 2 types of melee professionals, would be the second line of defense. They would charge out of the city wall and engage the enemy in close combat to stop the enemy from charging into the city. If a large number of enemies appeared, the 8 Aurora Towers would activate Ray mode and launch a ranged attack on the enemy, destroying a large-scale enemy as the third defensive line. Finally, there was Nazario, a pure-blooded white silver-tier intermediate-grade dragon. Its mission was very simple. It would participate in the entire battle, specifically killing high combat units among the enemies or destroying the war machines that might appear. This was their initial plan. After the actual battle, Wu Xin and the others would make changes according to the specific situation. Zhou Zhou said nothing. He silently looked into the distance, waiting for the incoming enemy. At the same time, the territory of the Dragon Lady Lord. On the 10-meter-tall normal wall, more than 100 human professionals were standing guard. Under the wall, 6 green bronze tier advance grade wyverns roared from time to time. The Dragon Lady Lord stood at the side and comforted them while looking into the distance, waiting for the first round of fog monsters to arrive. The day has finally come. The Dragon Blood Queen is my talent. But starting today, it will also become a title for me. At this moment, as a woman, not only was the Dragon Lady Lord not afraid, her eyes were actually full of vigor. The Overlord Lord's territory. Xiang Swiba sat on a huge rock and used a stone knife to grind his fingernails calmly. Beside him, a 5-meter-long Overlord spear stood on the ground. Their sizes were in stark contrast. It looked completely asymmetrical. Xiang Swiba exuded a domineering aura, yet the scene in front of him was incomparably harmonious. As for this green bronze tier advance grade Overlord spear, it was forged by a lord in the Overlord Association who had a green bronze tier advance grade blacksmith. The price was, he would protect this lord in the future. This was naturally easy for him. My lord. The soldiers have already hidden the subjects. A skinny subject ran over and reported to Xiang Swiba. Xiang Swiba nodded and continued to polish his nails. My lord. I heard from you that something big will happen today. Is there anything I can help you with? The subject asked. Xiang Swiba thought for a while and said. Get me wine and meat. I'll come and have a bite when I'm hungry. The subject was stunned. Don't you need soldiers to help? He asked boldly. I alone am enough. Yes, my lord. Undead Lord's territory. On the 10-meter-tall dilapidated wall, Zhang Han, who had a dark expression, looked into the distance with a calm expression. He could sense it. The aura of life forms that he hated was approaching. Get ready to kill. His voice was hoarse. Yes, my lord, a group of faint voices sounded. Below the wall, 1 green bronze tier advance grade Death Knight, 10 green bronze tier intermediate grade male Vice, 50 green bronze tier elementary grade skeleton generals, 200 black iron tier advance grade skeleton archers, 500 black iron tier intermediate skeleton axemen, 1000 black iron tier elementary grade skeleton swordsmen. They were standing there quietly, ready to fight at any time. Blazing Sun City. 10 minutes later, a blood-colored notification appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. The first round of fog monsters has appeared. Lord, please be prepared. Enemy has appeared. A soldier immediately warned loudly on the guard tower. He didn't need to say anything. The others saw it too. In the distance, a scarlet fog that was more than 10 meters tall surged towards Blazing Sun City like a wave. The scarlet fog gradually dissipated as it got closer. Enemies emerged from the fog. They were 5 fog monsters that looked like giant wolves. They were more than 2 meters tall and more than 4 meters long. They had ferocious purple claws. There were no other organs on their faces, only a vertical purple eye. Zhou Zhou looked at it. A monster notification appeared. Monster name, Demon Eye Wolf. Strength level, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade. Monster description, the first round of the Novice Lord test, Fog Monsters. Kill them and you can obtain the first round of the Novice Lord treasure chest. Loot's drop rate, 2 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores, drop rate, 100%, 1 Black Iron Tier Basic Materials Pack, drop rate, 5%. Chapter 109, Ranking Up. Gradeless Basic Military Profession Change Certificate Gift Bag. There was nothing to say about such a weak monster. Bai Yi ordered the 30 poison crossbow soldiers to fire in unison when they entered the range of the poison crossbow soldiers. These 5 low-level Black Iron Demon Eye Wolves died on the way to attack the city. A text notification appeared. Prompt 1, you have defeated the first round of Fog Monsters and obtained the first round of Novice Lord Treasure Chest. Prompt 2, in 10 minutes, the second round of Fog Monsters will appear near your territory and will attack your territory. Please be prepared for battle. A treasure chest with the length, width, and height of 1 meter appeared in front of Zhou Zhou out of thin air. The treasure chest was completely black and had the word 1 written on the lid. Zhou Zhou looked at it curiously. An item information notification appeared. Novice Lord Treasure Chest, 1. It contains the reward for passing the first round of Fog Monster attack. He opened it. Inside was a squarish black iron package. Item name, Basic Resource Pack. Item level, Black Iron Tier. Item effect, after opening it, you can obtain 100 units of stone, 100 units of wood, 100 units of metal, 100 units of fine sand, 100 kilograms of water bag, and 100 kilograms of rice. Item description, Black Iron Tier Basic Resource Pack. There is a batch of basic resources stored inside. Zhou Zhou. Didn't he see it in the loot drop rate of the Demon Eye Wolf too? Could it be that the attacking fog monsters had a chance of dropping the same item as the Novice Lord Treasure Chest? At this moment, Bai Yi had already gotten someone to open the city gate and bring back the 5 Demon Eye Wolf corpses and arrows. Zhou Zhou retrieved their loot. He obtained a total of 10 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores and 5 Black Iron Tier Basic Resource Packs. He specially took a look at the contents of these 5 Black Iron Tier Basic Resource Bags. In the end, he realized that they were indeed identical to the Basic Resource Pack items in the treasure chest. Zhou Zhou fell into deep thought. It was too early to conclude anything. Let's see what happens to the subsequent fog monsters, he thought. He did not open the resource bags immediately. These resources were useless to the current situation after all. Therefore, he planned to use it after the test ended. Then, he opened the Novice Lord ranking and looked at his ranking. Lord of the Blazing Sun, 3,510,248,849th. He advanced by more than 100 million in ranking. Zhou Zhou closed the rankings. The first round of attack by the fog monsters was indeed relatively easy for most lords. 10 minutes later, a blood-colored notification appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. The second round of fog monsters has appeared. Lord, please be prepared. Another scarlet mist appeared in the distance as the soldier sounded the warning again. After the scarlet fog dissipated, 10 wild boars with black scales and ferocious tusks appeared in the distance. Among them were 8 Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Normal Monsters and 2 Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Normal Monsters. Zhou Zhou looked at the 2 Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Wild Boars. Monster name, Black Scaled Boar. Strength level, Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade. Monster description, the second round of the Novice Lord test, Fog Monsters. If you kill them, you can obtain the second round of the Novice Lord Treasure Chest. Loot's drop rate, 4 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores, drop rate, 100%, 2 Black Iron Tier Basic Materials Packs, drop rate, 5%, 1 Gradeless Bauman Class Change Certificate, drop rate, 0.1%. He then looked at the black-scaled boar's loot. He realized that it was exactly the same as the Demon Eye Wolf's loot. They were naturally not difficult for Zhou Zhou. These 10 black-scaled boars were all dead after just 2 rounds fired by 50 poison crossbow soldiers. Prompt 1, you have defeated the second round of fog monsters and obtained the second round of Novice Lord Treasure Chest. Prompt 2, in 30 minutes, the third round of fog monsters will appear near your territory and will attack your territory. Please be prepared for battle. A new treasure chest appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. It was not much different from the previous treasure chest. It was just that, the words on it changed from 1 to 2. Zhou Zhou opened the treasure chest. There were 5 Black Iron Tier Basic Resource Packs, 5 gradeless Bowman class change certificates and 3 black iron tier intermediate grade Bowman recruitment books. Then, he extracted the spoils of war of the 10 black scaled boars. He obtained a total of 24 black iron tier mist cores, 12 black iron tier basic resource packs, 2 gradeless Bowman class change certificates. Then, he handed the 3 Bowman recruitment books to Bai Yi and asked her to use them at the gate of summoning. Soon, Bai Yi returned with 3 black iron tier elementary grade Bowman who joined the soldiers on the city wall. Zhou Zhou opened the novice lord ranking again. Lord of the Blazing Sun, 3,354,517,816 th. This time, he had advanced by more than 200 million places. He closed the rankings and opened the world channel to see the reactions of the other lords. He realized that most lords could accept the current difficulty. However, a very small number of lords expressed that they were about to reach their limits. These lords were either lords who had not developed well in the past 7 days and had even suffered losses because they went out to hunt, or they were unlucky and did not summon many military professionals from the gate of summoning. They were very weak when facing the attacks of monsters. Luck is also part of the novice lord test. Zhou Zhou realized. In the early stages, lords who could summon more military professionals from the gate of summoning, would indeed be much better off than lords summoning more life professionals. He stopped thinking about it and quietly waited for the third round of attacks from the fog monsters. 30 minutes later, the third round of fog monsters has appeared. Lord, please be prepared. The next second, scarlet fog appeared again in the distance. After the scarlet fog dissipated, 25 monsters appeared in front of them. Among them were 15 black iron tier elementary grade normal monsters, 8 black iron tier intermediate grade normal monsters and 2 black iron tier advanced grade elite monsters. They looked like tigers with scarlet eyes. Their bodies were black and purple, and there were black and purple stripes on their bodies. The black stripes seemed to be burning with black and purple flames. The black-purple fire on their bodies swayed as their movements changed. After they appeared, they let out furious roars as they rushed towards Blazing Sun City. Bai Yi got the crossbowmen to prepare for battle. Zhou Zhou took this opportunity to check the information of the strongest monster among them. Monster name, Black Fire Fog Tiger Elite. Strength level, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade. Monster description, the third round of the Novice Lord Test Fog Monsters. If you kill them, you can obtain the third round of the Novice Lord Treasure Chest. Loot's drop rate, 8 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores, drop rate, 100%, 4 Black Iron Tier Basic Materials Pack, drop rate, 5%, 1 Gradeless Basic Military Profession Change Certificate Big Gift Bag, drop rate, 1%. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows at the end. A big gift bag? Chapter 110, Easy Victory. Life Professionals Recruitment Books Gift Bag. Zhou Zhou was deep in thought. Then, he looked at the other Black Fire Fog Tigers. The Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Black Fire Mist Tiger only dropped 4 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores, 2 Black Iron Tier Basic Resource Packs, and 1 Basic Military Profession Change Certificate. The Black Fire Fog Tiger only dropped 2 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores and 1 Black Iron Tier Basic Resource Pack. These 25 Black Fire Fog Tigers were killed by 2 rounds of volleys from the 100 poison crossbow soldiers in no time. Prompt 1, you have defeated the third round of Fog Monsters and obtained the third round of Novice Lord Treasure Chest. Prompt 2, the fourth round of Fog Monsters will appear near your territory and will attack your territory in an hour. Please be prepared for battle. The Novice Lord Treasure Chest from the third round appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. He opened it. There were 10 Black Iron Tier Basic Resource Packs, 1 Gradeless Basic Military Profession Change Certificate Big Gift Bag, 1 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Basic Military Recruitment Books Big Gift Bag. There was no need to mention the Basic Resource Pack. Zhou Zhou looked at the remaining 2 rewards. Item name, Basic Military Profession Change Certificate Big Gift Bag. Item level, gradeless. Item effect, after opening it, you can obtain 3 gradeless Sword Shield Soldier class change certificates, 3 gradeless Pudeo Soldiers class change certificates, 3 gradeless Spearman class change certificates, 3 gradeless Bowman class change certificates, and 3 gradeless Crossbowman class change certificates. Item description, 1 gradeless Basic Military Profession Change Certificate Gift Bag. After opening it, you can obtain 15 mainstream Basic Military Profession Change Certificates. Item name, Basic Soldier Recruitment Books Big Gift Bag. Item level, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade. Item effect, after opening it, you can obtain 1 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Sword Shield Soldier Recruitment Book, 1 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Pudeo Soldiers Recruitment Books, 1 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Spearman Recruitment Books, 1 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Bowman Recruitment Books, and 1 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Crossbowman Recruitment Books. Item description, 1 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Basic Soldier Recruitment Books Gift Bag. After opening it, you can obtain 5 mainstream Basic Soldier Recruitment Books. This big gift bag is not bad. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, the corpses of the 25 Black Fire Fog Tigers were also sent over. After Zhou Zhou extracted their spoils of war, he obtained a total of 78 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores, 39 Black Iron Tier Basic Resource Packs, 8 Gradeless Basic Military Profession Change Certificates, 2 Gradeless Basic Military Profession Change Certificate Big Gift Bags. If only I could cultivate them with monster wrenches. Zhou Zhou looked at the loots and couldn't help but smack his lips. If his monster ranch could breed them, then the basic soldiers in his territory would be complete. Unfortunately, he would not be able to complete the beginner test if he kept this monster. Naturally, he would not do such a stupid thing. Then, Zhou Zhou opened the Novice Lord ranking and looked at his ranking. Lord of the Blazing Sun, 2,845,651,122 th. This time, he directly advanced by more than 500 million places. He glanced at the total number of pages below. Then, his heart sank. 28,456,511/80,239.75, page. I've advanced over 1 million pages. This also means more than 100 million lords have already failed and are excluded from the Novice Lord ranking. Are they all dead? Zhou Zhou took a deep breath. It was only halfway through. There were still 3 more terrifying monster attacks that had yet to begin. How many lords of the Cerulean planet would die during this process? At this moment, Bai Yi had already brought the 5 newly recruited basic soldiers to the Blazing Sun army to participate in the attack of the fog monsters. An hour later, the 4th round of fog monsters has appeared. Lord, please be prepared. Scarlet waves appeared in the distance again. After the scarlet wave dissipated, 10 5-meter-tall red elephants appeared in front of everyone. Zhou Zhou looked at them. He realized that they were all elite monsters of the Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade. Furthermore, all of them had thick skin. Its defense was clearly incomparable to the previous monsters. Their loots were also changed. Monster name, Bloodhoof Elephant. Strength level, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade. Monster description, Fog Monster in the 4th round of the Novice Lord test. If you kill them, you can obtain the 4th round of Novice Lord Treasure Chest. Loots drop rate, 8 Black Iron Tier Mist Core, drop rate, 100%, 4 Black Iron Tier Basic Materials Pack, drop rate, 5%, 1 Gradeless Basic Military Profession Change Certificate Big Gift Bag, drop rate, 1%, 1 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Basic Military Recruitment Books Big Gift Bag, drop rate, 1%, 1 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Lifestyle Professional Recruitment Books Big Gift Bag, drop rate, 1%. Bai Yi's expression remained calm when she saw this scene. She gathered 300 poison crossbow soldiers and 300 elemental archers together. Then, they began to shoot arrows at the 10 black iron tier advance grade blood hoof elephants. Whoosh! 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 300 poison bolts and 300 fire vine arrows transformed into a rain of arrows that descended from the sky and landed around the 10 blood hoof elephants. 6 blood hoof elephants were instantly killed and fell to the ground accompanied by their wails. The other 4 blood hoof elephants were also injured, but they could still charge towards the city wall. Bai Yi gave another order without hesitation and got the 600 soldiers to launch another volley. After a rain of arrows, the 4 blood hoof elephants also lost their vitality and fell to the ground. Prompt 1. You have defeated the 4th round of fog monsters and obtained the 4th round of Novice Lord Treasure Chest. Prompt 2. The 2nd round of fog monsters will appear near your territory and will attack your territory in an hour and a half. Please be prepared for battle. The 4th Novice Lord Treasure Chest appeared out of thin air in front of him. Zhou Zhou opened the treasure chest. Inside were 1 green bronze tier basic resource pack, 1 gradeless basic military profession change certificate big gift bag, 1 black iron tier advanced grade basic soldier recruitment books big gift bag, 1 black iron tier advanced grade professionals recruitment books big gift bag, 1 black iron tier mist core big gift bag. There was no need to mention the gradeless basic military profession change certificates and the black iron tier advanced grade recruitment books. Zhou Zhou looked at the other 3 new rewards. Item name, basic resource pack. Item level, green bronze tier. Item effect, after opening it, you can obtain 1000 units of stone, 1000 units of wood, 1000 units of metal, 1000 units of fine sand, 100 kilograms of water bag, 100 kilograms of rice, 100 units of 100 forged steel, 100 units of light silver. Item description, green bronze tier basic resource pack. It contains a batch of basic resources and some green bronze tier resources. The basic resources have all increased. As for the forged stainless steel and light silver, they should be green bronze tier resources. Zhou Zhou thought. He had heard Carter Kim, the yellow gold tier advanced grade gnome blacksmith, talk about these 2 materials. It was said to be an important material for forging some green bronze tier equipment. They would need a lot of them, especially when forging some green bronze tier equipment for high-level military professionals. Then, he looked at the other rewards. Item name, Life Professionals Recruitment Books Big Gift Bag. Item level, black iron tier advanced grade. Item effect, after opening it, you can obtain 1 black iron tier advanced grade recruitment book, 1 black iron tier advanced grade carpenter recruitment book, 1 black iron tier advanced grade tailor recruitment book, 1 black iron tier advanced grade architect recruitment book, 1 black iron tier advanced grade shipbuilder recruitment book, 1 black iron tier advanced grade doctor recruitment book. Item description, 1 black iron tier advanced grade professional recruitment books. After opening it, you can obtain 6 mainstream professional recruitment books. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. This big gift bag was not bad. He knew that recruitment books for lifestyle professionals and military professionals were completely different. The grade of the military professionals' recruitment books represented their potential. No matter how high his potential was, the professionals would only be at the black iron tier elementary grade when he first summoned them. As for the lifestyle professionals' recruitment books, they represented the grades of professionals that were summoned. This gift bag represented 6 black iron tier advanced grade lifestyle professionals. It was the shipbuilder recruitment book that made him speechless. As a lord of a desert territory, he would actually have a shipbuilder in his territory in the future. Zhou Zhou shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He looked at the last big gift bag. Item name, Mist Core Big Gift Bag. Item level, Black Iron Tier. Item effect, after opening it, you can obtain 500 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores. Item description, Black Iron Tier Mist Core Big Gift Bag. It contains some common currency of the high continent. This Mist Core Big Gift Bag was the most useless to Zhou Zhou, but it was better than nothing. This time, Zhou Zhou did not look at his ranking again. He wanted to look at it after the 6th round of the Fog Monsters offensive ended. At this moment, Bai Yi also sent troops to pull these 10 blood hoof elephants into the city. Zhou Zhou immediately extracted their loot. He obtained a total of 80 black iron tier mist cores, 40 basic materials packs, 10 gradeless basic military profession change certificate gift bags, 10 black iron tier advanced grade basic military recruitment books, and 10 black iron tier advanced grade lifestyle professionals recruitment books. Zhou Zhou was very satisfied with his gains this time. Just these 10 black iron tier advanced grade lifestyle professionals recruitment books alone were enough to directly increase the number of black iron tier advanced grade lifestyle professionals in his territory by 60. The reward in the treasure chest should have been the most valuable. However, my 100% drop rate has forcefully turned the items dropped by the monsters into the most valuable items. Zhou Zhou thought with a strange expression. But this was pretty good. It was equivalent to other lords only getting 1 treasure chest as a reward, while he could rely on the monster's loot to receive rewards several times more than the treasure chest. After that, he opened all 11 black iron tier advanced grade basic military recruitment books and 11 black iron tier advanced grade lifestyle professionals recruitment books. He obtained 55 black iron tier advanced grade basic military recruitment books and 55 black iron tier advanced grade lifestyle professionals recruitment books. He handed these to Bai Yi and asked her to use them in front of the gate of summoning. Soon, another 55 black iron tier elementary grade recruits had joined the Blazing Sun army. At the same time, his territory had also gained 11 black iron tier advanced grade blacksmiths, 11 black iron tier advanced grade carpenters, 11 black iron tier advanced grade tailors, 11 black iron tier advanced grade builders, 11 black iron tier advanced grade shipbuilders, and 11 black iron tier advanced grade doctors. As for the other gift bags, they were not of much use to the current situation. Zhou Zhou still kept them. He would use them after the Novice Lord test ended. An hour and a half later, the 5th round of Fog Monsters has appeared. Lord, please be prepared. Chapter 111, Official Lord Status. Official Lord Reward. Zhou Zhou subconsciously looked into the distance. This time, however, the scarlet fog did not appear there. A large amount of scarlet fog quickly condensed in the sky. Then, blood-colored crows flew out of the scarlet fog. They caught as they rushed towards Blazing Sun City. Even flying monsters. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised. This was the first time he had faced an enemy which could fly. He looked at them. There were a total of 50 of them. Among them were 10 black iron tier advanced grade elite monsters, 15 black iron tier intermediate grade monsters, and 25 black iron tier elementary grade monsters. Zhou Zhou first looked at the black iron tier advanced grade elite monsters. Monster name, Blood Nether Crow Elite. Strength level, black iron tier advanced grade. Monster description, Fog monster in the 5th round of the Novice Lord test. If you kill them, you can obtain the 5th round of Novice Lord treasure chest. Loot drop rate, 8 black iron tier mist core, drop rate, 100%, 4 black iron tier basic materials pack, drop rate, 5%, 1 black iron tier advanced grade lifestyle professionals recruitment books big gift bag, drop rate, 1%, 1 gradeless beginner military class change certificate big gift bag, drop rate, 0.5%. Then, he looked at the other blood nether crows. Among them, the black iron tier intermediate grade blood nether crow would drop 4 black iron tier mist cores, 2 black iron tier basic materials packs, and 1 black iron tier advanced grade lifestyle professionals recruitment books big gift bag. The black iron tier elementary grade blood nether crow would drop 2 black iron tier mist cores and 1 black iron tier basic materials pack. It's starting to drop beginner soldiers. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. The only beginner soldiers he knew now were the poison crossbow soldiers and cavalrymen. He did not know what other types of beginner soldiers there were. At the same time, Bai Yi also ordered 500 elemental archers to use fire vine arrows to kill these blood nether crows. However, even though these blood nether crows were not as thick-skinned as the previous blood hoof elephants, they were very agile. The 50 blood nether crows were killed only after the 3 rounds of fire vine arrows. Prompt 1. You have defeated the 5th round of fog monsters and obtained the 5th round of novice lord treasure chest. Prompt 2. The 6th round of fog monsters will appear near your territory and will attack your territory in 2 hours. Please be prepared for battle. The 5th novice lord treasure chest appeared out of thin air in front of him. Zhou Zhou did not open the treasure chest immediately. Instead, he stood rooted to the ground, feeling a little emotional. For the past 7 days, he had been conscientiously developing his territory as if he was walking on thin ice. He was right indeed. He had indeed not let down his 7 days of hard work. He could become an official lord as long as he defended until the 6th round of the fog monster attack. The first 5 rounds were actually quite easy for him. He did not feel any difficulty at all. It felt like these monsters were here to deliver themselves to him. However, he soon recovered from this emotion. These 5 rounds of monsters are indeed very weak. I can pass so easily. Therefore the Overlord Lord, Dragon Lady Lord, Undead Lord. These top lords can definitely also pass easily. The supreme challenge later on will be a true competition of strength to widen the gap between us. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. Then, he opened the 5th novice lord treasure chest in front of him. Inside were 3 green bronze tier basic resource packs, 1 black iron tier mist core big gift bag, 2 gradeless basic military profession change certificate big gift bags, 2 black iron tier advanced grade basic military profession recruitment books, 2 black iron tier advanced grade lifestyle professionals recruitment books, 1 gradeless beginner soldier class change certificate big gift bag. Among these rewards, Zhou Zhou looked at the 2 gift bags that he had never seen before. First was the green bronze tier mist cores big gift bag. There were 500 green bronze tier mist cores inside. Then, there was the gradeless beginner soldier class change certificate big gift bag. Item name, beginner soldier profession change certificate big gift bag. Item level, gradeless. Item effect, after opening it, you can obtain 1 gradeless cavalryman class change certificate, 1 gradeless scout soldier class change certificate, 1 crossbow soldier class change certificate, and 1 gradeless musketeer soldier class change certificate. Item description, 1 beginner soldier class change certificate big gift bag. After opening it, you can obtain 4 mainstream beginner soldier class change certificates. Cavalrymen, scouts, crossbowmen and musketeers. So these are the 4 mainstream beginner soldiers. Looks like the poison crossbow soldiers are a relatively unorthodox beginner soldier type. Zhou Zhou was deep in thought. A moment later, the corpses of 50 blood nether crows were sent over. He directly extracted the loots of these monsters. In total, 190 black iron tier mist cores, 140 black iron tier basic materials packs, 25 black iron tier advanced grade lifestyle professionals recruitment books, 10 gradeless beginner soldier class change certificate big gift bags. Then, Zhou Zhou opened the 2 black iron tier advanced grade basic military recruitment books and the 27 black iron tier advanced grade lifestyle professionals recruitment books. He obtained a total of 10 black iron tier advanced grade basic military recruitment books and 162 black iron tier advanced grade lifestyle professionals recruitment books. Then, he handed these to Bai Yi again and asked her to summon them through the gate of summoning. A moment later, the Blazing Sun Army received another 10 new recruits. Blazing Sun City gained another 162 black iron tier advanced grade lifestyle professionals. 2 hours later, the 6th round of fog monsters has appeared. Lord, please be prepared. Zhou Zhou took a deep breath. He could get rid of his identity as a novice lord once he had passed this stage to become an official lord of the High Continent. At this moment, scarlet fog appeared in all directions of Blazing Sun City. Then, fog monsters slowly walked out of the fog one after the other. They stared at Blazing Sun City covetously. They include 5 demon eye wolves, 10 black-scaled boars, 25 black fire fog tigers, 10 blood hoof elephants, 50 blood nether crows. These monsters had previously tested Zhou Zhou. At this moment, they were making a comeback. And they were no longer coming from one direction. Instead, they rushed over from all directions of Blazing Sun City, trying to disperse their forces. From there, they would take the opportunity to find the weakest point in the defense and break through it in one go. However, even if they rushed over together, it was still nothing to Blazing Sun City, which had a total of 2,000 long-range soldiers on the city wall. A rain of arrows and more than half of these 100 monsters died. Then, they performed precise marksmanship where the remaining monsters were killed one by one. There was no need for the soldiers under the city wall to change their defense. Then, the last blood nether crow died and fell weakly onto the desert. Rows of golden text notifications appeared. Confirmed that you have officially passed the 6th round of attack by the fog monsters. You meet the requirements to become an official lord. You have obtained the status of an official lord. You have obtained the basic lord reward 1 point for your reputation rating. You have obtained the basic lord reward Lord's Blessing Supreme Barrier. You have obtained basic lord reward Battle Resurrection Scroll X1. You have received basic lord reward Potential Advancement Potion, Extraordinary Tier, X1. You have obtained the basic lord reward Cerulean Planet Human Race Architecture Blueprint Imperial Ancestral Temple ×1. You have obtained the basic lord reward 1 chance to participate in the Supreme Challenge. You have 3 hours to prepare. After 3 hours, you can choose to accept the Supreme Challenge and fight for the title of the strongest novice lord and the final Supreme Reward. Or you can give up this opportunity and participate in the subsequent official lord event. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. He had obtained the official title of a lord. Chapter 112, Checking the Reward. Imperial Ancestral Temple. Zhou Zhou sighed. The first 6 rounds of fog monster attacks in this novice lord test might be a little difficult for a lord who was developing normally. However, it was indeed too simple for him, who had developed exceptionally well. But then he began to think. Looking at it this way, the Supreme will had a pass rate for a novice lord's strength. It should be about whether a new lord could defeat 100 monsters below the green bronze tier after 7 days of development. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou opened the novice lord ranking and looked at his ranking. Lord of the Blazing Sun, 815, 658, 544 th. His expression did not change at all. Then he looked at the total number of pages below. 81,565,854/75,011,542, page. Zhou Zhou's heart sank when he saw the total page number. 5 million pages were gone. This meant that at least 500 million lords had died in this novice lord test. The novice lord test for most lords had not ended yet, so many have perished. How many lords from the Cerulean planet would be left after the novice lord test officially ended? He couldn't help but open the World Channel. Surprisingly, there were very few lords on the World Channel. Only a small number of lords who had passed the novice lord test were discussing the Supreme Challenge in 3 hours. Zhou Zhou watched these people chat. These people who had completed the 6th round of the fog monsters attack at this time were clearly not weak. They were all his competitors in the Supreme Challenge. As for the lords who were not online, either they were still facing the attack of the fog monster or they had already failed and died in this novice lord test. Zhou Zhou was silent for a moment. Then, he closed the World Channel. He could not save the lords of the Cerulean planet. The only thing he could do now was to protect himself. Then, Zhou Zhou opened the 6th treasure chest. Inside were 5 green bronze tier basic resource packs, 3 green bronze tier mist core big gift bags. 5 gradeless basic military profession change certificate big gift bags. 5 black iron tier advanced grade basic military recruitment books big gift bags. 5 black iron tier advanced grade lifestyle professionals recruitment books big gift bags. 3 gradeless beginners soldier class change certificate big gift bags. 3 gradeless beginners soldier recruitment book big gift bags. There was no need to look at the other items. Zhou Zhou looked at the 3 gradeless beginners soldier recruitment book big gift bags. He discovered that there were a total of 3 gradeless cavalryman recruitment books, 3 gradeless scout recruitment books, 3 crossbowman recruitment books, and 3 gradeless musketeer recruitment books. After Zhou Zhou opened them, he handed them to Bai Yi to summon. A moment later, Bai Yi brought 12 beginner soldier recruits over. "Greetings, my lord," the 12 people said respectfully. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, he checked the attributes of the scouts, crossbowmen, and musketeers. He had seen cavalrymen a long time ago, so he naturally didn't need to. Subject, Li Hao. Territory, Blazing Sun City. Soldier type, Scout. Strength level, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade. Ability overview, he was originally a clown actor in Seal Circus. Later on, Seal Circus was destroyed by the Scarlet Legion in the war. He alone was saved. After that, he joined the army and became a scout. He had the intention to eliminate all the fog monsters. Skills, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Investigation, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Disguise, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Infiltration, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Intelligence Gathering, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Close Combat, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Assassination. Loyalty, 83. Potential, Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Grade. Subject, Wang Yun's Hung. Territory, Blazing Sun City. Soldier type, Crossbow Soldier. Strength level, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade. Ability overview, Descendant of Yellow Gold Tier Intermediate Grade Military Professionals. When he grew up, his family arranged for him to join the army and he directly became a beginner soldier military professional. Skills, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Crossbow Technique, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Triple Shot, Black Iron Tier Elementary Crossbow Repair, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Basic Aim, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Movement Aim. Loyalty, 83. Potential, White Silver Tier Advanced Grade. Subject, Sun Desheng. Territory, Blazing Sun City. Soldier type, Musketeer. Strength level, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade. Ability overview, a child from a poor family. In order to find a way out, he grew up and became a soldier. After he was discovered to have marksmanship talent, he changed his profession and became a musketeer. Skills, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Gun Technique, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Basic Aiming, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Mobile Marksmanship, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Musket Maintenance, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Musket Repair. Loyalty, 80. Potential, White Silver Tier Advanced Grade. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. The 3 beginner soldiers each had their own characteristics. Moreover, they were much stronger than basic soldiers. As expected of beginner soldiers. Zhou Zhou then got Bai Yi to bring these 12 people to join the Blazing Sun Army. He checked the rewards for becoming an official lord. The first was naturally the 1 reputation rating point. He opened the reputation ranking and saw that he already had 5 reputation rating. At this stage, he could look down on all the lords. The lords after him only had 1 reputation rating point without exception. Then, it was the Lord's Blessing Supreme Barrier. Zhou Zhou found it in his skill panel. Skill name, Lord's Blessing Supreme Barrier. Skill quality, Special. Skill description, an official lord's exclusive skill. Every time a lord conquers a city or builds a city, a supreme barrier will automatically rise in the city after the Lord agrees to it, to prevent the scarlet fog from invading the territory. The Lord can close the supreme barrier of any territory at any time. So, is this another type of novice Lord protective barrier? It can repel the scarlet fog, but it is unable to stop the enemy from breaking in. Zhou Zhou pondered with a thought. The next second, Zhou Zhou saw a golden square light barrier rise from the ground in the distance. It enveloped the entire territory of Blazing Sun City in the blink of an eye. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. Even though this supreme barrier could only stop the invasion of the scarlet fog and not other enemies, he had the sand crystal city wall in his territory. There was no need to worry too much about this. He also activated the supreme barrier for the distant desolate city. Then, he looked at the reward scroll. The Battle Resurrection Scroll. It was a large green scroll that emitted a faint green light and was filled with a life force visible to the naked eye. Item name, Battle Resurrection Scroll. Item grade, Special. Item effect, all living beings that die in a battle can be revived upon use. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he immediately understood that this was prepared for those lords who had suffered heavy losses after passing the novice lord test. With this scroll, the newly promoted official lords would not lose too much of their strength before the next novice lord test at the very least. This could also give official lords like them a normal start so that they could integrate into the upcoming competition. However, he had a question. Can this Battle Resurrection Scroll be used in the Supreme Challenge? He immediately asked. The next second, a text notification appeared. Lord Hint, the Supreme Challenge can be considered a battle. Zhou Zhou's heart stirred. He could challenge the next Supreme Challenge without any worries with this Battle Resurrection Scroll. He then turned his attention to the bottle of Extraordinary Tier Potential Advancement Potion. Potion name, Potential Advancement Potion. Potion grade, Extraordinary Tier. Potion effect, after consuming it, it can increase the potential of life forms below the Extraordinary Tier level to the potential of an Advanced Grade Extraordinary Tier. Potion description, Precious Life Sublimation Potion. Zhou Zhou looked at the Potential Advancement Potion in his hand and was a little excited. Extraordinary Tier Potential. This was already a potential that far exceeded the upper limit of human potential. The first person he thought of was Zhao Chongshao. He had already reached the upper limit of his potential. Moreover, Elder Zhao worked hard for the territory. Especially for this novice lord test. Elder Zhao was definitely one of the people who had contributed the most. He was definitely qualified to use this bottle of Extraordinary Tier Potential Advancement Potion. As for himself, he did not need to use it. This was because the lords did not have any potential. According to the deduction by the lords on the World Channel, the lords of all races who had been recruited should have no upper limit of potential. Or rather, their potential was very high, there was even no need for potential to appear for the time being. Therefore, it was better to give this bottle of Extraordinary Tier Potential Advancement Potion to others. Elder Zhao should still be resting now. Let's give it to him after the Novice Lord test. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he looked at the last reward other than the Supreme Challenge. The blueprint of the human race on Cerulean Planet Imperial Ancestral Temple. Construction Blueprint Name, Imperial Ancestral Temple. Construction Blueprint Level, Special. Construction Blueprint Effect 1 Ancestral Protection. Different types of statue of the human ancestors on Cerulean Planet can provide various buffs to territories, subjects, and lords after settling into the statue of the human ancestors on Cerulean Planet. Construction Blueprint Effect 2 Ancestral Blessing. The Lord will go to the Imperial Ancestral Temple to worship the ancestors before each big battle. There is a chance of obtaining a random temporary war buff effect. Construction Blueprint Effect 3. When lords and forces under them go out to hunt fog monsters, they will encounter fog monsters that have a very small chance of dropping the statue of the human ancestors of Cerulean Planet. Construction Blueprint Description. Construction blueprint of the human race on Cerulean Planet, a major matter of the country. Sacrifice and war. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up when he saw the building blueprints effect. What an interesting and unique feature of the cerulean planet. Especially the last building blueprint effect. Zhou Zhou looked at it and could not help but smile. Small probability? All of them could become 100% probabilities in front of him. He could not help but fantasize. In the future, there would be hundreds or even more ancestral statues in his imperial ancestral temple. When the time comes, the buff effect would be maxed out. A moment later, Bai Yi came over and brought over the corpses of the 100 fog monsters. Zhou Zhou came back to his senses. He took out the Conqueror's blast furnace and successfully extracted all the loots from the corpses of the 100 fog monsters. He obtained a total of 421 black iron tier mist cores. 197 black iron tier basic resource packs. 10 gradeless basic military profession change certificates. 22 gradeless basic military profession change certificate big gift bags. 10 black iron tier advanced grade basic military recruitment books big gift bags. 30 black iron tier advanced grade lifestyle professionals recruitment books big gift bags. Zhou Zhou opened all the recruitment books and big gift bags. He obtained a total of 50 military professionals recruits and 180 black iron tier advanced grade lifestyle professionals. Tisk tisk. Getting 230 professionals directly. This is much faster than summoning professionals every day. This 100% drop rate is ridiculous. I didn't expect it to be so useful in the Novice Lord test and to give me so many gains. Zhou Zhou sighed inwardly. After that, he told the soldiers to rest well and prepare for the Supreme Challenge 3 hours later. 3 hours later, a line of blood-colored text appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Would you like to take on the Supreme Challenge as an official lord? Yes. Zhou Zhou said without hesitation. Chapter 113, Supreme Challenge. Fire Demon. 1. Just as Zhou Zhou chose to accept the Supreme Challenge. Rumble. Thick scarlet fog quickly spread outside the supreme barrier of blazing Sun City. Crimson lightning continuously flashed and exploded. The world turned scarlet. All the blazing Sun City subjects were dumbfounded when they saw the changes in the weather. Fear appeared in the eyes of many subjects. Zhou Zhou looked at this scene thoughtfully. He also felt a sense of oppression. Still. Is this really a challenge from the Supreme Will? Why does it feel like the work of the Crimson Overlord? Zhou Zhou complained in his heart. At this moment, a line of notifications appeared in front of Zhou Zhou again. Supreme Will notification, in 10 minutes, the newborn Scarlet Lord from the Crimson Overlord will launch more siege battles against the lords who have accepted the Supreme Challenge. Please be prepared. Supreme Challenge Rule 1. All the forces under the Lord can recover to their peak state after every round of the Supreme Challenge ends, as long as the Lord is still alive. Some of the battle losses can also be restored. Supreme Challenge Rule 2. The Lord has the right to withdraw from the Supreme Challenge before the next round begins after every round. The rules are favorable for the challenger. I just need to know when to stop and run away from the fight. But the Crimson Overlord is really involved. The corners of Zhou Zhou's mouth twitched. You are this king's opponent. At this moment, a hoarse and deep voice sounded. The voice seemed to come from all directions. Its tone was filled with arrogance and terror. Zhou Zhou seemed to have sensed some danger. His eyes narrowed. Even Nazario, which had been lying on its stomach, seemed to have sensed something and stood up. Its scarlet dragon eyes stared coldly at something in the depths of the scarlet fog. And its movements seemed to have attracted the existence in the scarlet fog. Look what I found! A young lava dragon. There's actually a hero. Tisk tisk. Lord from the Supreme Will, tell me your name. Even though it will end the same way as the lords I've killed in the past. But an opponent like you shouldn't remain nameless like them. You have the right to let this king know your name. The voice said with interest. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly. The owner of this voice should be his opponent in the Supreme Challenge later. The other party should have seen through his strength after listening to its words. Yet, it was still so relaxed. Was it confident that it could deal with him? Zhou Zhou looked at Nazario. Nazario sent him a one-on-one, winnable reply. Zhou Zhou immediately calmed down. I am the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. He said calmly. Lord of the Blazing Sun. I'll remember that. This king's name is... It was about to say something when it heard Zhou Zhou saying calmly. You don't have to say anything. I've killed a lot of nobodies. You won't be an exception. I'm not interested in the name of a corpse. An incapable soldier is just a soldier, but an incapable commander would bring out a team of incapable soldiers. Aura was very important when two armies faced each other. If he showed his fear or let the other party's aura suppress his side, it would definitely have a bad impact on the battle later. Especially since so many soldiers and subjects were looking at him. Regardless of whether he would take the initiative to withdraw from this Supreme Challenge later. He just had to suppress the other party's aura verbally right now. If not for the fact that he was worried about affecting his image, Zhou Zhou wanted to let the other party experience the power of Dr. Mundo, the madman of Zaun1. The effect of his words was obvious. The fear in many people's eyes disappeared. They looked at their lord in a relaxed manner. Some soldiers and subjects couldn't help but laugh. The tense atmosphere was instantly cleared. The strong will to fight quietly intensified. The other party was also stunned by Zhou Zhou's words. Then, it immediately became angry. Very good. Fearless worms. In a while, this king will let you know what it's like to be burned to death by flames. You talk too much. Zhou Zhou could not be bothered to continue arguing with it, seeing that the effect he wanted had been achieved. The other party snorted. Then, it stopped talking. After a while, a challenge notification appeared. Supreme Challenge, the first round of the Supreme Challenge has begun. Lord, please be prepared. The next second, a large number of monsters rushed into the Supreme Barrier from the fog. There were more than 1,000 monsters. There was a 10 times difference in numbers compared to the number of fog monsters in the 6th round. They were at least 3 to 4 meters tall. Their bodies were greenish-white, and there were 2 huge curved horns on their foreheads. Their eyes were blood red, and there were 2 huge fangs growing upwards under their mouths. They had a pair of blood-red wings on their backs and held a huge axe burning with flames. Black-red flames and smoke surrounded them, making them look rather terrifying. Zhou Zhou looked at them. A monster notification appeared. Monster name, Fire Demon. Strength level, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade. Monster description, the first round of the Supreme Challenge with a fog monster. It was once a fire demon on the 601st level of the Abyss when it was alive. Kill them and you can obtain the first round of the Supreme Challenge treasure chest. Chapter 114, Supreme Challenge. Fire Demon. 2. Loot's drop rate, 2 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores, drop rate, 100%, 2 Black Iron Tier Abyss Crystals, drop rate, 50%, 1 bottle of Black Iron Potential Advancement Potion, drop rate, 10%, 1 Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Abyss Contract Book, drop rate, 5%. So this is the Supreme Challenge. There are so many items to drop. And it will actually drop the Potential Advancement Potion. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised. There might be a huge difference from the previous test, but it was not difficult for him. He didn't even need to do anything himself. More than 1,000 fire demons first rushed towards the 4 monster ranches closest to them. Mugu watched this scene calmly. The 1,250 desert fog lizards, 1,250 black-tailed fog scorpions, 1,250 sandmen, and 1,250 wild sand believers under his control were also looking at them quietly. Some of the fire demons sensed that something was wrong. However, the will of destruction and slaughter burned in their minds. As low-level demons, they did not have the ability to think too much and were driven by instinct to kill these monsters. When all of them entered the monster ranches, "Destroy them," Mu Gu said calmly. The next second, the 5,000 monsters that were originally extremely quiet immediately rushed towards these fire demons to kill them. Even though there were only about 1,000 fire demons, they were not afraid of these 5,000 monsters at all. Some of the fire demons opened their mouths and spat out black-red flames, burning several fog monsters to death. Some of the fire demons let out a furious roar. The surrounding ranch monsters immediately turned around and fled as if they had encountered something terrifying. More demons were fanatically using the fire giant axes in their hands to fight crazily in close combat. As for these thousands of desert fog lizards, black-tailed fog scorpions, sandmen, and wild sand believers, even though their individual combat strength was inferior to these fire demons, the advantage of numbers was enough for them to attack these enemies. A moment later, these 1,000-odd fire demons were killed. However, Mu Gu frowned. This was because more than 3,000 ranch monsters had died on his side. But in the next second, all the dead ranch monsters were instantly revived. Even the partially destroyed monster ranch fence was instantly restored to its original state. These newly resurrected ranch monsters looked around blankly, as if they didn't know how they came back to life. At the same time, a challenge notification appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Prompt 1, you have completed the first round of the Supreme Challenge and obtained the first round of the Supreme Challenge treasure chest. Prompt 2, the second round of the Supreme Challenge will begin in an hour. Please prepare for battle in time. Prompt 3, all units that died in battle have been revived. Some of your war losses have been restored. Prompt 4, you can choose to withdraw from the Supreme Challenge now. Naturally, Zhou Zhou would not back out. He did not look at the black gold treasure chest that appeared out of thin air in front of him. Instead, he immediately looked in the direction of the monster ranches. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw all the ranch monsters revive. However, he soon frowned. These fire demons. Not only are they crazy in battle, but they are also not afraid of death. Their individual combat strength is also quite terrifying. A tough opponent. For the first time, Zhou Zhou felt the difficulty of the Supreme Challenge. The previous 6 rounds of attacks from the fog monsters were as easy as playing house compared to it. And this was only the first round. How difficult would it be in later stages? Zhou Zhou opened the Novice Lord ranking and looked at his ranking. Lord of the Blazing Sun, 10,255,521 th. His ranking could be said to have increased greatly. Zhou Zhou was stunned when he saw the ranking. Then, he quickly thought of the reason. The official lord status is a hurdle. A lord who is not confident in his own strength and is satisfied with this identity would probably directly give up on the subsequent Supreme Challenge directly after becoming an official lord. That's why I'm in the top 10 million. People who are still holding on are either reckless or top-notch lords who are confident in their strength. Zhou Zhou looked at the ranking in amazement. This ranking proves that there were more than 10 million lords who completed this step faster than him. There were probably many lords who were fighting in the first round of the Supreme Challenge in the rankings behind him. Good God! They usually kept a low profile on the World Channel. Everyone called themselves weaklings. So, everyone stopped pretending now that it was time for the test, right? Zhou Zhou shook his head. He did not care about this ranking. When had he ever displayed his full strength either? A temporary lead was nothing. Only those who reached the end would obtain the final fruit of victory. Then, he looked at the black gold treasure chest in front of him. A text notification appeared. Supreme Challenge Treasure Chest, the reward for passing the first round of the Supreme Challenge is stored inside. Zhou Zhou stepped forward. He opened this Supreme Challenge treasure chest. Inside were 10 green bronze tier basic resource packs, 10 green bronze tier big gift bags, 10 Gradeless Beginner Soldier Class Change Certificate Big Gift Bags. 5 Gradeless Beginner Soldier Recruitment Books Big Gift Bags. 5 Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade Lifestyle Professionals Recruitment Books Big Gift Bags. 10 bottles of Black Iron Tier Potential Advancement Potion. 3 bottles of Green Bronze Tier Potential Advancement Potion. 10 Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade Abyss Contract Books. Zhou Zhou knew all the other items. The 5 Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade Lifestyle Professionals Recruitment Books Big Gift Bags had a total of 30 Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade Lifestyle Professionals Recruitment Books, which could recruit 30 Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade Lifestyle Professionals. The remaining Green Bronze Tier Potential Advancement Potion could raise a life form's potential to the Green Bronze Tier Advance grade. As for the last reward, it was also one of the loot of these fire demons. Item Name: Abyss Contract Book. Item Level: Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade. Item Effect: Activate the Abyss Contract Book. You can summon a Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade Fire Demon from the 601st level of the Abyss to fight for you. Duration: 30 minutes. Item Description: An Abyss Contract Book made from the blood of the Fire Demon. It contains the power of the Abyss. Special notification: this item is a one-time use item. After using it, it can't be restored as war damage in the Supreme Challenge. Zhou Zhou was deep in thought. Then, he put them away. He could still handle the current situation. It was not the time to use these one-time use items. He looked at Nazario. Nazario, bring Mugu back to the city if he is in danger later, he said. Zhou Zhou felt the 5,000 ranch monsters under Mugu would not be enough for the next round of the Supreme Challenge. Nazario nodded. A moment later, the corpses of more than 1,000 fire demons were pulled into Blazing Sun City. There were a total of 1,058 iron-level fire demons and 56 green bronze tier elementary grade fire demons. After all the loots were extracted by Conqueror's blast furnace, he obtained a total of 3,430 black iron tier mist cores, 112 green bronze tier mist cores, 3,430 black iron tier abyss crystals, 112 green bronze tier abyss crystals, 1,058 bottles of black iron tier potential advancement potions, 56 bottles of green bronze tier elementary grade potential advancement potions, 1,058 black iron tier abyss contract books, 56 green bronze tier elementary grade abyss contract books. Zhou Zhou put away the other items, especially the abyss contract books. Then, he looked at the item information of the abyss crystals. He realized that they were similar to the mist cores. They were all products condensed from the energy of the abyss and could also be used as currency in the abyss. Just as Zhou Zhou was putting these things away, the terrifying and arrogant voice sounded again. Lord of the Blazing Sunday, do you know why you are fighting me? Zhou Zhou's heart stirred. The other party continued. Because this is a bet between the Supreme Will and the Crimson Overlord. It can also be said to be a competition between the youngest lords of both sides. Between us, as well as the other lord factions who are currently challenging. Right now, they are all under the watchful gaze of the Supreme Will and the Crimson Overlord. Those who perform well will get the most benefits. And you are an opponent who can make me shine. After this king defeats you, I will definitely be favored by the Crimson Overlord. It's not impossible for me to replace my father, Ardils, even if I return to the abyss in the future. There was an almost fanatical desire in its tone. Don't worry, unfilial son. You will not return back. You're gonna die here. Zhou Zhou said calmly. Humph. You overestimate yourself. The other party was so angry that it stopped talking. A moment later. Supreme Challenge, the second round of the Supreme Challenge has begun. Lord, please be prepared. Chapter 115, Fire Demon Lord Ardena. First. More than 3,000 fire demons rushed out of the scarlet fog 1 second after the notification appeared. They still rushed to the monster ranches closest to them. At this moment, when Mu Gu saw so many fire demons rushing over, he took a deep breath and ordered all the ranch monsters to fight these fire demons to the death. A moment later, the 5,000 ranch monsters perished in battle. And only half of the 3,000 odd fire demons had died in battle. After seeing this scene, Mu Gu could not help but sigh. Then, he was taken away by Nazario, which flew over and picked him up with its dragon claws. After the remaining 1,500 fire demons completely destroyed the monster ranch, they turned around and attacked Blazing Sun City. All long-range soldiers on the city wall. Start shooting freely once they're in range. Bai Yi ordered. Yes. More than 2,000 long-range soldiers roared in unison. The other 1,500 odd long-range soldiers in the city did not speak. However, their eyes were also ferocious, ready to attack at any time. Soon, more than 1,500 fire demons entered the range of the elemental archers. Release! Bai Yi shouted. The 1,000 elemental archers immediately condensed elemental arrows and shot at these fire demons. Flame arrows and woodvine strangle arrows shot out one after another, forming a rain of arrows that filled the sky, killing these fire demons on the way. A group of fire demons entered the range of the bowmen, poison crossbowmen, and crossbowmen. More arrows shot out, killing the approaching fire demons. Finally, the 1,500 fire demons were all shot to death when they were still more than 500 meters away from the city wall. Prompt 1. You have completed the second round of the Supreme Challenge and obtained the second round of the Supreme Challenge treasure chest. Prompt 2. The third round of the Supreme Challenge will begin in 2 hours. Please prepare for battle in time. Prompt 3. All units that died in battle have been revived. Some of your war losses have been restored. Prompt 4. You can choose to withdraw from the Supreme Challenge now. Zhou Zhou ignored these notifications and looked at the Supreme Challenge treasure chest that appeared in front of him. After opening the treasure chest, he found 3 white silver tier basic resource packs, 3 white silver tier big gift bags, 20 gradeless beginner soldier class change certificate big gift bags, 10 gradeless basic soldier recruitment books big gift bags, 3 white silver tier elementary grade lifestyle professionals recruitment books big gift bags, 30 bottles of black iron tier potential advancement potion, 10 bottles of green bronze tier potential advancement potion, 5 bottles of white silver tier potential advancement potion, 10 green bronze tier advanced grade abyss contract books, 1 spatial ring with a capacity of 100 cubic meters, white platinum tier advanced grade. Zhou Zhou looked at the rewards. First was the white silver tier basic resource pack that appeared for the first time. Item name, basic resource pack. Item level, white silver tier. Item effect, after opening it, you can obtain 10,000 units of stone, 10,000 units of wood, 10,000 units of metal, 10,000 units of fine sand, 1,000 kilograms of water bags, 1,000 kilograms of rice, 1,000 units of forged stainless steel, 1,000 units of light silver, 100 units of adamantine, and 100 units of mithril. Adamantine and mithril. Zhou Zhou looked at the specific information of these 2 new resources. He discovered that they were rare white silver tier resources. Not only could it be used to make white silver tier weapons and equipment, the latter could even be used as the main material when refining yellow gold tier equipment. Then, he looked at the other 2 gift bags that he had never seen before. Item name, Mist Core Big Gift Bag. Item level, white silver tier. Item effect, after opening it, you can obtain 500 white silver tier mist cores. Item description, white silver tier mist core big gift bags. There are some common currencies of the high continent stored inside. Item name, Life Professionals Recruitment Books Big Gift Bag. Item level, white silver tier elementary grade. Item effect, after opening it, you can obtain 1 white silver tier elementary grade blacksmith recruitment book, 1 white silver tier elementary grade carpenter recruitment book, 1 white silver tier elementary grade tailor recruitment book, 1 white silver tier elementary grade architect recruitment book, 1 white silver tier elementary grade shipbuilder recruitment book, and 1 white silver tier elementary grade physician recruitment book. Item description: 1 white silver tier elementary grade professional recruitment books. After opening it, you can obtain 6 mainstream lifestyle professional recruitment books. Zhou Zhou was very satisfied with these 2 big gift bags. Especially the latter white silver tier elementary grade lifestyle professionals. Once they were recruited, they would be the group of lifestyle professionals with the highest level in the territory, excluding the talents attracted here by the reputation rating. Zhou Zhou immediately opened all the recruitment books and big gift bags and handed them to Bai Yi to summon. A moment later, in his territory, 40 beginner soldiers and 18 white silver tier elementary grade professionals appeared. As for the remaining 5 bottles of white silver tier potential advancement potion, each bottle could allow a life form below the white silver tier advanced grade to raise their potential to the white silver tier advanced grade. The 10 green bronze tier advanced grade abyss contract books could summon 10 green bronze tier advanced grade flame demons for his one-time use. Duration was still 30 minutes. As for the white platinum tier advanced grade spatial ring, its space was not as big as the Emperor of Sand's spatial ring. Zhou Zhou took a few glances before putting it away. Then, he looked at his ranking. Lord of the Blazing Sun, 1245th. It directly improved from more than 10 million to 1000 odd. Every round of the Supreme Challenge is a huge watershed. The difference in strength is too obvious on the Novice Lord ranking. Zhou Zhou lamented. He had a premonition that his ranking should be very high after the next round of the Supreme Challenge. In the following period of time, the soldiers continuously sent the corpses of the fire demons outside into Blazing Sun City. Zhou Zhou activated 3 Conqueror's blast furnaces and tried his best to extract the loot from these corpses. More than an hour later, the loot extraction was complete. In total, 15,420 black iron tier mist cores, 512 green bronze tier mist cores, 15,420 black iron tier abyss crystals, 512 green bronze tier abyss crystals, 2,705 bottles of black iron tier potential advancement potion, 305 bottles of green bronze tier potential advancement potion, 2,705 black iron tier abyss contract books, 305 green bronze tier abyss contract books. Zhou Zhou put them away. At the same time, outside Blazing Sun City, in the scarlet fog, a fire demon covered in black-red flames, with a black-red lava crown on its head and a flaming cloak on its back, was sitting on a black-red lava throne. It was Zhou Zhou's opponent, the fire demon Lord Ardena. It had the strength of a yellow gold tier advance grade. Coupled with the enhancement of the fire demon bloodline, it would not be afraid even if it faced a white platinum tier enemy. This was also the reason why it was not afraid of a white silver tier intermediate grade lava dragon. But at this moment, it looked at Blazing Sun City opposite it and then at the slowly expanding abyss crack beside it. Its expression was a little hot and ruthless. Damn the laws of the Supreme Will! Damned Source World Wall! How could this lowly human lord still be so arrogant here if the speed of my army in the abyss territory could emerge all at once? He wants to kill me. Where did he get his confidence from? Ardena was both irritable and confused. In its eyes, the strongest living thing on the other side was only that white silver tier intermediate grade pure-blooded dragon. Other than the pure-blooded dragon, the others, including the human hero, were not even worth mentioning. When its fire demon army completely crossed the source world wall and entered this place, even that white silver tier intermediate grade pure-blooded dragon would also be drowned in his fire army. What more the human soldiers and the hero? One-on-one? He was the noble Scarlet Lord. It would not really go one-on-one with the lava dragon even if it had the ability to fight it alone. Wasn't that giving up its greatest advantage? Only a fool would do it. Therefore, it did not understand where the other party's confidence came from. In the end, it could only be attributed to the other party being stubborn. I don't believe you can continue to be stubborn when you are dead. Artemis snorted. After a long time. Supreme Challenge, the third round of the Supreme Challenge has begun. Lord, please be prepared. Zhou Zhou looked at the notification before him and then looked into the distance. This time, more than 6,000 fire demons rushed out of the scarlet fog and charged towards Blazing Sun City. There was no lack of white silver-tier fire demons among them. Seeing this, Bai Yi immediately ordered the 1,500 long-range soldiers on standby to quickly climb up the city wall and fight the enemy with the other 2,000 long-range soldiers. Zhou Zhou also let Nazario take action for the first time to deal with the silver-level fire demons. More than 6,000 fire demons were wiped out 15 minutes later. That was when the ranch monsters were wiped out and all the long-range soldiers exhausted all the arrows and elemental energy in their bodies. Prompt 1. You have completed the third round of the Supreme Challenge and obtained the third round of the Supreme Challenge treasure chest. Prompt 2. The fourth round of the Supreme Challenge will begin in 3 hours. Please prepare for battle in time. Prompt 3. All units that died in battle have been revived. Some of your war losses have been restored. Prompt 4. You can choose to withdraw from the Supreme Challenge now. Zhou Zhou ignored the last notification as usual. Then, he opened the third round of the Supreme Challenge treasure chest. In the end, he realized that the items in the treasure chest had changed greatly. Inside were 1 yellow gold tier basic resource pack, 1 yellow gold tier big gift bag, 3 yellow gold tier advanced grade lifestyle professionals recruitment book big gift bags, 10 bottles of white platinum tier potential advancement potions, 10 yellow gold tier elementary grade abyss contract books, 1 1000 cubic meter spatial ring, extraordinary tier advanced grade, 1 battle resurrection scroll. There are fewer things but the value of the items have increased. Zhou Zhou was satisfied. He still liked high-value items better in comparison. Then, he checked the contents of these things. Item name, Basic Resource Pack. Item level, Yellow Gold Tier. Item effect, after opening it, you can obtain 100,000 units of stone, 100,000 units of wood, 100,000 units of metal, 100,000 units of fine sand, 10,000 kilograms of water bags, 10,000 kilograms of rice, 10,000 units of forged stainless steel, 10,000 units of light silver, 1,000 units of adamantine, 1,000 units of mithril, 100 units of water element gems, 100 units of fire element gems, 100 units of earth element gems, 100 units of wind element gems. Item name, Mist Core Big Gift Bag. Item level, Yellow Gold Tier. Item effect, after opening it, you can obtain 500 Yellow Gold Tier Mist Cores. Item description, Yellow Gold Tier Mist Core Big Gift Bags. There are some common currencies of the high continent stored inside. Item name, Life Professionals Recruitment Books Big Gift Bag. Item level, Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade. Item effect, upon activation, you will receive 1 Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade Blacksmith Recruitment Book, 1 Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade Carpenter Recruitment Book, 1 Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade Tailor Recruitment Book, 1 Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade Architect Recruitment Book, 1 Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade Shipbuilder Recruitment Book and 1 Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade Doctor Recruitment Book. Item description, 1 Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade Lifestyle Professionals Recruitment Books Big Gift Bags. After opening them, you can obtain 6 mainstream lifestyle professionals recruitment books. 10 bottles of white platinum tier potential advancement potion. Each bottle could allow a life form with potential below the white platinum tier advanced grade to increase their potential to the white platinum tier advanced grade. As for the 10 yellow gold tier elementary grade abyss contract book, it could summon 10 yellow gold tier flame demons for his one-time use. The duration was still 30 minutes. As for this extraordinary tier advance grade spatial ring with 1000 cubic meters, its storage space was already twice the size of the Emperor of Sand's spatial ring. Therefore, Zhou Zhou put it on his middle finger beside the Emperor of Sand's spatial ring. Then, he checked his current ranking. Lord of the Blazing Sun, first. Zhou Zhou was stunned. Then, he heaved a sigh of relief. I've finally achieved first place. Just keep it up and the title of the strongest novice lord and the supreme reward are mine. Chapter 116, the fourth round of the Supreme Challenge. The Aurora Cannon shows its might. Zhou Zhou relaxed a little after confirming that he was first. Then, he opened 3 yellow gold tier advance grade lifestyle professionals recruitment books big gift bags and summoned 18 yellow gold tier advance grade lifestyle professionals. He checked the status of all the long-range soldiers and discovered the arrows they had shot out and the elemental energy they had consumed had all recovered to their peak states after the third round of the Supreme Challenge ended. Zhou Zhou felt a little more at ease seeing this. This way, these long-range soldiers could at least continue to maintain their combat strength when the fourth round of the Supreme Challenge began. At this moment, rows of golden text notifications appeared. Supreme Will Notification 1. The official Lord's test has ended. Supreme Will Notification 2, this Novice Lord test will officially end when all the Lords participating in the Supreme Challenge end their challenges. Supreme Will Notification 3. Number of Lords who have passed the first round of the Supreme Challenge, 14,271,210. Number of Lords who have passed the second round of the Supreme Challenge, 111,541. Number of Lords who have passed the third round of the Supreme Challenge, 1. Number of Lords who have passed the fourth round of the Supreme Challenge, 0. Number of Lords who have passed the final round of the Supreme Challenge, 0. The only Lords that are still fighting are the ones who are still participating in the Supreme Challenge. What I need to do now is to continue to maintain my advantage. Zhou Zhou thought to himself as he looked at the data. However, was there only 5 rounds of the Supreme Challenge? What if 2 Lords entered the last Supreme Challenge at the same time? He wondered. Then, he quickly had a guess. This final round of the Supreme Challenge was probably extremely difficult. It was so difficult that the Supreme Will even felt that no Lord could pass this last round, so it only set it for 5 rounds and did not set it further. Zhou Zhou was deep in thought. At this moment, a message came from his friend list. Zhou Zhou opened it and saw that it was from Linger. Spiritual Medicine Lord, Big Brother, I've advanced through the 6th round of Fog Monsters. I'm now an official Lord. Big Brother, you're amazing. I saw that you are ranked first on the Novice Lord ranking. Spiritual Medicine Lord, how are you now? Big Brother, you are not hurt, are you? Lord of the Blazing Sun, I'm fine, but I'm still in the Supreme Challenge. Then, the siblings chatted for a while. Linger also knew that Zhou Zhou still had to face the next Supreme Challenge. In the end, she gave him the Battle Resurrection Scroll and did not say anything else after cheering him on. Zhou Zhou looked at the Battle Resurrection Scroll in his hand and did not know whether to laugh or cry. This was the only reward that would be given after becoming an official Lord. Linger had already suffered heavy casualties in order to pass the Novice Lord test. In the end, she did not use the Battle Resurrection Scroll to revive her dead subordinates and subjects, instead, she gave it to him. Zhou Zhou would be lying if he said that he was not touched. I'll make it up to her later. He accepted this Battle Resurrection Scroll. He already had 3 of these. Zhou Zhou also felt more confident about the upcoming Supreme Challenge with them. He might even be able to challenge the last Supreme Challenge. Then, they began to use the Conqueror's blast furnace to extract the corpses of more than 6,000 fire demons. A moment later, all the loot had been extracted. Among them, the mist cores and abyss crystals were of little significance to the current Zhou Zhou. He directly put them into his spatial ring. What he valued the most were the potential advancement potions and the abyss contract books. In total, 2,705 bottles of Black Iron Tier Potential Advancement Potion. 305 bottles of Green Bronze Tier Potential Advancement Potion. 7 bottles of White Silver Tier Potential Advancement Potion. 5,521 Black Iron Tier Abyss Contract Books. 701 Green Bronze Tier Abyss Contract Books. 7 White Silver Tier Elementary Grade Abyss Contract Books. Zhou Zhou still put them away without any intention of using them. Then, he looked at the time. He realized that it was already past 6 in the evening. They had unknowingly been fighting for an entire day. Zhou Zhou had no time to lament. He closed his eyes to rest and prepare for the upcoming battle. Some of the other soldiers kept watch, while others began to rest silently. After a long time, a notification woke Zhou Zhou up. Supreme Challenge, the 4th round of the Supreme Challenge has begun. Lord, please be prepared. He immediately stood up and realized that he was the last to wake up. The other soldiers were all staring straight ahead. Rumble. Dense and heavy footsteps came from the scarlet fog. Then, a massive number of fire demons roared and rushed over from all directions of Blazing Sun City. They were like waves that wanted to smash Blazing Sun City into pieces. About 20,000 fire demons, and there are yellow gold tier fire demons. Wu Xian, who had been standing on the city wall and observing the battlefield, said with a serious expression. All ranged soldiers, shoot with all your might. Open the city gate. All melee military professionals, leave the city to defend against the enemy. Don't let them get close to the city wall. Don't be afraid of death. We have the protection of the Supreme Will. All soldiers can be revived after the battle if you die in battle. Activate all 7 Green Bronze Tier Advanced Grade Aurora Towers, leaving the Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Grade Aurora Tower as reserve, and kill these fire demons with all your might. Nazario, continue to be in charge of killing the high combat units among them. All Blazing Sun City soldiers. Don't hold back. Don't care about the consumption of resources. Don't care about injuries and deaths. Destroy them with all your might. All soldiers will receive 5 times the military merits after this battle. Zhou Zhou roared. Under the enhancement of his spiritual power, his voice resounded in the ears of all the soldiers in Blazing Sun City. After the soldiers heard the Lord's order, their eyes immediately turned red. They didn't have to worry about getting injured or dying, and they could also obtain rich military merits. Moreover, they were still protecting their country and home. What else would they have to fear at this moment as soldiers? Kill. Destroy these D*MN things. For the Lord. Rumble. The city gate opened. All the soldiers rushed out of the city gate with bloodshot eyes and charged at these fire demons fearlessly. Many of the charging flame demons were stunned. They looked into the opponent's bloodshot eyes and almost thought that these human soldiers were their kind. Fury Array. Fire Array. Wu Xian, who was on the city wall, saw the soldiers charging crazily and began to set up the array with a serious expression. The next second, it was as if Wu Xian's will was controlling these soldiers. The nearly 4,000 soldiers quickly changed their formation. Soon, 2 strange military formations appeared on all the soldiers. It made their charging speed 10 times faster and their strength 10 times stronger. At the same time, uncontrollable anger and fighting spirit appeared in their eyes, making them fight even more crazily and fearlessly. Wu Xian nodded slightly. His Diamond Tier Advanced Grade Formation Fury Array and Diamond Tier Advanced Grade Formation Fire Array could increase even Diamond Tier military professionals' speed, strength, and combat resistance by about 3 times. It was used on the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Army who were not even White Silver Tier, so it was normal to have an enhancement of 10 times their normal abilities. In fact, he felt that he could increase their strength by about 25 times. However, the soldiers' bodies might not be able to withstand it. That was why he did not continue to increase the power of his influence. Our Lord will definitely become famous in the future if we can win today's battle. Wu Xian looked at the tragic scene in front of him and thought to himself. Then, he did not say anything else. Instead, he walked down the city wall, mounted his horse, grabbed his spear, and rushed out of the city gate with a cold expression to fight these fire demons. The soldiers were fighting a bloody battle outside. How could he sit back and watch as the deputy commander? At the same time, on the city wall, the 7 teams of soldiers slowly moved the Aurora cannons in the Aurora Tower and aimed at the fire demons. Aurora Cannon Ray Mode. Activate. A ray of light condensed at the muzzle of the cannon. The next second. Buzz. 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 7 beams of white light shot out. None of the fire demons could survive the laser ray. Every time the aurora ray swept across, dozens and hundreds of fire demon were killed, and a pitch-black trench was cut open in the desert. After a few rounds of sweeping, countless pitch-black fissures were created in the desert. At least 5,000 to 6,000 fire demons were swept to death. And only 10 seconds had passed. What's that? Ardena suddenly stood up from its throne and looked at the 7 Aurora towers in disbelief. He actually has such a powerful defense building. Is this really just a human lord who has developed for 7 days? Its expression became gloomy. After observing for a while, its expression became calm again. There should be an energy limit. I'll see how you block my army of fire demons after it consumes the special energy inside. Ardena sneered. On the battlefield, the soldiers fought with all their might. Soldiers kept rushing up. More soldiers died on the battlefield. Soon, all the arrows and elemental energy of the long-range soldiers were exhausted. At this point, they threw away the bows and arrows in their hands, drew their short swords from their waists, and rushed out of the protection of the city wall. They fought these fire demons fearlessly. When Bai Yi saw this scene, she used her hero skill, Blood Fire Arrow Rain, for the first time. Under the rain of arrows, more than 2,000 fire demons were instantly killed. More than 1,000 fire demons were either lightly injured or severely injured. An intense energy fluctuation fluctuated on Bai Yi's body. Boom! It was as if she had broken some kind of limit. Bai Yi had officially advanced to the White Silver Tier Elementary grade. A moment later, all the long-range and close-range soldiers died on the battlefield. Right on the heels of that, Wu Xin died in battle. At this moment, there were still 300 to 400 fire demons alive on the battlefield. However, none of them survived the aurora rays. A notification appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Prompt 1. You have completed the 4th round of the Supreme Challenge and obtained the 4th round of the Supreme Challenge treasure chest. Prompt 2. The 4th round of the Supreme Challenge will begin in 4 hours. Please prepare for battle in time. Prompt 3. All units that died in battle have been revived. Some of your war losses have been restored. Prompt 4. You can choose to withdraw from the Supreme Challenge now. Chapter 117. Hero Inheritance Secret Manual. Supreme Challenge Immunity Card. The notification had just ended. All the soldiers who had died in battle stood up from the ground and looked at their bodies in disbelief. Even the bodies of soldiers who could not preserve their corpses during the battle, condensed on the spot and revived. Zhou Zhou and Bai Yi watched this scene. Bai Yi cried tears of joy on the spot. Zhou Zhou was also stunned for a moment before heaving a sigh of relief. He finally made it through. Most of his soldiers had died on the battlefield in the battle just now. Even Wu Xin died. It could be said to be the most tragic war he had experienced in the past 8 days. Fortunately, he won in the end. He came back to his senses. Zhou Zhou opened the 4th round of the Supreme Challenge treasure chest. Then, he raised his eyebrows. This was because there were only 3 items in the Supreme Challenge treasure chest this time. The first item was a battle resurrection scroll. The second item was a thick silver book. On its cover was a handsome middle-aged male general wearing a golden battle robe and riding a golden dragon horse. Zhou Zhou found the book familiar. When he saw the specific information, his eyes were filled with surprise. Treasure name, Hero Inheritance Secret Manual. Grade, Extraordinary Tier Advanced Grade. Treasure ability, after using it, you can obtain the Dragon Horse Spear General Jin Filong's Hero Inheritance. Introduction, we soldiers vow to fight to the death with the enemy. Dragon Horse Spear General Jin Filong. It's really the Hero Inheritance Secret Manual. Zhou Zhou was pleasantly surprised. The potential and combat power of a hero. He could already feel it clearly from Bai Yi's performance on the battlefield. With such an example, he naturally hoped that the more heroes would be under his command. Even though there was only one Hero Inheritance Secret Manual, in his eyes, it was much more precious than the treasures obtained from the Supreme Challenge treasure chest. I can give this to old Wu. Zhou Zhou looked at Wu Xin. He had naturally seen the scene of the other party charging into the demons to fight with his old body. Such courage and responsibility. His belief to protect Blazing Sun City and to live and die with the soldiers. In addition, the other party's military class, Aurora Knight, also matched the attributes of this Dragon Horse Spear General Hero Inheritance. Zhou Zhou was naturally at ease handing it over to him. Moreover, he was not worried that the other party would run away after obtaining the Hero Inheritance with the Lord Talent Peace and Prosperity. However, since he would be in a deep sleep once he accepted the Hero Inheritance, now was not the time to give it to him. As for the last item, it was a card. Zhou Zhou looked at it. Card name, Supreme Challenge Immunity Card. Card grade, Exclusive. Card effect, when you participate in the Supreme Challenge, you can expel all enemies at any time, withdraw from the Supreme Challenge, and restore all challenge losses. Zhou Zhou looked at the card and fell into deep thought. He originally did not want to continue the last round of challenge. The fourth round of the Supreme Challenge was already so difficult after all. The last Supreme Challenge would be extremely dangerous. However, he suddenly felt that he might be able to give it a try looking at this Supreme Challenge Immunity card. In any case, even if he could not defeat it, he could use it to wavier the challenge. There was no loss. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Zhou first checked the number of lords in the Supreme Challenge. He realized that he had already become the number 1 in the fourth round of the Supreme Challenge. As for the third round of the Supreme Challenge, after Zhou Zhou advanced, there were still 0 people. Which meant no other human lord from the Cerulean planet had been able to enter the third round of the Supreme Challenge until now. Looking at this, I'll most likely be first on the Novice Lord ranking in the end even if I don't participate in the final round of the Supreme Challenge. Zhou Zhou pondered. However, there was the Supreme Challenge Immunity card. He still wanted to try what the final round of challenges was. What if he succeeds? He obtained the Hero Inheritance Secret Manual in this round. The items in the last round of the Supreme Challenge treasure chest would only be more precious. In the following period of time, Zhou Zhou began to use the Conqueror's Blast Furnace to extract the loots. However, there were too many flame demon corpses this time. Even if the 3 Conqueror's Blast Furnaces were activated together, they would not be able to extract all of them in a short period of time. Zhou Zhou could only get someone to drip golden corpse water on them first. He would continue to retrieve the loots after the Novice Lord test. 2 hours later, a line of golden text appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Supreme Challenge Notification 1, Congratulations, you have become the Lord who participated in the most rounds of the Supreme Challenge. Supreme Challenge Notification 2, your strongest Novice Lord title and Supreme Reward will be released when the Novice Lord ranking is settled. Zhou Zhou saw the 2 lines of notifications. A smile finally appeared on his face. It seemed the other lords who participated in the Supreme Challenge failed. Now he was the only one left. If that's the case, then let's try this final round of the Supreme Challenge. Zhou Zhou made a decision. A moment later a line of blood-colored text appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Supreme Challenge, the 5th round of the Supreme Challenge has begun. Lord, Please be prepared. I admire your courage. I can't believe you haven't thought of escaping yet. If that's the case, this king will accept your life." Fire Demon Lord Ardana flew out of the scarlet fog and looked down at Zhou Zhou from above. It was as if it was looking at a dead person. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou also used the flying ability of the new wind ceremony to fly into the air and look at it as equals. At the same time, its information also appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Monster name, Fire Demon Lord Ardana, Scarlet Lord. Strength level, Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade. Monster description, the strongest enemy of the Supreme Challenge. He was once the 116th son of the Fire Lord Ardils on the 601st level of the Abyss. Kill him and you will obtain the final round of the Supreme Challenge Treasure Chest, Unique. Loot drop rate, 20 Yellow Gold Tier Mist Cores, drop rate, 100%, 20 Yellow Gold Tier Abyss Crystals, drop rate, 100%, 1 bottle of Epic Tier Potential Advancement Potion, drop rate, 10%, 1 Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade Abyss Contract Book, drop rate, 5%, 1 Legendary Tier Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere, drop rate, 0%, 2 Legendary Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, drop rate, 0%. Zhou Zhou narrowed his eyes at the end. Legendary Tier Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere? The other party was actually a Legendary Tier Lord Talent holder like him? For reasons unknown, an excited smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. Ardana saw Zhou Zhou's smile and frowned. Then, he sneered. What a reckless fellow! Let's see if you can still smile when you see my Devil Fire Legion. It waved its right hand. A massive number of fire demons surged out of the scarlet fog and charged towards Blazing Sun City. There were more than 50,000 of them. Chapter 118, Killing Ardana. Chaos Human Bloodline. Zhou Zhou continued to follow the previous deployment and had all the ranch monsters, soldiers, 7 green bronze tier advanced grade Aurora Towers, and Nazario attack these fire demons with all their might, facing more than 50,000 fire demons. A moment later, the ranch monsters died in battle. All the soldiers died in battle. Wu Xin had died in battle. After firing a round of blood fire arrow rain, Bai Yi also died on the battlefield for the first time. After all the soldiers died, Nazario roared angrily and charged into the densest group of fire demons. After killing more than 3,000 fire demons alone, it also died on the battlefield. The energy of the 7 green bronze tier advanced grade extreme light towers was also exhausted at this moment. The result was, they had killed more than 32,000 fire demons. Is this the confidence with which you dare to speak to this king like this just now? Ardana sneered at Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou watched this scene calmly. Then, he took out a battle resurrection scroll. He tore the scroll apart. The next second, countless rays of light flew out of the scroll and landed on the dead soldiers, ranch monsters, and Nazario. The soldiers, the ranch monsters, and Nazario, who should have died, immediately revived. When the revived people saw that they had come back to life unscathed, there was no fear or worry in their eyes, only fighting spirit and aggro when they looked at the fire demons again. At the same time, they were even more fanatical about their lord. He could even revive them. There is nothing to worry about. Just do it. At this moment, the loyalty of all the soldiers instantly soared. Ardana's expression froze when it saw the resurrection in the sky. However, it forced a smile and said, "You probably did it with that scroll, but how many of these scrolls do you have?" A moment later, all the soldiers and Nazario died in battle again after killing more than 10,000 fire demons. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou took out another battle resurrection scroll and revived everyone and Nazario. Ardana. After a while, no one survived on the battlefield outside Blazing Sun City after destroying all the remaining fire demons on the battlefield. On the battlefield, only Zhou Zhou and Ardana looked at each other in the air. "I don't believe that you still have Ardana had yet to finish speaking when he saw Zhou Zhou taking out another battle resurrection scroll. The next second, Ardana suddenly turned into a blood-colored ray of light and instantly pierced through Zhou Zhou's body, turning him into a bloody mist and minced meat. You think this king will give you a chance to use it again? Ardana looked at the blood mist and sneered. But in the next second, it suddenly froze. The flying blood mist and minced meat suddenly turned into blood bats that squawked and flew in all directions. Blood bat form. Its pupils constricted. Vampires were a rather large abyssal race in the abyss. Therefore, it directly recognized the details of this ability. The real soul is. It was just about to find out which blood bat Zhou Zhou's soul was on. At this moment, an indescribable sense of danger suddenly appeared in its mind, making its hair stand on end. The next second, a beam of light instantly pierced through its head before it could react. Its headless body trembled in the air for a few seconds before it fell weakly from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. Not far away, on the city wall of the Blazing Sun City. He had not used the yellow gold tier elementary grade Aurora Tower at all during the Supreme Challenge. At this moment, the Aurora cannon in the tower was flickering with a faint white light. Beside it was none other than Zhou Zhou. At this moment, he didn't have any aura at all after using Deadly State. His face was pale, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. Fortunately, I had an ace up my sleeve. Split out a blood bat with my soul in advance and used Deadly State to hide here. Otherwise, it would have successfully ambushed me. Zhou Zhou lamented. He did not expect this either. In the end, the person who killed the final boss was not Nazario or Bai Yi, but him, the Lord. Not only that, his strength had also advanced to green bronze tier advance grade after killing the other party. Then, Zhou Zhou looked at the yellow gold tier elementary grade Aurora cannon beside him. He was the one who had used the polarity mode of this Aurora cannon just now to release all the light elemental energy and kill the other party in one go. Ardana was at yellow gold tier advance grade. Even if it was at white platinum tier advance grade, it would definitely die under the extreme mode of the yellow gold tier elementary grade Aurora cannon. This fellow's death was not unjustified. I was right to ask Elder Zhao to build this yellow gold tier elementary grade Aurora cannon before the Novice Lord test. It really became the key to winning. Zhou Zhou thought. Then he looked at the notification that had just appeared. Prompt 1, you have completed the final round of the Supreme Challenge and obtained the final Supreme Challenge treasure chest. Prompt 2, you have become the first on the Novice Lord ranking, unchangeable. Prompt 3, all units that died in battle have been revived. Some of your war losses have been restored. Prompt 4, you can choose to withdraw from the Supreme Challenge now. Prompt 5, you have obtained the admiration of the Supreme Will. I did it. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. At the same time, on the battlefield, all the dead Blazing Sun City subjects had been revived. They immediately cheered when they saw that there were no more living enemies around them. Zhou Zhou smiled when he saw this. Then, he looked at the Supreme Challenge treasure chest, unique, in front of him. Zhou Zhou went forward to open it and found a transparent glass bottle inside. In the glass bottle, was a drop of chaotic blood. Zhou Zhou picked it up. A text notification appeared. Bloodline name, Chaos Human Bloodline. Bloodline level, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade. Enhanceable. Bloodline effect, after absorbing it, the user can obtain a Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Bloodline Enhanceable Chaos Human Bloodline. After fusing with this bloodline, the user can continuously fuse with the bloodlines of other races during the growth process, obtaining and optimizing the bloodline abilities of other races. Furthermore, it can increase the bloodline level of the Chaos Human Bloodline until it grows to the Mythical Tier Advance Grade Bloodline. Do you want to absorb it? Zhou Zhou was delighted. A bloodline that could grow into Mythical Tier Advance Grade? Moreover, it could fuse with the bloodline of other races? This bloodline was too good to be true. as expected of the treasure in the unique treasure chest. However, the novice lord ranking had yet to be finalized. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to absorb it. Withdraw from the supreme challenge, he muttered in his heart. The next second, the scarlet fog that enveloped the supreme barrier quietly dissipated, leaving only a faint scarlet fog that filled the world. At the same time, when he, the last participant of the supreme challenge, withdrew from the supreme challenge, a virtual screen appeared in front of all the lords of Cerulean Planet. At the same time, a loud voice sounded in their ears. It also sounded beside Zhou Zhou's ear. Supreme Will notification, the Novice Lord test has officially ended. I'll start the settlement now. Congratulations! You are ranked first on the Novice Lord ranking. You have obtained the title of Strongest Novice Lord +1, Supreme Reward +1. Cerulean Planet World Channel Lord Announcement, congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun, who has gone through many tests in the Novice Lord test, and finally ranked first, being awarded the title of the Strongest Novice Lord, the Strongest Novice Lord +1, and the Reputation Rating +2. Cerulean Planet World Channel Announcement, congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Cerulean Planet World Channel Announcement, congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun. The lords of the Cerulean Planet were in an uproar. Chapter 119, Strongest Novice Lord. Lord Talent Promotion Origin Crystal. Zhou Zhou opened the World Channel. At this moment, the lords on the World Channel were discussing fervently about him becoming the strongest Novice Lord. Big Boss Blazing Sun, my forever god. It's really ridiculous. I think among the lords who participated in the Supreme Challenge, only Big Boss Blazing Sun broke through and passed the final round of the Supreme Challenge. The other lords stopped at the third round of the Supreme Challenge and didn't even break through the fourth round. There is also a difference between top-tier lords. In this Novice Lord test, many lords that I have never seen before appeared. Even the Dragon Lady Lord is only ranked 5th. All of them wanted to hide and develop. They can't pretend anymore, right? So what if a new lord appeared? They will still be beaten up by the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. No matter how strong the others are, the Lord of the Blazing Sun will always be the king. No matter how much the others develop, the Lord of the Blazing Sun will always be the king. Big Boss Blazing Sun, after I killed the fog monster today, I had some oyster loots. On the way back to the kitchen, the oysters all jumped out of the bag and burrowed into the soil. Only then did I know that oysters like mud. A pun for I like you. Speaking of which, the funniest thing was that the alliance of lords was useless in this Novice Lord test. The stronger the lord, the longer he would be in the Novice Lord test. The weaker the lord, the faster he would die. They still wanted the stronger lord to save the weaker lord? It would be good enough if they did not let the weaker lords help them. Sigh, let's not talk about this anymore. Our Cerulean planet has suffered heavy losses in this Novice Lord test. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows after reading the Lord's comments. He opened the Novice Lord ranking first. Lord of the Blazing Sun, first. Insect Lord, second. Overlord Lord, third. Dragon God Lord, fourth. Dragon Lady Lord, fifth. Undead Lord, sixth. Insect Lord. Dragon God Lord. Zhou Zhou looked at the two lords thoughtfully. Were these the powerful lords who rose in ranks during this Novice Lord test? He felt that they were no ordinary lords based on their lord titles alone, not to mention that he was stronger than the Overlord Lord and the Dragon Lady Lord. He didn't think too much about it. Zhou Zhou looked at the pages below. Then his heart immediately sank. 1/60,012,254, page. Zhou Zhou remembered that there were more than 80 million pages at the beginning, representing more than 8 billion human lords on the Cerulean planet. And now, there were only 60 million pages left. Which meant more than 2 billion human lords of the Cerulean planet had been eliminated after this Novice Lord test. What a cruel battle! We haven't officially started being in contact with other races yet, and a quarter of the human lords from the cerulean planet were eliminated. Wouldn't the remaining lords of the other races be all alone when we get to the later stages of the Lord of all races competition? Zhou Zhou frowned. Which kind of Lord of all races was this? They should just change it to Overlords Clash. At this moment, 2 rows of notifications suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Supreme Will Notification 1, the surviving official lords of the cerulean planet can summon the dead cerulean planet humans to become subjects of their territory in their daily summoning. Supreme Will Notification 2, at the later stages of the Lord of all races competition, every surviving lord of their race will represent the fate and will of their respective races and carry the hope and future of their respective races. Zhou Zhou was stunned. So this was what the Lord of all races meant. They would indeed not be alone. Still, why was it a notification from the Supreme Will and not a novice lord notification or an official lord notification? At this moment, a new notification appeared. Supreme Will Notification: you will have a chance to obtain answers from the Supreme Will when you have any questions and doubts in the future because you have obtained its admiration. Moreover, the Supreme will give you some help in some situations where you need help. There's such a benefit. Zhou Zhou was shocked. He naturally saw the words mentioned in the notification that he had obtained the admiration of the Supreme Will. Initially, he thought that it was useless. He did not expect there to be substantial benefits. Originally, he did not have a deep understanding of the High Continent. However, now that he had the admiration of the Supreme Will, at the very least, he wouldn't be completely clueless about the outside world of this High Continent. Not to mention the help of the Supreme Will mentioned. I did not pass the final round of the Supreme Challenge for nothing. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. He thought about it. He had nothing to ask for the time being, so he did not ask further. Then, he looked at the title of the Strongest Novice Lord and the Supreme Reward. Title name: Strongest Novice Lord. Title quality: Unique title of the race. Title effect 1: your reputation spreads far and wide on the path to supremacy. Many life forms know that you are the strongest novice lord among the human lords of the cerulean planet. Title effect 2: when you contribute to other lords' forces, you will be respected by the other lords and subjects. It will be easier for the human life forms to agree to become your subordinates when you recruit the life forms of other races to work for you. Professionals of other races also have a certain chance to give up the difference between the races and become your subordinates. Title effect 2: when you speak in any channel, your unique title suffix will be added behind your lord title. You can take the initiative to turn it off or activate it. Title description: only the strongest novice lord of the race can obtain this unique title of the race. Those who know it will all show respect to its owner. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction after reading it. The effect of this title was not bad. It felt stronger than Glory of the Pioneer Eye and the rest of the titles he obtained. He opened the World channel and started typing. Lord of the Blazing Sun, Glory of the Pioneer Eye, the strongest novice Lord Bubble. A large group of lords below immediately replied. Poke. Poke. Poke, 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 poke. I'm jealous. Double titles. Give me one too. I'll poke Big Boss Blazing Sun while I'm at it. Give me a title sometime, poke. Zhou Zhou chuckled and turned off the World channel. Such rewards that could be loaded on the World channel were used for entertainment. Then, he looked at the supreme reward that all the lords of Cerulean Planet yearned for. It was a golden irregular crystal. It was only the size of a fist. Its surface emitted a faint golden light, and complicated and strange golden patterns flowed inside. Treasure name: Lord Talent Promotion Origin Crystal. Treasure grade: Mythical tier. Treasure effect: it can unconditionally upgrade any grade of the Lord Talent to a higher grade. Treasure description: a mythical tier treasure personally created by the Supreme Will. It can be considered a supreme treasure in the eyes of any lord with a Lord Talent. When Zhou Zhou saw the information about the treasure, a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Then, he was overjoyed. There was only one thought left in his mind. I'm going to have a mythical tier lord talent. Zhou Zhou resisted the urge to use it on the spot. He first picked up the battle resurrection scroll and the torn new wind ceremony outfits. Then, he went to Ardana's corpse and extracted its loots. Zhou Zhou did not care about the 20 yellow gold tier mist cores, 20 yellow gold tier abyss crystals, and the yellow gold tier advanced grade abyss contract books. What he valued was the bottle of epic tier potential advancement potion and the most important legendary tier lord talent sphere and 2 legendary tier lord talent crystal fragments. Then, he got the soldiers to work on the battlefield while he returned to the lord's courtyard to upgrade his mythical tier lord talent. Chapter 120, Legendary tier lord talent, the Master Thief's robbery gloves. In the living room, Zhou Zhou looked at the 2 items placed in front of him. It was a ball of light that emitted a purple halo with a wisp of blood-colored light inside. It was the legendary tier Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere. The other was the Lord Talent Promotion Origin Crystal. He looked at the 2 items and picked up the legendary tier Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere. A text notification appeared. Treasure name, Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere unknown. Treasure grade, legendary tier. Treasure effect. After being purified by the Supreme Will, the Lord can absorb it and obtain an unknown legendary tier Lord talent. Treasure description, a loot that could not be dropped. It was forced to drop under the drive of some mysterious power. Do you want to purify it? Yes. Zhou Zhou said expectantly. The next second, a golden light flashed on the Scarlet Lord talent sphere. After the golden light disappeared, the blood-colored light on the legendary tier Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere disappeared. Its message has also changed. Treasure name, Lord Talent Sphere Master Thief's robbery gloves. Treasure grade, legendary tier. Treasure effect, after absorbing it, the Lord will have legendary tier Lord Talent Master Thief's robbery gloves. Treasure description, a Lord Talent Sphere purified by the Supreme Will. You can obtain a legendary tier Lord talent after absorbing it. Master Thief's robbery gloves. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. He did not think too much about it and chose to absorb it. The next second, the legendary tier Lord talent sphere immediately turned into countless purple light spots and surged into his glabella. Zhou Zhou closed his eyes. A moment later, he reopened his eyes again after some time. Then, he immediately opened his Lord's personal information. His Lord Talent column had already been updated. Lord Talent, 100% drop rate, Legendary tier, Gnome Alchemy Workshop, Green Bronze tier, Monster Ranch, White Silver tier, Insight Defection, Black Iron tier, Peace and Prosperity, Diamond tier, Return to the City, Black Iron tier, Mysterious Caravan, Yellow Gold tier, Master Thief's Robbery Gloves, Legendary tier. My 8th Lord Talent. It's also my 2nd Legendary tier Lord Talent. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. Then, he opened the details of the talent. Lord Talent, Master Thief's Robbery Gloves, Legendary tier. Master Thief's Robbery Gloves, High-level Divine Artifact, the only soul-bound person, Zhou Zhou. After wearing the Master Thief's Robbery Gloves, the user can know and steal items that can be stolen from other life forms by touching them. The other party will not be able to detect it for a short period of time. Lord Talent Notification 1, whether the item can be stolen depends on the corresponding drop rate of loot after the life form's death and the difference in strength between the other party and the user. The stronger the other party is, the lower the success rate of stealing. The weaker the other party is, the higher the success rate of stealing. Lord Talent Notification 2, the Master Thief's Robbery Gloves can steal other life forms' assets, external items, talents, bloodlines, and other items that are not life-threatening. Lord Talent Notification 3, other than the user, no other life form can obtain the information of this divine weapon in any way. Lord Talent Notification 4, currently, it can be used 9 times a day. The stronger the user is, the more times it can be used every day. After becoming a god spirit, the upper limit on the uses per day will be removed. Zhou Zhou had just finished reading the details of this Lord talent. A pair of golden long-sleeved gloves that emitted rainbow-colored light gradually appeared in the air in front of him. This is Master Thief's robbery gloves. My good lord! I have been given a divine artifact. Zhou Zhou had thought about how exaggerated the other legendary tier lord talents would be. However, he did not expect it to be so exaggerated. And this was only the legendary tier lord talent. If he used this Lord Talent Promotion Origin Crystal to upgrade it to a mythical tier Lord Talent, what would the divine artifact become? However, Zhou Zhou only thought about it. Even though this Master Thief's robbery gloves was not bad. But in comparison, Zhou Zhou still preferred the 100% drop rate. He took the gloves and wore them on his hands. The next second, the pair of gloves that emitted rainbow-colored light slowly restrained its light and turned into a pair of luxurious and dazzling golden long-sleeved gloves. Right on the heels of that, it gradually became transparent again before completely disappearing. Zhou Zhou looked at his hands in wonder. If it wasn't for the faint cold touch that told him that the glove was still there, he felt that he was not wearing any gloves at all. Then, Zhou Zhou walked out of the Lord's courtyard and prepared to test the effects of this divine artifact. A moment later, in front of the monster ranches, Zhou Zhou looked at the green bronze tier intermediate grade desert fog lizard elite in front of him. Not far away stood Mugu. My lord, do you want to clean up the monster ranch now? Mugu asked curiously. No. They have at least shed blood and contributed to the Blazing Sun City today. Why would I clean them up? Zhou Zhou shook his head. Then, my lord, are you going to let them go? Mugu asked in surprise. No, we'll kill them tomorrow. Mugu was speechless. Control it to stay still. I'll do an experiment. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, my lord. Mugu said respectfully. Then, he sent an order to this desert fog lizard elite to not move. Seeing that the desert fog lizard elite had stopped moving, Zhou Zhou placed his hand on its head. The next second, a text notification appeared. Current items that can be stolen: 200 kilograms water bag, stealing success rate, 100%, 1 green bronze tier intermediate grade skill book, sand trap technique, stealing success rate, 100%, 5 gradeless sword shield soldier class change certificate, stealing success rate, 100%, 3 green bronze tier intermediate grade sword shield soldier recruitment book, stealing success rate, 100%. Zhou Zhou was stunned. Why were all the success rates 100%? Then, he quickly reacted. The success rate of items being stolen was affected by the drop rate and strength difference after death with the Master Thief's robbery gloves. He had a 100% drop rate. In addition, the other party's strength was lower than his. Under the dual effects, the success rate of stealing these items reaches 100%. This legendary tier lord talent is really compatible with my 100% drop rate. At this thought, Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. In the hands of others, the upper limit of this legendary tier lord talent was the upper limit of their legendary tier lord talent. But in his hands, its upper limit was probably no less than a mythical tier lord talent. Then, he tried to order the theft of the green bronze tier intermediate grade skill, sand trap technique. The next second, a green bronze tier intermediate grade sand trap technique skill book appeared out of thin air in his spatial ring. At the same time, he realized that the number of times he could use the Master Thief's robbery gloves became one less time today. After Zhou Zhou took out the skill book, he looked at the list of stealable items from the Desert Fog Lizard Elite. He realized that the sand trap technique skill book inside had already disappeared, leaving only other items to steal. This Desert Fog Lizard Elite was looking at him adorably and occasionally glanced at the sand trap technique skill book in his hand. The more it looked, the more confusion its tiny eyes exuded. Its not-so-smart brain couldn't figure out where this confusion came from. Mugu. Get it to try using the sand trap technique. Zhou Zhou stood up and said. When Mugu heard this, he immediately ordered the Desert Fog Lizard Elite to use the sand trap technique. The Desert Fog Lizard Elite was about to release its skill. The next second, its body stiffened, and then its eyes went blank. Mugu was stunned. Then, he immediately communicated with it. He knew the reason in no time. My lord. It said that it forgot how to use the sand trap technique. Weird. They would release them in the way I told them to usually. Why is it not obedient today? Mugu frowned. Zhou Zhou's heart was set. It could actually achieve such an effect. In the future, when he encountered enemies that were difficult to deal with, he could think of a way to get close to them. Then, he would use the Master Thief's robbery gloves to steal the other party's powerful skills, bloodline, equipment, and so on. If he couldn't steal them all in a day, then he'll steal for 2 days. If he couldn't finish stealing in 2 days, then he'll keep stealing. The other party lost its best combat methods. At that time, he should be able to easily deal with it. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou. His expression was a little strange. If he really used this method, he would probably be able to aggrieve the enemy to death. At this moment, he saw Mugu approach the Desert Fog Lizard Elite with a serious expression. Was I really too gentle with you, or have you reached a rebellious stage? Is it that difficult to get you to use a skill? He criticized it seriously. Zhou Zhou. Desert Fog Lizard Elite. I really forgot, okay. In the end, Zhou Zhou still told Mugu that it could not use its skill because of his means. Then, he asked Mugu to bring a few other ranch monsters over and let him try out his new means. These ranch monsters displayed their theftable items under Zhou Zhou's Master Thief's robbery gloves. Furthermore, each item had a 100% success rate. Then, he went to look for the white silver tier intermediate grade Nazario. Nazario's habitat. Zhou Zhou looked at the stolen items thoughtfully. Current items that can be stolen: 1 legendary tier lava dragon bloodline, stealing success rate, 90%, 1 white silver tier intermediate grade, racial growth skill book, magma dragon breath, stealing success rate, 98%, 1 white silver tier intermediate grade, racial growth skill book, dragon might, stealing success rate, 94%, 1 white silver tier intermediate grade, racial growth skill book, draconic magic mastery, stealing success rate, 99%. Even though I have a 100% drop rate, Nazario is stronger than me. So its theft success rate is not 100%, but more than 90%. Zhou Zhou thought. He nodded slightly. He had completely grasped the rules of using this high-level divine artifact. He quickly thought of a suitable target to steal from. I remember that there was an adventurer from Cerulean Planet who gave up his identity as a lord in the Adventurer Association of Fish Spring Town. Since he has already become an adventurer, it shouldn't be a problem for me to help him preserve the useless Lord Talent Crystal fragment in his body, right? Zhou Zhou thought. Killing the other party to obtain the Lord Talent Crystal fragment was something that exceeded the bottom line of his principles, so he naturally wouldn't do it. However, taking away something that the other party did not know he had or had no use for without harming the other party's life. Zhou Zhou felt that he could do that. At that time, he could give the other party some compensation. He would not mistreat the other party. I'll look for him tomorrow. Zhou Zhou immediately made a decision. Then, he returned to the Lord's courtyard and prepared to upgrade the 100% drop rate talent. Chapter 121, Mythical Tier Lord Talent King of Loots. In the living room, Zhou Zhou picked up the Lord Talent Promotion Origin Crystal. A line of golden text appeared. Do you want to upgrade your Lord Talent? Yes. Zhou Zhou said without hesitation. More text prompts appeared. Please choose one of the following Lord talents to level up as you have many Lord talents. 1. 100% drop rate, Legendary tier. 2. Master Thief's Robbery Gloves, Legendary tier. 3. Peace and Prosperity, Diamond tier. 4. Mysterious Caravan, Yellow Gold tier. 8 Lord talents appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. I choose to level up the 100% drop rate. Zhou Zhou said. Lord talent has been chosen. Upgrading in progress. The next second, he suddenly felt a warm feeling between his eyebrows. This warm feeling gradually disappeared only after some time. A new text notification appeared. Lord talent upgrade successful. Congratulations, your legendary tier Lord talent, 100% drop rate, has been upgraded to the mythical tier Lord talent, King of Loots. This mythical tier Lord talent is unique. Your mythical tier Lord talent effect is as follows. Lord talent, King of Loots, mythical tier, unique. King of Loots, you are the King of Loots. No life form in the world can compete with you in this aspect. King of Loots 100% drop rate, you can see the loot drop rate of the enemy. There is a 100% chance of obtaining all the loot when looting corpses. King of Loots perfect loots, the quality of the loot you obtained will increase by 1 grade when you loot the corpse. Holy sh*t. Zhou Zhou was shocked. So this is the unique mythical tier Lord talent? Not only did it retain its original 100% drop rate, there was an additional perfect loot stats. He immediately walked out of the room, prepared to test this mythical tier Lord talent. In front of the monster ranches, Zhou Zhou looked at the desert fog lizard elite in front of him which had lost the sand trap technique skill and fell into deep thought. Can you change one? He looked at Mugu and said. He couldn't just bully one of them. Oh. Mugu was stunned. Then, he immediately left with the desert fog lizard elite. Soon, he walked over with one green bronze tier intermediate grade elite wild sand believer. Zhou Zhou used the green bronze tier intermediate grade water spear technique in 3 concessions to finish it off before placing his hand on its corpse. A text notification appeared. Do you want to retrieve the loot? Yes. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. Lord talent notification, you have obtained loot's 4 mist cores, green bronze tier, 5 Padeo soldiers class change certificate, gradeless, 2 Padeo soldiers recruitment books, green bronze tier intermediate grade, 1 green bronze tier intermediate grade skill book, summoning wild sand. Lord talent notification, your spoils of war have been enhanced by the King of Loot's perfect loots. Grade +1. Lord talent notification, you have obtained perfect loots 4 mist cores, white silver tier, 5 Padeo soldiers class change certificate, gradeless, 2 Padeo soldiers recruitment books, white silver tier intermediate grade, 1 white silver tier intermediate grade skill book, summoning wild sand. Zhou Zhou looked at the pile of white silver tier items that dropped in front of him in shock. Good God! Is this the power of the perfect loots? It was looted from a green bronze tier intermediate grade elite wild sand believers. In the end, the loots obtained were almost comparable to the loots dropped by a white silver tier intermediate grade wild sand believers leader. There were no changes to the gradeless class change certificates. Zhou Zhou guessed that perhaps it was because it did not have any higher level class change certificates, so the grade +1 did not have any effect. Then, he thought of something. What would happen if he used this perfect loot on the Lord Talent spheres dropped by the enemy Lord? Would the Lord Talent sphere also level up? When the time comes, Black Iron tier Lord Talent would become Green Bronze tier Lord Talent. Diamond tier Lord Talent would become Extraordinary tier Lord Talent. Legendary tier Lord Talent would become Mythical tier Lord Talent. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou's face immediately flushed red with excitement. In the future, he could perhaps obtain more Mythical tier Lord Talents without the need for the Lord Talent Promotion Origin Crystal. As long as he could encounter other Legendary tier Lord Talent owners and eliminate them. All the lords were enemies to begin with. Either he would kill them or they would kill him. Therefore, Zhou Zhou did not feel burdened at all when it came to destroying other lords. Less so for the Scarlet Lords. I would have extracted Ardena's loots later if I knew this would happen. This way, I can have 2 mythical tier lord talents. Zhou Zhou suddenly thought of this. His original intention was to extract Ardena's legendary tier lord talent first. Then, he would compare which of the 2 legendary tier lord talents was stronger. Then, he would determine which lord talent to upgrade. His thoughts were right and very rational. He had no precognition ability and would never expect the 100% drop rate to be so abnormal after becoming a mythical tier lord talent, to be able to upgrade the grade of the loots. His mood only recovered after a short while. In fact, the function of the Master Thief's robbery gloves overlapped with the function of the King of Loots. However, one was to retrieve the loots of the dead, and the other was to steal from the living. Upgrading it would probably only increase the probability of stealing. He had a 100% drop rate. Actually, it didn't matter if he leveled it up or not. If he really couldn't steal what he wanted, he could just kill the person and loot it. Moreover, there was the King of Loots. The next mythical tier lord talent wasn't far from him. More lords would have developed and increased the probability of higher grade lord talents appearing in the later stages of the Lord of All Races contest. I don't have to worry about not encountering owners of legendary tier lord talents. Zhou Zhou was deep in thought. There was no doubt. His mythical tier lord talent was a lord talent that would become stronger in the later stages. He had to live until the later stages if he wanted to maximize the potential of this mythical tier lord talent. As long as he could survive until the later stages, it would not be impossible for him to compete with a top-notch race lord like the Dragon Lord. He stood on the spot and thought about his future development strategy. During this period, he received a message from Linger congratulating him on becoming the strongest lord in the Novice Lord test. When Zhou Zhou saw her message, he could not help but smile. Zhou Zhou naturally wouldn't forget Linger's intention to help him even if it meant sacrificing the strength of her territory, even though he did not use her Battle Resurrection Scroll in the final round of the Supreme Challenge. He returned the Battle Resurrection Scroll to Linger. This scroll was originally for the final round of the Supreme Challenge. Now that he had passed it, he should return it to Linger. Spiritual Medicine Lord, Big Brother, keep this scroll. You need it more than I do. Spiritual Medicine Lord, Big Brother, you don't have to worry about me. Many refugees will join me every day. There will be many subjects and soldiers in my territory soon. Lord of the Blazing Sun, take it. I still have one. Spiritual Medicine Lord, there's really no need. Big Brother, you're so powerful. Just take care of me in the future, hee hee. When Zhou Zhou heard her say that, he could not help but ponder. He thought of an idea in no time. Lord of the Blazing Sun, how about this? I'll keep this Battle Resurrection Scroll, but I'll give you 1,000 recruitment books tomorrow and let you have 1,000 military professionals recruits. How about that? His territory had already reached the maximum population capacity. A large number of recruitment books would definitely appear after clearing the monster ranches tomorrow. At that time, it would definitely not be easy to use them all. Since that was the case, he might as well give it to Linger in exchange for this Battle Resurrection Scroll. He would do as Linger said and take good care of her. Linger was also stunned when she saw Zhou Zhou's reply. 1,000 military professionals recruits. She only had more than 500 military professionals before the Novice Lord test. Linger hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Zhou Zhou smiled when he saw this. He was just about to end the conversation and return to use the Chaos Human bloodline. But at this moment, lines of text appeared in front of him. It also appeared in front of all the lords of the myriad races. Congratulations to all lords for becoming official lords and having the qualifications to compete for the position of Lord of all races in the High Continent. The next 2 days will be the resting period for the official lords. During these 2 days, no forces will attack the Lord's territories. After the rest period, the first official Lord event, the Myriad Races Lord Battlefield, will begin. All official Lords will begin the real Lord of all Races contest. More challenges, treasures, status, soldiers, special buildings, and titles will follow. All official Lords, please be prepared. The notification disappeared. But at this moment, all the Lords of the Myriad Races were in an uproar. Chapter 122, Using the Chaos Human Bloodline. Optimizing the low-level Blood Clan Bloodline. The Myriad Races Lord Battlefield. When Zhou Zhou saw these notifications, not only was he not afraid, he became excited. He was finally going to face the real battles for the Lord of all Races. He opened the Lord of Cerulean Planet's World channel. The other Lords of Cerulean Planet were also discussing the latest event. Official Lord Event. F***CK, will there be many foreign races? No way, they only gave me 2 days to rest? At least give me another 7 days. Are we going to fight the Lords of other races in the future? I will definitely rise in this official Lords event. I advise everyone not to be confused by the word event. The Myriad Races Lord Battlefield is definitely more dangerous than the Novice Lord test. I think so too. Everyone should continue to work hard to increase your strength these 2 days. I don't want to survive in the Novice Lord test just to die in the Myriad Races Lord Battlefield. The Dragon Blood Alliance is recruiting new Lords. Join us and support each other. Let's survive together in the official Lords event. Dragon Blood Alliance. Your leader is even worse than an unknown Dragon God Lord. Speaking of which, why haven't the Dragon God Lord and the Insect Lord appeared on the World Channel? What other reason could there be? Hide your strength, bide your time, and develop quietly. Many big shots are like this. It's already on the Novice Lord rankings. How can we develop? Moreover, we're only talking on the World Channel. We can't find them through the World Channel. Haven't you added them as friends? I did try, but for some reason, I can't add them as friends. Why do you care so much about them? If you don't want to die, hurry up and prepare for the Myriad Races Lord Battlefield event the day after tomorrow. Zhou Zhou retracted his gaze, deep in thought. The first official Lords event was coming. This period was the time when Lords needed to replenish and increase their strength the most. Perhaps he could use these 2 days to sell some things at a high price and earn a lot of money. He already had a rough idea after thinking for a moment. The era of selling monster flesh was over. To the Lords who wanted to participate in the Myriad Races Lord Battlefield, class change certificates that could directly increase their military strength was definitely what they needed the most. Of course, he would not forget to develop himself either. The Myriad Races Lord Battlefield event was both an event and a challenge. These Lords were right. There was a high chance that the Lords would die in this event. Moreover, it was very likely that more Lords would die than during the Novice Lord test. In order to prevent himself from becoming one of the dead, he uses the same attitude he had towards the Novice Lord test to face this Myriad Races Lord Battlefield event. Then, he stopped thinking and took out the bottle containing the Chaos Human Bloodline. He looked at the chaotic blood drop inside. A text notification appeared. Do you want to absorb it? Yes. Zhou Zhou said. As soon as he finished speaking, the drop of blood in the bottle flew out automatically and slowly fused into his glabella. This drop of blood did not directly fuse with his body. Instead, it flew straight to his soul and his sea of consciousness and fused with his soul. Zhou Zhou had seen his soul before when he mastered the blood bat form. It was a transparent soul that emitted a hazy white light. However, after this drop of chaotic blood fused into his soul, he realized that his soul color had turned chaotic at an astonishing speed. Right on the heels of that, he could clearly feel that his body had also begun to rapidly transform after his soul transformed into a chaos human's soul. A moment later, Zhou Zhou opened his eyes. The color of his pupils were initially chaotic, but they quickly returned to normal black color. A text notification appeared. Your cerulean planet human bloodline has been upgraded to the Chaos Human Bloodline. Current Chaos Human Bloodline level is Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade. You can now constantly fuse with the bloodlines of other races to obtain and optimize the bloodline abilities of other races. Furthermore, you can increase the bloodline level of the Chaos Human Bloodline until you grow into a Mythical Tier Advanced Grade Bloodline. Your 6 senses have been greatly enhanced. This is the Chaos Human Bloodline. Zhou Zhou looked at his body in disbelief. His physical strength had clearly not increased much. However, he felt liberated from head to toe. It was as if his body had unlimited potential that could be opened by a type of key and then dug wantonly. As for the key, it was the bloodline of other races. Incredible! Zhou Zhou was stunned. Who is that? He suddenly looked into the distance. Boom! The window was pushed open by the energy in Zhou Zhou's body, allowing his gaze to pass through the house and look at a sand dune more than 3,000 meters away. There, Zhou Zhou saw 2 beautiful figures looking at him with his incredible vision. One of them was shrouded in a starry sky robe. She had an astonishingly beautiful and dignified face. When Zhou Zhou looked at her, it was as if he was looking at a vast starry sky or witnessing an unpredictable fate. The other was even more beautiful than the other. But she seemed to be entwined by blood and fire. There is war and misfortune all around. He felt like his entire body was burning just by looking at her. This feeling, Zhou Zhou had once felt it from Bai Yi when she had just become a hero. And now, this person. He seemed to know her too. Nadia. Zhou Zhou looked at her blankly. Nadia looked at him with a smile. She said, "Thank you," and waved goodbye. Zhou Zhou did not hesitate when he saw this. He rushed out of the Lord's courtyard and rushed towards the 2 of them. Soon, he arrived at where the 2 of them were. But the 2 of them. At this moment, it had already disappeared. Zhou Zhou looked around. His eyesight was extremely good now. He could even see the patterns on the wings of the mosquitoes thousands of meters away. However, he could not find the 2 of them. At this moment, an ethereal and cold voice appeared in Zhou Zhou's mind. "Greetings, Lord of the Blazing Sunday. I came here this time to satisfy a friend's wish. I have no intention of disturbing you. Please don't blame us for coming here rashly. Also, congratulations to Lord of the Blazing Sun for becoming the strongest novice lord of your cerulean planet. If there's a chance in the future. Welcome to the Elven Empire. We still have something to do, so we'll leave first." With that, the voice disappeared. Zhou Zhou called out twice. In the end, the voice did not respond to him. Zhou Zhou frowned. The other party probably didn't see what he was doing in the room. After all, the Lord's courtyard was a building of the supreme will. Even an adult dragon could not destroy it, let alone spy on it. Just to see me. Zhou Zhou thought of Nadia. So she's been resurrected. That's why she disappeared in the ruins of time. Could it be that she still remembers what happened in the time ruins, so she came to see me? Zhou Zhou quickly thought of this possibility. A faint smile appeared on his lips. "It's nothing. You're welcome. In the future, just treat me to a meal." After looking around, he waved goodbye and turned around to leave. A moment later, in the distant desert, Miault the astrologer and Nadia appeared again. "I didn't expect him to come this far. Maybe we'll see each other again." Nadia smiled. The Lord of the Blazing Sun in her memory had such achievements. She was genuinely happy. Then, Nadia looked at the Miault the astrologer. "Astrologer Miault. Your etiquette just now was really good. Thank you for respecting him so much." Nadia thanked her. She had just been resurrected, but she already knew a lot about the temper and nature of the person in front of her. In the Imperial Palace, This legendary tier advance grade astrologer was only very respectful to the Empress. As for the other elven ministers, she had always been proud and disdainful towards them. Nadia had already thought of a way to make this meeting more friendly when she came. She did not expect her to actually say those words to Zhou Zhou just now. Perhaps it is because the Lord of the Blazing Sun is already the strongest novice lord? She speculated. Then, Nadia realized that the proud and dignified Meowth the astrologer had not spoken. Lord Astrologer! Are you listening to me? Nadia asked curiously. Then she saw Meowth's face under the cloak. Her face was pale and her forehead was covered in cold sweat. She looked like she was in shock. Lord Astrologer, what's wrong? Nadia said in surprise. Meowth did not speak immediately. She only recovered after a long while. I saw the Lord of the Blazing Sun's face. And then just when I wanted to see more, I saw the existence of the Supreme Will. Meowth the astrologer had already calmed down. It seems that this Lord of the Blazing Sun performed quite well in this test. He even attracted the attention of the Supreme Will. We have to go back immediately and tell the Empress about this. We have to change our attitude towards this Lord in the future, she said. Nadia was stunned. The Supreme Will was also paying attention to the Lord of the Blazing Sun? Meowth did not explain further. She directly used a golden scroll. Then, the two of them disappeared from the spot in a golden beam. Blazing Sun City. In the living room of the Lord's courtyard. I didn't expect to see Nadia in real life. I thought Nadia only existed in the ruins of time. Zhou Zhou lamented. Then, he stopped thinking and continued to study his chaos human bloodline. I suddenly felt the gaze of Nadia and another elf just now. It should be the six senses enhanced by the chaos human bloodline. Zhou Zhou thought. Even though this ability could not directly attack others, it was still very good at preventing sneak attacks and spying. This ability suited his needs, as a lord who didn't need to fight personally. He thought for a moment and took out the low-level blood clan bloodline he had obtained from the vampire's corpse. When he saw the bloodline information, he was stunned. This was because the information about the low-level blood clan bloodline had not changed. However, at the bottom, a few new lines of notifications appeared. Chaos Human Races Bloodline Optimization Notice 1. The imprint of the high-level blood clan bloodlines on this low-level blood clan bloodline can be erased after the Chaos Human absorbs it. The Chaos Human will not be affected by the suppression of the bloodline by high-level blood clan bloodline. Chaos Human Bloodline Optimization Notification 2. After the Chaos Humans absorb it, they will not suffer from bloodlust disorder. Chaos Human Races Bloodline Optimization Notice 3. After the Chaos Humans absorb it, they will not be suppressed by order elements such as the light element. Can it even do that? Zhou Zhou was shocked. Chapter 123, Absorbing the Low-Level Blood Clan Bloodline. Granted reward. Zhou Zhou looked at the low-level blood clan bloodline in his hand. Originally, he only wanted to see how the Chaos Human bloodline would optimize the improvement of other bloodlines. He did not expect the optimization method to be so simple and crude. It was directly written at the bottom of the bloodline information. I like how this optimization notification is given. A smile appeared on his face. This notification method was much easier to understand. He thought that he would only understand what could be optimized after he consumed it. Now, it seemed that there was no need to go through so much trouble. Absorb the low-level blood clan bloodline. Zhou Zhou said in a low voice. Back then, the reason why he didn't absorb this low-level blood clan bloodline was because of the flaw in the bloodline level suppression. He naturally had nothing to hesitate about now that this flaw could be optimized by the Chaos Human bloodline. The next second, the low-level blood clan bloodline turned into countless blood-colored light spots and fused into his heart. Zhou Zhou felt his body heat up, as if something deep in his body had improved. A warm and comfortable feeling quickly appeared all over his body. At this moment, more text notifications suddenly appeared. You have absorbed one low-level blood clan bloodline, yellow gold tier elementary grade. Your chaos human bloodline has unearthed more potential and advanced to the black iron tier intermediate grade. Your sixth senses ability has been strengthened. Your racial skill blood bat form has been strengthened. When you use the blood bat form, you will transform into more blood bats. Moreover, the vitality and defense of each blood bat will be stronger. Your racial talent blood pool has been strengthened. You can store more additional blood in your body and obtain a stronger effect increase when using blood element related skills. This is the normal power of a low-level blood clan. In the past, I only used the racial skill book and racial talent sphere to use the skills forcefully. Zhou Zhou also felt the changes in his body. He couldn't help but think. However, he did not expect that a portion of yellow gold tier bloodline would only allow the chaos human bloodline to advance from black iron tier elementary grade to black iron tier intermediate grade. From the looks of it, there was a long way to go to raise it to the mythical tier advance grade. Then, Zhou Zhou walked out of the Lord's courtyard and looked at the corpse. In the end, he realized that he would probably have to wait until noon the next day if he wanted to extract all the loots from the 50,000 to 60,000 fire demon corpses with just the 3 green bronze tier elementary grade bronze conqueror's blast furnaces. Zhou Zhou shook his head. It seemed that he needed to buy a better conqueror's blast furnace. This green bronze tier elementary grade conqueror's blast furnace clearly could not satisfy his needs. Then, he gave the 3 conqueror's blast furnaces 3 yellow gold tier mist cores as energy. This way, they could work for more than 100 hours without Zhou Zhou's help. Even though doing so would impair their useful life. However, Zhou Zhou did not mind. The myriad races Lord battlefield was about to begin. Efficiency was the priority now. He did not want to be around the conqueror's blast furnace the entire day and transmit his energy to it. Then he would become a tool man like in the past again. And he could just sell it again if it broke. To the rich and imposing Zhou Zhou, spending dozens of green bronze tier mist cores to buy the conqueror's blast furnace was a drop in the bucket for him. After that, Zhou Zhou went to look for Wu Xin. In the end, he found Wu Xin and Zhao Chongshao chatting in the room. "Greetings, my lord." After seeing Zhou Zhou, the two of them were a little surprised and immediately said respectfully. "Both of you have contributed greatly to today's battle. You don't have to be so polite." "What are you talking about?" Zhou Zhou smiled. "I'm talking to General Wu Xin about the fortifications on the city wall." Zhao Chongshao smiled. "Yes, my lord. Currently, the city walls of our Blazing Sun City are not bad in terms of defense facilities. Especially the existence of the Aurora Tower. It can already face most enemies who come to attack the city. However, this is still far from the complete fortification of the city wall, so I came over to discuss it with Zhao Chongshao." Wu Xin said respectfully. Then, he shared his thoughts. The complete city wall fortifications were indeed not enough to put up a few Aurora towers and build a few watch towers. For example, parapet, battlements, crescent-shaped barbican, core city, city pass. These were all indispensable things in the fortifications of the city wall. This was also Zhou Zhou's first time hearing this content. Therefore, he listened patiently. They talked for a long time. Wu Xin had just finished speaking and Zhou Zhou felt that he had learned a lot. As for the construction of the city wall, he naturally would not give blind advice. He would leave everything to these two professionals. Zhou Zhou finally remembered the purpose of his visit after the three of them chatted about this for a while. "Elder Zhao, how was your break this time?" Zhou Zhou asked. "Thanks to the Lord. I slept for a long time after I came back. When I woke up, my mental state had completely recovered. Especially after hearing that our army had defeated all the enemies. I feel 10 years younger." "My lord, don't worry too much." Zhao Chongshao chuckled. Zhou Zhou nodded and took out an extraordinary tier potential advancement potion for Zhao Chongshao. Zhao Chongshao, who had always been calm in the face of favor and humiliation, was stunned when he saw this bottle of extraordinary tier potential advancement potion. "My lord, what are you?" Zhao Chongshao stared blankly at Zhou Zhou. "Elder Zhao, please accept it. In the test this territory has undergone. Elder Zhao, your contribution to Blazing Sun City is obvious to all. This extraordinary tier potential advancement potion is naturally a reward for your contribution. This lord will not mistreat anyone who has contributed to Blazing Sun City," Zhou Zhou said seriously. In fact, he also had the epic tier potential advancement potion. However, he was afraid that he would not know what to reward next time, so he took out this extraordinary tier potential advancement potion first. If there was a chance in the future, he would reward him with an epic tier 1. But this is too precious. Zhao Chongshao was still hesitant. He was experienced and knowledgeable. He naturally knew what an extraordinary tier potential advancement potion represented. The potential of humans was generally between bronze, silver, and yellow gold tier. The white platinum tier humans could already be considered top talents with potential. As for extraordinary tier advanced grade humans like Zheng Yuankai and Wu Xin, they could be said to be rare geniuses of the human race. Not to mention in the outside world, extraordinary tier potential often represented high-level races. It could be said that if he consumed this extraordinary tier potential advancement potion, he would be reborn and become a rare genius like Zheng Yuankai and Wu Xin. That was why he felt that it was so precious. "Elder Zhao, you don't have to decline. Moreover, I still have an important task for Elder Zhao after your potential advances. This matter can only be done by Elder Zhao after your potential advances," Zhou Zhou said. Zhao Chongshao paused for a second, then took the bottle without saying anything. He opened the cork and drank it in one gulp. The two of them observed his changes and quickly realized that Zhao Changshao's white hair turned black at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the wrinkles on his face disappeared quickly. After he opened his eyes, Zhao Chongshao had changed from a white-haired old man to a middle-aged man in his 40s. "Congratulations, Elder Zhao, for becoming human with extraordinary tier potential." Zhou Zhou could not help but congratulate him with a smile after he looked at his attribute panel and confirmed that the other party had the potential to become an extraordinary tier. "Thank you, my lord." Zhao Chongshao knelt on the ground with tears in his eyes. He finally felt that he could continue to advance. Ever since he became a white platinum tier advanced grade architect, he had thought that this was the best he could achieve in his life. He did not expect that there would be a day when he could continue advancing. All of this was brought to him by his lord. Zhou Zhou helped Zhao Chongshao up and handed him the Imperial Ancestral Temple blueprint. "I'm leaving this architectural blueprint to Elder Zhao. I hope Elder Zhao can build it as soon as possible," Zhou Zhou said. Elder Zhao took it and looked at it for a while. He immediately discovered the uniqueness of this building blueprint. A race building. Zhao Chongshao was shocked. Race buildings. There were usually not more than 5 such buildings in most normal races. He was the honorary president of the Aurora Kingdom Architecture Association. He had only come into contact with the Aurora Tower of the Aurora race in his entire life. It could be seen how precious such buildings were from this. Zhao Chongshao didn't expect his lord to give him this important task. "Leave it to me. My lord. Give me 2 days and enough manpower, and I should be able to make it." Zhao Chongshao pondered for a moment and said. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. "Congratulations, big bro. You are more than 10 years younger now. Probably even 50 years younger." Wu Xin also congratulated him. He felt a little emotional. How precious was an extraordinary tier potential advancement potion. His lord was really generous to his own people. He felt that he had followed the right person. At this moment, he saw his lord's gaze land on him and a mysterious smile appeared on his face. Wu Xin was stunned. Elder Zhao has contributed greatly. Elder Wu has also contributed a lot. This is for Elder Wu. I hope Elder Wu can get what he desires. Zhou Zhou took out the Dragon Horse Spear General's Hero Inheritance Secret Manual and handed it to Wu Xin. When Wu Xin saw this Hero Inheritance Secret Manual, his body trembled. Zhao Changshao's eyes widened. This. Wu Xin stuttered. Elder Wu. My territory will definitely face many powerful enemies in the future. When the time comes, I'll have to rely on you and the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Army. This Hero Inheritance Secret Manual is both an inheritance and also a responsibility. Elder Wu, are you brave enough to take it? Zhou Zhou said solemnly. Wu Xin may be old, but I still have the courage of a young man. I swear to serve my lord till my death. Wu Xin suddenly knelt on the ground, hot tears flowing out of his tiger eyes. Your subject Wu Xin's loyalty has increased to 100. He has become your dead loyal subject. Zhou Zhou did not say anything. He handed the Hero Inheritance Secret Manual to Wu Xin and turned to leave. His territory would welcome a second hero tomorrow. Chapter 124, Medicine Cultivator. Green Bronze Tier Construction Materials, Light Drawing Crystal. After Zhou Zhou returned, he opened the Lord Talent, Peace and Prosperity. Then, he looked at the Specific Talent Effect 4 at the bottom. Specific Talent Effect 4, when the number of subjects with loyalty of 90 points and above reaches 1000, your territory will become famous. Many life forms will learn that your territory is the territory of peace and prosperity, slightly increasing the probability of foreign life forms coming to join you. Current number of people, 986/1,000. Almost 1,000 people. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. His original plan was to use about 40 days to complete this quota. However, he was almost done on the 8th day. It's probably because I used the Battle Resurrection Scroll today. That's why the loyalty of many subjects increased to 90 points and beyond. Zhou Zhou thought. Today, after he used the Battle Resurrection Scroll, a dense number of loyalty increase notifications appeared in front of him immediately. He blocked it on the spot. He did not expect this either. 2 scrolls actually gave him so many people with more than 90 loyalty points. Looks like I have to show off more in the future. Zhou Zhou was deep in thought. According to this efficiency, his territory would obtain the reputation of peace and prosperity, and his reputation would soar again in 2 days' time. He went to bed since he had nothing else to do after that. The next morning, Zhou Zhou opened his eyes. He was confused for 2 seconds before he came back to his senses. The Novice Lord test is over. Today is a rest day. Zhou Zhou smiled. He opened the World Channel and realized that many of the Cerulean Planet Lords were in a similar state with him. They had yet to recover from the Novice Lord test, and many Lords decided to slack off for the entire day. There were also some Lords who had a strong sense of danger who had already woken up to prepare for the Myriad Races Lord battlefield. I can't relax. The Myriad Races Lord battlefield is definitely more dangerous than the Novice Lord test. The death rate is even higher. There will also be more opportunities to increase my strength. Now is not the time to relax. Zhou Zhou reminded himself. He tried to get out of bed. In the end, he was pulled back by the bed. Looks like I have to subdue this bed monster first today. Zhou Zhou took a deep breath. Then, he prepared to refresh the World Channel while trying his best to get up. However, as he watched, he discovered an interesting piece of news. What the F***ck? What's going on? I summoned a Lord of Cerulean Planet when I summoned my daily quota of subjects just now. However, he has already lost his identity and memories as a Lord and has become a subject. Many people responded to him saying that they have also summoned the Lord of Cerulean Planet. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he immediately thought of the hint given to him by the Supreme Will yesterday. The remaining lords have to bear the fate and future of the cerulean planet. He muttered. Zhou Zhou suddenly lost his sleepiness. He put on his clothes and got out of bed. After washing up, he walked out of the lord's courtyard and came to the gate of summoning. Prompt, do you want to summon immediately? Yes. Zhou Zhou said. The next second, the gate of summoning suddenly lit up with a bright white light, and 66 people walked out. Greetings, my lord. They immediately said respectfully when they came out and saw Zhou Zhou. Get up. Zhou Zhou said. Zhou Zhou said. Thank you, my lord. They all rose. Zhou Zhou looked at them. There were a total of 23 male subjects and 43 female subjects among the 66 people. 6 of them had notes in their abilities overview about how they were once the lords of Cerulean planet. They had lost their memories now and had become the subjects of the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. There were also 12 professionals. Among them were 1 green bronze tier advance grade spearman, 1 green bronze tier advance grade medicine cultivator, 3 green bronze tier intermediate grade doctors, 2 green bronze tier elementary grade architects, 4 black iron tier advance grade chefs, and 1 black iron tier intermediate cartographer. Medicine cultivator. Zhou Zhou had heard of this profession from Ling. This was a life class that specialized in cultivating medicinal herbs. Their corresponding lifestyle structures were medicinal gardens. Zhou Zhou looked at this skinny middle-aged man who was looking at him with a pair of eyes that were both respectful and timid. Zhou Zhou opened the other party's interface. Subject, Feng Yuliang. Territory, Blazing Sun City. Life profession name, Medicine Cultivator. Class, Green Bronze Tier Advance Grade. Ability Overview, he was once a human lord on Cerulean planet. In reality, he was a veteran herb planter. Later, he died in battle during the Novice Lord test. Now that he has reincarnated, he has lost his past memories and has become the subject of the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. Skills, Green Bronze Tier Advance Grade Herb Identification, Green Bronze Tier Advance Grade Herb Cultivation, Green Bronze Tier Advance Grade Herb Processing. Loyalty, 77. Potential, Yellow Gold Tier Advance Grade. Zhou Zhou looked at the summary of his abilities and then at him. Do you remember anything else? He asked. I only remember that I was once from the Cerulean planet, some knowledge about cultivating medicinal herbs, and that I have to be loyal to my lord. Feng Yuliang said respectfully. Zhou Zhou looked at him. They're all memories of pain and suffering. It's good to forget. He suddenly muttered to himself. Then, he stopped thinking and handed these people to Zheng Yuankai. He would be in charge of the specific arrangements. The medicinal gardens were also very simple. After the Novice Lord test, there were many more black iron to yellow gold tier architects in his territory. Therefore, Zhao Chongshao didn't need to build buildings for the lifestyle professionals and subjects alone anymore. These newly added architects could help him build a green bronze tier advance grade medicinal garden. Not only that, all kinds of buildings that were originally in short supply in his territory would be quickly built up in the future with these architects around. At the very least, the problem of the subjects' residences should be resolved soon. As for the black iron tier intermediate grade cartographer, Zhou Zhou arranged for him to stay with Wu Tu. Wu Tu was the only cartographer in his scout team. This person could be of use to him. Zhou Zhou led his men to sweep through the time ruins. Then, they came to the monster ranches and swept through it again. Among the loot were the fire demon fog wolf outfits, meat, skill books, potion formulas, poison sacks, black scorpion poison crossbow, and various other items. Their grades had all increased by a level under the influence of the perfect loots. Additionally, he had obtained a total of 4,752 class change certificates of 3 types of military professions. 21,248 green bronze tier mist cores. 3,044 white silver tier mist cores. There were also 747 sword shield soldier recruitment books, 651 poison crossbow soldier recruitment books, 965 Pudeo soldiers recruitment books, 384 elemental archer recruitment books, and the final 3,211 kilograms of light drawing crystal. This perfect loot is too awesome. Zhou Zhou could not help but smile when he saw the loots. Their grades had all increased by one level under the influence of the perfect loots. The effect on the mist cores alone increased his daily income from the monster ranch by 10 times. Not to mention that the grade of the recruitment books had also increased by a notch. From now on, the lowest potential of military professionals he would recruit through the recruitment books every day would no longer black iron tier intermediate grade, but green bronze tier intermediate grade. As for the sand crystals, after their grades +1, they became the green bronze tier material, the light drawing crystals. This was a crystal that emitted a faint white light. There seemed to be traces of light element energy flowing in it. It was very different from the sand crystal in the past. Material name, light drawing crystal. Material grade, green bronze tier. Material effect 1, green bronze tier construction materials produced in the desert that can be added to other construction materials, increasing the defense of the buildings by 300%, earthquake resistance by 200%, green bronze tier elemental energy defense effect +1, winter warm summer cool building effect +1. Material effect 2, light drawing crystal has the effect of absorbing light element energy, increasing its own strength and strengthening the defense of buildings. When the light drawing crystal is filled with light element energy, it will advance to white silver tier construction material, the light origin stone. Material description: after being exposed to the sun for a long time, the black iron tier sand crystal will gradually develop the ability to absorb light element energy. In the end, it can evolve into the green bronze tier light drawing crystal. It also has the defensive effect of reducing the damage of elemental skills while retaining the strength of the original sand crystal ability. Good stuff. Zhou Zhou immediately thought when he saw the message from the light drawing crystal. His sand crystal city wall could be renamed again. Chapter 125, Dragon Horse Spear General Wu Xin. After Zhou Zhou realized the importance of the light drawing crystal, he immediately went to look for Zhao Chongshao and showed it to him. Light drawing crystal. This is good stuff. Its name might be similar to the Aurora crystal, but they are two completely different things. One is a life energy core while the other is an excellent building material. The light drawing crystal only needs to be exposed to the hot sun for 3 days before it is filled with light element energy. It will then become the light origin stone, a white silver tier construction material. If we can mix it into the city wall, then the defense of our city wall is enough to withstand some yellow gold tier attacks. Zhao Chongshao said with surprise. Zhou Zhou was delighted. In that case, I'll use the light drawing crystal to replace the sand crystal to build the city wall in the future, he said without hesitation. Zhao Chongshao nodded. That's easy. Now that we have yellow gold tier advanced grade architects in our territory, we can just leave this matter to them. I can build the Imperial Ancestral Temple while supervising the work here. This way, we won't be delayed. Thank you, Elder Zhao. Zhou Zhou nodded. My lord, you're too kind. I'm most inspired now. I need to participate in a lot of construction work to turn the thoughts and theories in my mind into reality. This way, I can also verify them and allow me to quickly increase my level as an architect. So please ask me to do more of these things, my lord. Zhao Chongshao chuckled. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. He called over the 3 yellow gold tier advanced grade architects he obtained from the big gift bags and handed over more than 3,000 kilograms of light drawing crystals to them. He then got them to be in charge of the modification of the sand crystal city wall. Then, he opened Linger's chat and set up a red packet, filling it with 300 sword shield soldier recruitment books, 300 Pudeo soldiers recruitment books, 300 poison crossbow soldier recruitment books, and 100 elemental archer recruitment books. He sent them all to Linger. Zhou Zhou heaved a sigh of relief after sending them over. This way, he could feel more at ease holding that battle resurrection scroll. A few seconds later, Linger immediately replied. Spiritual Medicine Lord, thank you, Big Brother. Spiritual Medicine Lord, the grade of these recruitment books are so high. These are all from the perfect loots. How could they not be of high grade? Lord of the Blazing Sun, we only have 2 days to prepare for the myriad races Lord battlefield. Don't be careless and work hard to accumulate strength. Tell Big Brother if you need anything. Spiritual Medicine Lord, yes, I understand, Big Brother. Linger will definitely not relax. Spiritual Medicine Lord, by the way, Big Brother, I've finished cultivating the herbs you asked me to cultivate last time. I'll send them to you now. With that, she directly sent Zhou Zhou 1000 sets of Black Iron Tier Potential Advancement Potion Herbs, 1000 sets of Life Potion Herbs, 1000 sets of Energy Potion Herbs, 1000 sets of Golden Corpse Water Herbs, and 1000 sets of Blood Eye Herbs. Zhou Zhou accepted them all. The two of them continued chatting for a while before ending their conversation. Then, he opened the marketplace interface and began to set up the transaction. Trade name, deal with the Blazing Sun Lord. Trade goods, 1000 gradeless sword shield soldier class change certificate, 1000 gradeless Pudeo soldiers class change certificate, 1000 gradeless poison crossbow soldier class change certificate. Trade requirement, trading each gradeless sword shield soldier class change certificate / Pudeo soldiers class change certificate for 1000 black iron tier mist cores. Trading each gradeless poison crossbow soldier class change certificate for 2000 black iron tier mist cores. Each lord can trade up to 10 times. The setup was completed and Zhou Zhou directly chose to announce the transaction. His transaction appeared on the marketplace and soon arrived at the top of the browsing list the next second. The lords on the World Channel quickly discussed this. *CK, did you guys see that? Big Boss Blazing Sun is selling the class advancement certificate again. You came at the right time. I was so worried about the myriad races Lord battlefield. Ridiculous. 3000 class change certificates appeared at the auction the day before yesterday, and now another 3,000. They are really good stuff and are really expensive. Don't you understand the nature of Big Boss Blazing Sun's profiteering? We're all from Cerulean Planet. Lord of the Blazing Sun, since you're so strong, why don't you show your dedication and take the initiative to help us? Are you setting such a high price to take advantage of us? People like him only care about their own interests and never care about the lives of their compatriots. I've seen through it from the beginning. There are so many saintly *****. You're so benevolent and moral. Why don't you contribute something first? My territory is not developing well. Why should I take out something? What a horrible I'm poor so I'm right attitude. I'm so disgusted that I want to vomit. Blacklist. Blacklist. Zhou Zhou was also watching the Lord's chat on the World Channel. Not surprisingly, everyone's enthusiasm for the class change certificate far exceeded their enthusiasm for the flesh of monsters under the possible threat of the myriad races Lord battlefield. Moreover, they were very valuable. Its price would probably continue to be high for a period of time. Zhou Zhou was even more determined to sell the class change certificate in the future. As for the comments about him, Zhou Zhou was very calm about this. He blacklisted all of them. 3 minutes later, Zhou Zhou noticed that all 3000 class change certificates had been sold. He glanced at the results backstage. Trade result, 4 million black iron tier mist cores. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. This was the astonishing value of the class change certificate at the current stage. At this moment, 2 golden figures came over from afar. All eyes were on them wherever they went. They quickly arrived in front of Zhou Zhou. It was Wu Xin wearing golden armor and a golden battle robe. He held a golden dragon spear in his right hand and led a golden-skinned dragon horse with golden horns on its head with his left hand. He looked majestic and had the temperament of a veteran general. "Greetings, my lord," Wu Xin said respectfully and excitedly. "Congratulations, Elder Wu, for becoming a hero." Zhou Zhou smiled. "This is all given to me by my lord. I will never forget it." Wu Xin half knelt on the ground in excitement. The hero persona and power came too suddenly. He felt like he was still in a dream even until now. Zhou Zhou helped him up and looked at his attributes panel. Subject, Wu Xin, Hero Unit. Hero Title, Dragon Horse Spear General. Position, Extraordinary Tier Heroes Fate Level. Territory, Blazing Sun City. Strength Level, Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade. Ability Overview, a hero with both human and golden dragon bloodlines. His body contains powerful strength from a pure-blooded dragon. He is proficient in spearmanship and military formations. He also has a companion with a golden dragon bloodline. Their combination is strong enough for them to look down on everyone on the battlefield. Bloodline, Human Bloodline, Extraordinary Tier Advanced Grade, 97%, Golden Dragon Bloodline, Epic Tier Advanced Grade, 3%. Skills, Heroic Skills Golden Dragon Break, Heroic Skills Desired Military Morale, Heroic Skills Dragon Horse Summon Blinding Light, Talent Ability to Grasp Situation Thoroughly, Talent Dragon Blood Pressure, Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade Dragon Blood Transformation, Diamond Tier Advanced Grade Military Theory, Diamond Tier Advanced Grade Military Management. Loyalty, 100, Dead Loyal. Potential, Extraordinary Tier Advanced Grade. Hero Biography, 1. He was a great general who fought countless battles for the human race's Aurora Kingdom before becoming a hero. He protected countless Aurora Kingdom citizens and made countless fog monsters fear him. He was a cavalry, acting with heroism throughout his life. Hero Individual Legendary Rating +1, Human Race Reputation +2000, High Continent Reputation +1. 2. He obtained the hero inheritance of the Dragon Horse Spear General and became the 4th generation Dragon Horse Spear General with the blessing of the human race Lord of the Blazing Sun. Hero Individual Legendary Rating +1, Human Race Reputation +10,000, High Continent Reputation +3. Chapter 126, Attacking the Blood Sun Lord. Vampire Viscount Bloodline. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. He had 2 heroes under his command now. An epic tier hero, Blood Fire Arrow Elf Bai Yi, and an extraordinary tier hero, Dragon Horse Spear General Wu Xin. At the current stage, Zhou Zhou was confident that there were definitely very few people who could reach his level even among the lords of the myriad races. After all, heroes did not appear just because their race became stronger. The birth of heroes depended on opportunity and luck too. And unfortunately, he was good at both. Elder Wu, do you want to go out to train your soldiers and try your newfound strength? Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and suddenly said, I intend to. Wu Xin immediately laughed. Then Elder Wu, please make some preparations. We'll set off in a while. He said. Yes, my lord. Wu Xin said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, he went to the gate of summoning and threw the remaining recruitment books into it. A moment later, stood 474 sword shield soldiers, 665 Pudeo soldiers, 351 poison crossbow soldiers, and 284 elemental archers in front of him. Yesterday, I used 47 recruitment books and 3 gradeless archer recruitment books. I have a total of 220 new recruits. We cleared the monster ranches today. There are 1,175 new recruits. I have 9,921 subordinates now if I include the 1,000 soldiers in the desolate city. Tomorrow, the total number of soldiers under my command will officially exceed 10,000. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. A moment later, Bai Yi followed Zhou Zhou's instructions and gathered 5,000 soldiers. As for the remaining 3,000 people, he asked them to stay behind to guard Blazing Sun City. Then, Zhou Zhou, Bai Yi, Wu Xin, and Nazario left Blazing Sun City with the 5,000 soldiers. 2 hours later, the territory of the Vampire Lord, the Blood Sun Lord within the Fish Spring Town region. Zhou Zhou did not hide his intentions at all and led his troops to surround this place. Wu Tu marked on the map he drew that the Blood Sun Lord had less than 100 low-level vampires under his command. The Novice Lord test might be over, but the Vampire Lord should still be far from being a match for Zhou Zhou no matter how much his strength increased, so Zhou Zhou was too lazy to launch a sneak attack. In Blood Sun City, the Blood Sun Lord, Baron Wallace, had an ugly expression on his face as he looked at the 5,000 people surrounding him, as well as Bai Yi and Wuxin, who clearly made him feel a sense of danger. Why are there so many people here? Could it be that the Aurora race in Fish Spring Town wants to attack me? D***MN. Didn't the other clansmen say that these countries in the High Continent won't attack us without reason? Could it be because we captured some living people as food and that gave them a reason to attack me? Baron Wallace murmured. Indeed, he could not help but send someone to Fish Spring Town to steal some living humans because of his bloodlust disorder. But weren't they just some humans? Was there a need to make such a big fuss and send so many people to attack him? He was puzzled. He did not expect that the master behind these 5,000 professionals was not someone from Fish Spring Town, but a lord of all races like him. Baron Wallace's eyes were dark and uncertain. He only had 156 low-level vampires under his command. There was no way to break out. The most important thing now was how to protect his life. To this end, his eyes became determined as he came to a decision. The terrain in the other party's territory is unknown, and their racial abilities are strange. It's inevitable that there will be accidents if we rush in. We don't have to rush in, we'll shoot the vampires down one by one and exhaust their vitality when they emerge later. In the end, they won't be able to help but rush out. We'll shoot them all then. This way, we can take down this territory without wasting a single soldier. Zhou Zhou looked at the vampire territory in front of him and said. When he first found out about the vampire territory, he had specially sent people to monitor the situation here. The goal was to take down the 2 territories near him after the Novice Lord test ended. It was time to realize this idea. Also, all long-range soldiers, get ready. Shoot them all once something flies out of the enemy's territory. There is no need to wait for my order. Don't let any creature fly out of here alive today. Zhou Zhou thought of the blood bat form and added this order. Bai Yi and the others accepted the order respectfully. It was as if it was confirming his words. Soon, a total of more than 1,000 blood bats suddenly flew out of the territory of the Blood Sun Lord and fled in all directions. There was no need for Zhou Zhou to give an order. Arrows rained down from the sky, killing more than half of these blood bats. The remaining blood bats were still flying, most of them were main bodies with souls. An earth-shattering dragon roar came from the sky just as they were about to fly out of the range of the long-range soldiers. Roar! At the same time, a vast dragon might like a mountain descended on the territory of Lord Blood Sunday. The next second, the eyes of the remaining blood bats that were still flying widened and they froze in midair with terrified expressions before falling with crackling sounds. When the soldiers below saw this, they went forward to add insult to injury. Bai Yi and Wu Xin were also involved. A kill notification that Zhou Zhou had been waiting for appeared in front of him. Your subject, Wu Xin, has killed the Blood Sun Lord of the vampire race. Promotion energy plus 20. Loots condensed. Blood Sun City has become ownerless. You can plunder or occupy this territory. Zhou Zhou could not help but shake his head. It was too simple. Dealing with an ordinary lord of all races was as easy as crushing a chick to him now. It was so different from the time when he killed Lord Potts. Half an hour later, 156 corpses were sent to Zhou Zhou. He took out a conqueror's blast furnace and asked the other soldiers to retrieve the loot. Zhou Zhou looked at the corpse of the Blood Sun Lord that had been specially taken out. Item name, Corpse of the Blood Sun Lord. Item level, Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade. Item effect, contains unextracted loots. Item description, Vampire Baron Lord of the Vampire Race. He is good at controlling blood to kill and has a very serious bloodlust disorder. He has already died at the hands of the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. Loots drop rate, 2 green bronze tier mist cores, drop rate, 100%, 1 white platinum tier advanced grade Vampire Baron Bloodline, drop rate, 3%, 1 white platinum tier advanced grade Racial Skill Book Blood Bat Form, drop rate, 0.01%, 1 white platinum tier advanced grade Racial Skill Book Blood Boiling Technique, drop rate, 0.01%, 2 white platinum tier advanced grade Racial Talent Spheres, drop rate, 0.001%, 3 black iron tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, drop rate, 0%. Zhou Zhou took a look and placed his hand on its corpse. Lord Talent hint, you have obtained Loots 2 Mist Cores, Green Bronze Tier. Lord Talent notification, your loots have been enhanced by the King of Loots Perfect Loots. Grade +1. Lord Talent hint, you have obtained Perfect Loots 2 Mist Cores, White Silver Tier, 1 Vampire Viscount Bloodline, Diamond Tier Advanced Grade, 1 Racial Skill Book Blood Bat Form, Diamond Tier Advanced Grade, 1 Racial Skill Book Blood Boiling Technique, Diamond Tier Advanced Grade, 2 Racial Talent Spheres, Diamond Tier Advanced Grade, 3 Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, Green Bronze Tier. Chapter 127, Chaos Human Race Talent. Blood Race Talent. Zhou Zhou looked at the loots that had dropped. First, he looked at the Vampire Viscount Bloodline. Bloodline name, Vampire Viscount Bloodline. Bloodline level, Diamond Tier Advanced Grade. Bloodline effect, the user can obtain a Diamond Tier Advanced Grade Bloodline Vampire Viscount Bloodline after absorbing it. The user will gradually awaken some vampire race abilities during their growth after fusing with this bloodline. Prompt 1. Fuse 100 Diamond Tier Advanced Grade Vampire Viscount Bloodline and you can obtain 1 Extraordinary Tier Advanced Grade Vampire Earl Bloodline. Prompt 2. There was also a notification about the optimization of the Chaos Human Race's bloodline. It was exactly the same as the previous Vampire Bloodline optimization notification. Zhou Zhou chose to absorb it without hesitation, seeing that the flaws could still be optimized. This low-level Blood Clan bloodline turned into countless blood-colored light spots and fused into the heart in his body. The familiar comforting feeling enveloped him again. At the same time, Zhou Zhou suddenly realized that his body seemed to have changed. It began to naturally absorb all types of energy in its surroundings and then convert them into gentle life force. A text notification appeared. You have absorbed 1 Vampire Viscount Bloodline, Diamond Tier Advanced Grade. Your Chaos Human Race bloodline has unearthed more potential and advanced to Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade. Your Sixth Senses ability has been strengthened. You have awakened the Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade Chaos Human Race Talent Chaos Physique. You have awakened the Diamond Tier Advanced Grade Blood Race Talent Embrace. You have mastered the Diamond Tier Advanced Grade Racial Skill Blood Boiling Technique. Your Racial Skill Blood Bat Form has been strengthened. The upper limit of your skill growth has been increased to Diamond Tier Advanced Grade. You will transform into more Blood Bats when you use the Blood Bat Form. Moreover, the vitality and defense of each Blood Bat will be stronger. When you use the Blood Bat Form, you can split your soul into a small portion and store it on multiple Blood Bats. Your Racial Talent Blood Pool has been strengthened. The upper limit of your Racial Talent potential has been increased to Diamond Tier Advanced Grade. You can store more extra blood in your body and obtain a stronger effect when using blood element related skills. When your body is injured, you can use the blood you store to quickly recover your physical injuries. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. As expected of a Diamond Tier Advanced Grade Vampire Viscount bloodline. This increase was not just incremental. Then, he looked at the newly awakened Chaos Human Race Talent Chaos Physique. Race Talent Name, Chaotic Physique. Talent Level, Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade Enhanceable. Talent Description: the innate body of the chaotic human race is incomparably powerful. It can absorb all types of energy in the surrounding environment at all times and convert them into its own vitality, thereby strengthening the strength of its body. Moreover, when the body of the chaotic human race receives external injuries, this vitality can also be used to quickly recover the injuries of the chaotic human race's body. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou immediately took out a knife and cut a wound about 5 to 6 centimeters long on his arm. Then, the wound immediately began to recover rapidly and completely disappeared. His skin became smooth again in less than 5 seconds. He felt that the spare blood in his body had only been consumed by an insignificant amount. This chaotic physique and the recovery ability of the blood pool. The current me would probably be able to recover quickly even if my internal organs are destroyed. Zhou Zhou had a rough judgment of the recovery speed of his physical injuries. A smile could not help but appear on his face. With such a level of recovery ability, he might be able to survive as long as his head and heart were not injured even if he was seriously injured and on the verge of death by an assassin in the future. Then, Zhou Zhou looked at the vampire talent and vampire skills. Race Talent Name, Embrace. Talent Level, Diamond Tier Advanced Grade. Talent Description: the way the vampire race develops. You can transform life forms into vampires below your own vampire bloodline level and make them completely loyal to you by sucking their blood and giving them a portion of your true blood. Talent Hint 1: you can only develop your bloodline to Vampire Baron bloodline at most. Talent Hint 2: the true blood of vampires is precious and rare, and its recovery speed is extremely slow. You can only develop a small number of vampires. Race Skill Name, Blood Boiling Technique. Skill Quality, Diamond Tier Advanced Grade. Skill Description: you can sense the blood of other life forms and control their blood. Zhou Zhou took a few glances and stopped looking. The effect of this embrace was not bad and could be used. However, he would not have any thoughts of developing the vampire race even if he used it. He would only use this method when he wanted to take in a loyal subordinate and had no other choice. He was a pure-blooded human and this vampire bloodline and ability were just means he used to increase the level of the chaos human bloodline. As for the blood boiling technique, it was very practical in battle, giving him a good combat method. Then, he looked at the other loot. The two racial talent spheres were the embrace and the blood pool. There was nothing much to say. As for the last 3 black iron tier lord talent crystal fragments turning into 3 green bronze tier lord talent crystal fragments, it made him smile again. A moment later, the other 155 low-level vampire corpses had been extracted. 155 vampire baron bloodlines were extracted under the influence of the perfect loot other than the mist cores, vampire race skills, and vampire talent spheres. These bloodlines naturally could not be given to civilians. They could not avoid the flaws in these bloodlines without the bloodline of the chaos human race after all. They would immediately become helpless if they meet a higher level blood clan bloodline in the future. Therefore, Zhou Zhou put them all away. A moment later, Bai Yi quickly walked over. "I've something to report, my lord. We've searched the territory of this vampire lord. We have found a total of 30,000 units of wood, 20,000 units of stone, 20,000 units of fine sand, and 10,000 units of metal here. In addition, we found 512 black iron tier mist cores and 84 green bronze tier mist cores. Other than that, we found some building blueprints and a bottle of extraordinary tier potential advancement potion." After Bai Yi finished speaking, she solemnly handed the bottle of potential advancement potion to Zhou Zhou. After Zhou Zhou took it, he looked at it twice before putting it away. This should be a reward for the other party after becoming an official lord. "Didn't you see any racial building blueprints or anything?" he asked. "There are only ordinary building blueprints, no racial building blueprints," Bai Yi said respectfully. Zhou Zhou was deep in thought. Could there be different rewards for lords from different races for becoming an official lord? Or did the Supreme Will deliberately not let the lords easily obtain each other's racial buildings? He felt that the latter was more likely. Otherwise, he would be able to obtain a precious racial building if he casually conquered the territory of a lord of a different race. Then the appearance of racial buildings were too imbalanced. After that, Zhou Zhou brought people into Blood Sun City and obtained the territory token. Here he realized that this was a green bronze tier elementary grade territory token. Another green bronze tier territory token and my territory can officially advance to the white silver tier elementary grade. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he led people to the territory of the Baphomet race without stopping and easily dealt with the territory, which only had more than 100 Baphomet race. In the end, he was speechless. This Baphomet race was a race that did not have racial talent or skills, nor did its racial bloodline drop. This reminded Zhou Zhou of the human race. It was the same for the human race. Take him for example, his attribute panel did not have any racial skills or racial talent when he first came to this world. Even his bloodline did not appear. From this, it could be seen that the human bloodline was ordinary among the myriad races. However, the only thing that comforted Zhou Zhou was that the Baphomet race lord dropped 4 green bronze tier lord talent crystal fragments under the influence of the perfect lute. In addition, there was a bottle of extraordinary tier potential advancement potion and a black iron tier intermediate grade territory token. There were also some basic resources and mist cores. His trip was not in vain. Then, Zhou Zhou led his men to Fish Spring Town. He naturally did not forget that there were still some Lord Talent crystal fragments that he had yet to take from the Adventurer Association in Fish Spring Town. Chapter 128, 41 Black Iron Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments. In the reception room of the Adventurer Association, Zhou Zhou and Bai Yi were sitting there waiting, and soon there was a knock on the door. A middle-aged man dressed as an adventurer walked in with a surprised expression. "We meet again, old customer. Are you buying the Conqueror's Blast Furnace again this time? Or something else? Feel free to ask me if you need anything. I'm very familiar with the Adventurer Association. I promise I can get you anything you want." Haru smiled and sat down. "Do you have high-level Conqueror's Blast Furnaces?" Zhou Zhou asked. "We do, but it will take 2 days if you want it. High-level Conqueror Blast Furnaces are usually sold in big cities. The Conqueror's Blast Furnaces sold to the outside world are at most of green bronze tier elementary grade in a small town like ours. The higher level ones are for the private use of those large factions. They usually don't sell them to the outside world. You can rent it and it's not very expensive. Do you need me to contact them?" Haru's was clearly very familiar with this business. He immediately said after hearing Zhou Zhou's words. "Forget it then. I'm not interested in renting. Help me buy some higher level Conqueror Blast Furnaces. Price is not a problem. In addition, I'll buy 7 green bronze tier elementary grade Conqueror's Blast Furnaces for now. I'll bring them all back later," Zhou Zhou said. He had originally wanted to look for Cerulean Planet Adventurer to obtain the Lord Talents item on him. Now that the topic of the Conqueror's Blast Furnace was mentioned, it was fine to buy some while he was at it. "Okay. I'll see to it now." "Sir, please wait for a moment." When Haru's heard Zhou Zhou's words, he was delighted. There was really business to be made. He stood up and was about to look for the alchemy technician to ask for the Conqueror's Blast Furnaces when Zhou Zhou stopped him again. "Wait. One more thing. Where's the young man you were with last time? I want to see him," Zhou Zhou said. Haru's froze. Then, his expression turned serious. "Sir, may I ask how he might have offended you?" Haru's will apologize on his behalf. "If you need an apology, you can tell me first. I'll tell him so that he can go back and prepare." Don't misunderstand. I didn't mean anything by looking for him. It's just because I came from the same place as him. I just want to see this compatriot of mine. Zhou Zhou said. Haru's froze. Then, he quickly reacted. You're a human lord from the Cerulean planet. Yup. May I ask what your lord title is? Haru's looked at the appearance of this lord that was becoming more similar to the recent rumors by the second. His heart suddenly thumped. I am the lord of the blazing Sunday. Zhou Zhou had no intention of hiding anything. Haru's froze once again. A moment later, Zhang Lanzheng looked at the steady and handsome man in front of him in a daze in the reception room. He had never expected this. This man who he had once ridiculed for buying the Conqueror's blast furnace was actually the legendary figure in the Cerulean Planet Lord's World Channel, the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Then, the two of them chatted for a while. Only then did Zhang Lanzheng gradually relax. Big Boss Blazing Sun, you're really amazing. Almost the entire Aurora Kingdom knows that you have become the strongest novice lord among the Cerulean planet's human lords. You'll definitely be a big shot in the kingdom in the future. Oh yes, Big Boss Blazing Sunday. How did our Cerulean planet's human race do in this novice lord test? Zhang Lanzheng could not help but ask curiously after he regained his composure. He lost all his functions and authority, including the ability to log into the Cerulean Planet Lord World Channel and enter the exchange after he gave up his status as a lord. He was no different from a native adventurer of the High Continent. Therefore, he only knew that the Lord of the Blazing Sun had become the strongest novice lord of the Cerulean planet. However, he did not know anything about the other Cerulean planet lords. Our Cerulean planet had more than 8 billion lords. There are only a little more than 6 billion left after this novice lord test. Zhou Zhou was silent for a few seconds before telling him about it. Zhang Lanzheng was stunned when he heard this. Then, his eyes gradually became blank. As one of the Cerulean planet humans who had long given up his status as a lord, he originally felt that even though the choice he made was cowardly, he was at least wise and right in his heart. But for some reason, he just could not feel happy after hearing Zhou Zhou's words, even though he clearly knew that his choice had allowed him to escape death. Instead, he felt a little suffocated. A moment later. How many people do you know who gave up their lord status like you? Zhou Zhou was the first to break this silence. There are 6 of us in total. Zhang Lanzheng came back to his senses and said. I want to see them. Zhou Zhou said. Big boss, what's the matter? Zhang Lanzheng hesitated. It's nothing. It's just that I haven't seen my fellow Ceruleans in a long time. So I wanted to see you guys. Zhou Zhou said. In that case. Wait here for a while. I'll call them over now. Zhang Lanzheng nodded in realization and stood up to leave. Zhou Zhou stood up and shook his hand just as he was about to leave. Zhang Lanzheng did not think too much about it and shook it. At the same time, a line of virtual interface also appeared in front of Zhou Zhou as they shook hands. Current items to steal: 1 Gradeless Adventurer Class Change Certificate, Stealing Success Rate, 100%, 1 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Skill Book, Flame Arrow, Stealing Success Rate, 100%, 1 Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Skill Book, Concealment Technique, Stealing Success Rate, 100%, 7 Black Iron Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, Stealing Success Rate, 100%. Zhou Zhou's gaze immediately landed on the last 7 Black Iron Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments. He chanted to steal in his heart. The next second, 7 Black Iron Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments appeared out of thin air in his spatial ring. Zhang Lanzheng's expression was normal. He had no idea that he had already lost something. Zhou Zhou heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that he did not react. It seemed that losing this Lord Talent Crystal Fragment did not affect them, who no longer had the status of Lord. Zhou Zhou naturally would not touch the other things since this guy was not an enemy after all. Haru's returned with the alchemy technician not long after Zhang Lanzheng left. The two of them went to the Adventurer Association's warehouse and completed the transaction on the spot. He obtained 7 new Conqueror's Blast Furnace, paying only 112 green bronze tier mist cores. This was naturally nothing to the current Zhou Zhou. After that, he continued to stay here and wait for Zhang Lanzheng. A moment later, Zhang Lanzheng brought 5 people to him. There were 3 men and 2 women among these 5 people. Everyone was young. At this moment, they were all either looking at Zhou Zhou curiously or boldly. Big Boss Blazing Sunday. These are our Cerulean Planet's compatriots. Everyone. This is Big Boss Blazing Sunday. You know who he is even without my introduction. Zhang Lanzheng introduced him to the 5 of them. The other 5 nodded repeatedly. I didn't expect to be able to meet you when I'm no longer a lord. A tall and strong man smiled foolishly. Big Boss Blazing Sun is actually so handsome. The 2 girls were also whispering and looking at Zhou Zhou with shining eyes. Zhou Zhou smiled and went forward to shake their hands. After shaking hands, another 34 Black Iron Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments appeared in his spatial ring. He had obtained 41 Black Iron Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments for nothing on this trip. The smile on Zhou Zhou's face looked even more sincere thinking of this. Chapter 129, Investment. The Sneak Attack of the Kobold Tribe. Zhou Zhou looked at the fragment of the Lord Talent Crystal in his spatial ring. There were a total of 63 Black Iron Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, 7 Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, 3 Yellow Gold Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, 2 Legendary Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments. I can upgrade my Insight Defection talent as long as I obtain another 37 Black Iron Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments or 3 Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments. Zhou Zhou thought. This was not difficult. He could achieve it after fighting a few more Scarlet Lords. He continued to chat with the 6 Cerulean Planet citizens. What are your plans for the future? Zhou Zhou asked a moment later. We plan to be professional adventurers in the adventurer team for a period of time. We'll accumulate some funds after we're completely familiar with this line of work, and then we plan to form our own adventurer team. One of the pretty girls with glasses said. Her name was Lu Rui. She seemed to be the leader among the 6 of them even though she was a girl. Professional adventurers face a lot of dangers and it's very difficult to build an adventurer team. Zhou Zhou shook his head. Everything is dangerous and difficult in this world. We can only choose a path that is relatively better for us. Lu Rui smiled bitterly. Are you interested in joining my territory? Zhou Zhou voiced his thoughts. I can provide you with an initial capital of 5,000 Black Iron Tier Mist cores. In addition, you can also use your status as subjects of Blazing Sun City to join the contribution exchange system in exchange for what you want after becoming my subjects. Take this as my investment in you to help you become powerful adventurers and form an adventurer team. Are you willing to accept it? Zhou Zhou asked. 5,000 Black Iron Tier Mist cores were naturally nothing to him. The mist cores he had obtained from sweeping the monster ranches today alone were more than 500,000 Black Iron Tier Mist cores. Therefore, he did not care about this small amount of money at all. However, Lu Rui and the others were stunned. 5,000 Black Iron Tier Mist cores was a huge sum of money to them. With this funding, they could hire many Green Bronze Tier experts to help them even if they decided to hire professionals. What do you want us to do for you? Lu Rui took a deep breath and said. Zhou Zhou wanted to say that they had already given him what he wanted. However, he naturally could not say this. You can bring Cerulean Planet Lords who have given up their status as Lords in the future to me if you encounter them. In addition, I might need some intel. You can try to gather the information I want. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and said. Wu Tu gathered information on the side, but Zhou Zhou wanted to spread his risk out. He needed more intelligence organizations to help him so he could invest in these people in front of him. In any case, the cost was not high. Everyone immediately understood. So, Big Boss Blazing Sun had a need for intelligence work. That made sense. Adventurers came into contact with many types of existences, so it was indeed easier for them to come into contact with secret information that ordinary people could not. Therefore, it was very normal to ask adventurers for information in the eyes of others. Can you give us some time to discuss it? We'll give you an answer soon. Lu Ruyi said. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, the six of them went to the room next door to discuss. They returned a moment later. We're willing to accept your request to join your territory and become your subjects. We will accept your investment and work hard to build a powerful adventurer team for you. Lu Ruyi said respectfully. The next second, a text notification appeared. 6 humans request to join your territory and become your subjects. Do you agree? Zhou Zhou agreed silently. After they became subjects of Blazing Sun City, Zhou Zhou opened the attribute panel of the 6 of them and realized that their loyalty were all basically above 75 points. This included the effect of the Lord's talents. Their initial loyalty was so high because they were sincere in submitting to him. Welcome to Blazing Sun City. Do you have something on now? If you don't, you can follow us back to Blazing Sun City to take a look. You'll also know the location of Blazing Sun City so that you can come back in the future. I can arrange a house for each of you when I get back if you want to live in Blazing Sun City. Zhou Zhou added. The 6 of them looked at each other. I'll go pack my luggage first then. Zhang Lanzheng was the first to speak. As soon as he finished speaking, the others said the same thing and went to pack their luggage. Who could refuse this reliable sense of security to be able to live in the territory of the strongest novice lord? Zhou Zhou could not help but smile when he saw this. This was his compensation to them for taking their lord talent crystal fragments in their bodies. Hopefully, it will help them. A moment later, a black iron tier intermediate grade sword shield soldier appeared before him before Lu Ruyi and the others arrived. Greetings, my lord. I'm a soldier serving in the desolate city. I'm here on City Lord Zhang's orders to report something to the lord. He said respectfully. What's the matter with Zhang Kaishan? Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. I've something to report, my lord. The Kobold tribe in the desolate Gobi Desert suddenly launched an attack on the desolate city just this morning. However, their attack strength is very weak, and there are only about 100 of them. So we easily repelled them. We were worried that it was a trap, so we didn't chase after them. Then, City Lord Zhang ordered me to come over and tell you about this. The soldier said respectfully. Zhou Zhou narrowed his eyes. He knew this Kobold tribe. The desolate Gobi map drawn by Wu Tu recorded the location and military strength of the other party. At that time, Zhou Zhou felt that the other party's strength was far inferior to his and was unable to pose a threat to him. In addition, he was focused on passing the Novice Lord test and did not care about this Kobold tribe at that time. He did not expect. It came knocking on his door before he could attack it. They are courting death. Zhou Zhou's eyes were cold. He had planned to attack the desolate Gobi Desert and Thorn Dune. However, he would start with them first now that the other party had taken the initiative to come looking for him. Half an hour later, Lu Ruyi and the others returned with their luggage. Zhou Zhou did not waste any time. He led them out of Fish Spring Town and came to the 5,000 soldiers led by Wu Xin. When Lu Ruyi and the others saw the vast army of 5,000 soldiers, they were immediately stunned. F***ck. There are so many professionals. Oh my god, is this the strength of our lord? No wonder he's ahead of the other top-notch lords. The 6 of them were shocked. Let's not return to Blazing Sun City first. Let's make a detour to the desolate Gobi and eliminate some enemies before returning. Zhou Zhou said. Lu Ruyi and the others were stunned for a moment before nodding. 2 hours later. In the territory of the Kobold tribe in the desolate Gobi, Zhou Zhou stood in the distance. He looked at the groups of kobold soldiers patrolling in the distance. They had dog heads and human bodies and were each 2 to 3 meters tall. They wore black armor with strange patterns engraved on the chest armor, and they held all kinds of weapons. A text notification appeared. Monster name, Kobold. Strength level, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade. Monster description, a creature in the desolate Gobi Desert that worships the god of death. Their bodies contain a strange death talent that can be awakened after death and reap the souls of other creatures for a short period of time. Loots, 2 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores, drop rate, 100%, 1 Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Skill Book, Soul Roar, drop rate, 5%, 1 Growable Racial Talent Sphere, drop rate, 0.00001%. Chapter 130, Divine Kingdom Level Soldier Type. Soul Reaper Recruitment Book. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly when he saw their introduction. It could actually harvest the souls of living beings after death? He felt a little afraid. He still knew very little about the soul even though he had a lot of abilities now. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was his blind spot. He thought for a moment and began to communicate with Nazario in the sky. He told it the abilities of these kobolds, asking if it could resolve it. Nazario gave an affirmative answer without hesitation. After Zhou Zhou found out, he did not hesitate and asked Nazario to deal with it. According to Wutu's map, this kobold tribe only had more than 300 kobolds, and the strongest was only a white silver tier advanced grade kobold high priest. Dealing with them was not a problem at all for Nazario. They bided their time and enjoyed Nazario's performance. When the 14-meter-tall Nazario swooped down on the kobold tribe and spat out magma dragon breath, Lu Rui and the others were immediately stunned. Dragon race! And it's a pure-blooded dragon. The other soldiers could not help but smile when they saw these people behave like this. At the same time, the kobold tribe high priest also walked out of a simple temple. Its eyes immediately widened when it saw Nazario spewing magma dragon breath in the sky, turning the entire kobold tribe turning into a sea of fire. However, its anger was useless against the current situation. It could only watch as the kobolds died one after another, screaming their lungs out. Then, the souls of the kobolds wrapped in a black death aura flew out of the corpses. After these kobold souls emerged, they rushed towards Nazario in the sky. However, Nazario needed only to release its dragon might and the souls of these kobolds collapsed and dissipated in the air. A moment later, Nazario grabbed the unconscious kobold high priest and came in front of Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou looked at it. Name, Kobold Tribe High Priest Shar. Strength level, White Silver Tier Advanced Grade. Introduction, the High Priest of the Kobold Tribe, a fanatic of the God of Death. It is in charge of the war and sacrificial matters of the Kobold Tribe. There is a weak wisp of the power of the Soul Reaper, a Divine Kingdom level soldier type, left in its body. Loot, 8 White Silver Tier Mist Cores, drop rate, 100%, 1 White Silver Tier Advanced Grade Skill Book, Healing Technique, drop rate, 5%, 1 Faith Divine Crystal for the Zealots, drop rate, 1%, 1 Growable Racial Talent Sphere, drop rate, 0.000001%, 1 White Silver Tier Advanced Grade Soul Reaper Recruitment Book, drop rate, 0.00000001%, 4 Black Iron Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, drop rate, 0%. Zhou Zhou's eyes widened as he looked at the drop rate of the Soul Reaper Recruitment Book. Good God! A 1 in 100 billion drop rate. This was the first time he had seen such a low drop rate other than items related to the Lord Talents. However, if this Soul Reaper was really a Divine Kingdom level soldier type, then its drop rate was understandable. After Zhou Zhou came back to his senses, he did not kill it immediately. Instead, he used his mental perception skill to sense the other party's thoughts. He got to know why it had sent troops to attack his desolate city. This kobold high priest had already regarded the entire desolate Gobi as the territory of the kobolds after living here for a long time, even though they did not conquer it. Originally, it had fought with Kunts. Later on, the news of the change of ownership of the desolate city reached the ears of the high priest. This high priest wanted to test the strength of the new owner of the desolate city. Therefore, it sent some kobolds to test the waters. Later on, it realized that it could not afford to offend them, so it retreated. Originally, its idea was to rely on their ability to harvest souls after death, and it would not be a big problem even if it provoked this new owner of the desolate city. However, the high priest never expected that this new master actually had a pure-blooded dragon under his command. Their souls could not even approach Nazario's dragon soul before they were directly killed by the dragon's might. It ended up like this as a result. Zhou Zhou shook his head. He no longer had any doubts. This was the war between the lords. Not only did he have to be prepared to be attacked at any time, but he also had to be prepared to be killed by the enemy. He asked Nazario to kill the kobold high priest. Soon, its soul emerged from its corpse and pounced at Zhou Zhou with a ferocious expression. But in the next second, it was shattered by long-awaited Nazario's dragon might. This time, Zhou Zhou saw its death notification. Seeing this, he placed his hand on it and extracted the other party's loot. Lord Talent notification: your loots have been enhanced by the King of Loots. Perfect loots. Grade +1. Lord Talent hint: you have obtained perfect loots 2 mist cores, yellow gold tier, 1 skill book, healing technique, yellow gold tier advance grade, 1 Holy Spirit Faith Divine Crystal, 1 racial talent sphere, growable, 1 Soul Reaper recruitment book, yellow gold tier advance grade, 4 Lord Talent crystal fragments, green bronze tier. Zhou Zhou checked the loot. There was no need to mention the yellow gold tier mist cores. He looked at the other loot. Skill name: healing technique. Skill quality: yellow gold tier advance grade. Skill description: convert the energy in your body into life force. It can be used to recover your main body's injuries or released to other living beings to recover the injuries of other living beings. It can heal any injuries up to yellow gold tier advance grade. It also has a certain healing and recovery effect on higher level injuries. Item name: Holy Spirit Faith Divine Crystal. Item level: Holy Spirit tier, Shallow Faith tier, True Faith tier, Pious tier, Fanatic tier, Holy Spirit tier. Item effect: a crystal condensed from the full faith of a Holy Spirit tier. It contains the rich and pure Holy Spirit level power of faith. Item description: a favorite item of the God Spirits. It can help God Spirits increase their strength and trade as their currency. Prompt: you might obtain unexpected gains if you dedicate it to the God Spirits in God Spirit buildings. Treasure name: Racial Talent Sphere God of Death's Blessing. Treasure grade: Enhanceable. Treasure effect: after using it, the living being will have the talent to fight the final battle on the soul level with the living being that killed it after death. The living being's soul will enter the embrace of Thanatos and become his God of Death believer no matter whether he wins or loses. Treasure description: a racial talent that only kobolds who believe in the God of Death have. You will receive the blessing of the God of Death Thanatos, but you will also have to pay the price if you use it. Item name: Soul Reaper recruitment book. Item level: yellow gold tier advance grade. Item effect: Divine Kingdom tier soldier recruitment book. Throw it into the gate of summoning and you can summon a black iron tier elementary grade soul reaper with yellow gold tier advance grade potential to become your subject. Item description: the Divine Kingdom tier soldier type under Thanatos, the God of Death. It had terrified countless God spirits at its peak. Chapter 131, God of Death's Reward. Death Immunity Scroll. Zhou Zhou looked at the loots. The healing technique was a yellow gold tier advance grade skill. He was only at green bronze tier advance grade now and could not learn it for the time being. As for the Holy Spirit's Faith Divine Crystal, its introduction looked quite interesting. He saw a simple temple in the Kobold tribe just now. He could bring this into it and give it a try later. As for the Kobold tribe's god of death blessing race talent, it was not practical. Moreover, he would be targeted by Thanatos once he mastered it. Zhou Zhou was still very weak and did not want to be related to such an existence for the time being, so he would not learn it. The final Soul Reaper recruitment book was the loot that confused Zhou Zhou the most. Good God! It was really a Divine Kingdom tier soldier type. Unfortunately, there's only one Divine Kingdom tier soldier recruitment book. If only these kobolds were fog monsters, then I can put them in the monster ranch and constantly produce Divine Kingdom tier recruitment books. Zhou Zhou looked at the Soul Reaper recruitment book for a long time before thinking regretfully. The kobolds were natives of the high continent. They naturally could not be placed in the monster ranches. However, Zhou Zhou was still quite happy to obtain a Divine Kingdom tier soldier. He had originally thought that he was only here to deal with this enemy who had provoked him. He did not expect to obtain any useful loot from the kobolds. The final green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragment was also something that he wanted very much. He could upgrade his rebellion talent when he returned with these 4 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. Then, Zhou Zhou took out a conqueror's blast furnaces and asked the soldiers to retrieve the loot from the 300-odd kobold corpses. He came to this simple temple and saw the stone statue of Thanatos, the god of death, worshipped inside. Then he froze. This was because Thanatos' image was actually similar to the kobolds. However, it was taller and more dignified, and the clothes it wore were more simple and mysterious. The death scythe it held in both hands was more intimidating. In front of the death god statue was a circular black altar. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he walked over and placed the Holy Spirit Faith Divine Crystal on the altar. I'm willing to offer this Holy Spirit Tier Faith Divine Crystal to His Excellency the God of Death, he said respectfully. Zhou Zhou did not dare to do anything to challenge the other party's dignity facing a god spirit, especially the god in charge of death. The temple was still calm after a long time. It's been a long time since I've seen such a good quality Faith Divine Crystal. A deep voice suddenly sounded in his mind just as Zhou Zhou thought that his sacrifice was useless. Greetings, God of Death. Zhou Zhou was shocked, then said even more respectfully. A little Lord of the Supreme Will. I'm very satisfied with your offering. If you obtain more Holy Spirit Tier Faith Divine Crystals in the future, you can send them to me. I will give you more rewards. It did not mention anything else after that. Zhou Zhou waited for a long time, but the God of Death had no intention of talking to him again. He could not help but look up at the stone statue of the God of Death after realizing that there was still no sound. Then, he was stunned. After becoming a chaos human, Zhou Zhou's memory and observation skills were already very good. Therefore, in his eyes, the gaze of the stone statue of the God of Death was clearly more satisfied than before. Others might not be able to tell the difference. However, Zhou Zhou could tell with his powerful observation skills. He realized that the Holy Spirit's Faith Divine Crystal had already disappeared when he looked at the altar again. In its place was a scroll. Zhou Zhou walked over and picked it up to take a look. This scroll was completely black and depicted the back of Thanatos. Treasure name, Death Immunity Scroll. Treasure grade, Epic Tier Advanced Grade. Treasure effect, when a living being suffers injuries that are fatal, using this scroll can immediately restore your state to its peak state before being injured. Treasure description, a mystical item created by the God of Death Thanatos with the power of the Law of Death. It can allow the person who obtains it to be immune to a death crisis once. Prompt, it is ineffective against injuries at God tier level and above. Zhou Zhou's mouth fell open. A Holy Spirit Tier Faith Divine Crystal was actually exchanged for an Epic Tier treasure from the God of Death. Moreover, it was a life-saving item with such high practicality. Was this because the God of Death was very generous? Or was the Holy Spirit Faith Divine Crystal really that precious? Zhou Zhou thought in confusion. However, he then threw this doubt to the back of his mind. No matter how good the Holy Spirit Faith Divine Crystal was, it was still trash to him who did not know how to use it. Moreover, this death immunity scroll was a treasure that could really save his life. Then, the items in front of him were naturally the best. He put it away happily and bowed respectfully to the stone statue of the god of death before leaving. Not long after he left, even the chaos human has appeared. Lords have appeared in the dragon world, the abyss, the divine world, the nether world, the immortal world, and even outside the world. This Lord of all races competition is getting more and more interesting. A faint voice sounded. Then, it disappeared again. Outside the temple. After Zhou Zhou came out, he found Wu Xin and asked him to send a few people to stay here to guard this temple. Wu Xin agreed without asking for a reason. Elder Wu, are you feeling restless because there has been no battle big enough for you to feel even a little motivated? Zhou Zhou looked at his calm expression and could not help but smile. Your lordship saw through me. Wu Xin was stunned for a moment before nodding readily. Don't worry. We probably won't encounter a big battle like yesterday in a short period of time. But there's still a chance for you to test your skills, Elder Wu. Elder Wu, how about we take down this desolate goba today? Zhou Zhou said. He was no longer the same as before. It took him 6 days to conquer this black iron tier territory in the blazing sun desert. But now, he, who had already increased his strength, wanted to see if he could take down this black iron tier territory in a day. We can give it a try. We might not be able to return to Blazing Sun City today, Wu Xin said in a deep voice. Then we'll stay in the desolate city. Zhou Zhou made a decision. The most important reason why he left this desolate city intact behind back then was to use it as a springboard to occupy the entire desolate Goba territory. As for building it into a commercial city, it was just an afterthought. It was time to make it work. Yes, my lord. Wu Xin said respectfully. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, he brought people to the lord's courtyard here. After shattering the territory tablet, he obtained a green bronze tier advance grade territory token. I can upgrade my territory when we get back. Zhou Zhou thought while looking at the territory token in his hand. 15 minutes later. More than 300 kobold corpses have all their loots extracted. Under the influence of the perfect loots, he obtained a total of 1,477 green bronze tier mist cores, 756 white silver tier mist cores, and 6 yellow gold tier mist cores. 321 soul roar skill books. Black iron tier, green bronze tier, white silver tier. 321 racial talent spheres god of death's blessing. Zhou Zhou took out a green bronze tier advance grade book from the 321 soul roar skill books to learn. Skill name, soul roar. Skill quality, green bronze tier advance grade. Skill description, concentrate your will and let out a soul-shocking roar at the enemy. There is a high chance of causing the enemy's soul to enter a dizzy state for enemies whose soul strength is lower than yours. There is also a small chance of causing the enemy's soul to be in a state of shock for enemies whose soul strength is higher than yours. After he finished learning, Bai Yi also found the basic resources and mist cores stored in the Kobold tribe. Other than that, he also found a blueprint of the Temple of Death. However, this blueprint was not recognized by the Supreme Will. It was only a design blueprint for a self-built building. Zhou Zhou did not mind and put it away. This Kobold tribe was no longer of any value to them at this point. Zhou Zhou did not stay any longer. He left with the soldiers and rushed towards the first territory of the Scarlet Lord. Half an hour later, they first arrived at the territory of a black iron tier advance grade Scarlet Lord. The lord of this Scarlet territory was a yellow python leader with the strength of a green bronze tier elementary grade. It had about 400 to 500 yellow python monster subjects under its command. These monsters were naturally helpless against Zhou Zhou's 5,000 strong army and Nazario, a pure-blooded dragon. In less than 15 minutes, this Scarlet Lord's territory had completely fallen. All the yellow python monsters were killed. As for Zhou Zhou's soldiers, under the cover of the dragon might, there were not even any injured people. Under the influence of the perfect loots, Zhou Zhou obtained 6 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments and 2 origin crystals from the yellow python leader's corpse. He also obtained a black iron tier intermediate grade territory token from the Lord's building. After that, Bai Yi led the soldiers and spent half an hour cleaning up the battlefield. Zhou Zhou let the soldiers rest for another half an hour after retrieving all the loot before rushing to the second Scarlet Lord's territory. In the desolate Gobi, there were a total of 3 Scarlet Lords with black iron tier territory and 1 regional Scarlet Lord with green bronze tier territory. Zhou Zhou spent more than 3 hours dealing with the 3 Scarlet Lords who had black iron tier territory before arriving at the last Scarlet Lord's territory. Regional level Scarlet Lord, the territory of the Golem Lord. The sky gradually darkened. In the desert, Zhou Zhou looked at the distant regional Scarlet Lord's territory. More than 4,000 golems were lingering here. They are made up of converging Goba boulders. Each golem was 3 to 4 meters tall. According to the information on Wutu's map, these golems had extremely strong bodies and were fearless in battle. Moreover, they did not have souls in their bodies since they were not flesh and blood creatures. Even the dragon might did not restrict them much. It's a tough fight. However, I'll have 2 territories under my command as long as I deal with them. Zhou Zhou thought. Chapter 132, Hero Skill Golden Dragon Break. Killing the Golem Lord. Zhou Zhou looked at the loots of the golems and lost interest. This was because there was only a skill book called Rock Armor other than the Mist Cores. It was similar to the loots of the previous 3 fog monsters, which were either skill books or ordinary equipment. Zhou Zhou's standards were also higher now with his 100% drop rate and perfect loot. He was no longer interested in ordinary loot. He would only be interested in monsters that would drop special loot, such as soldier class change certificates, soldier recruitment books, building materials, and so on. This was because these monsters could be brought back to the monster ranch and become his daily fixed income. Its value naturally far exceeded that of ordinary monsters. It also made Zhou Zhou like it even more. He stopped thinking and turned to look at Wu Xin. Elder Wu, take down this regional Scarlet Lord's territory, he said. Yes, my lord. Elder Wu said respectfully. Then, he rode on the dragon horse, his golden cloak fluttering in the desert wind. Soldiers, charge with me. Kill. Wu Xin took the lead and rushed out accompanied by a furious roar. Kill. Kill them. Charge. 2,000 sword shield soldiers and 1,000 Pudeo soldiers followed Wu Xin and rushed out. The 2,000 soldiers left behind were all long-range soldiers. Most of them were poisonous crossbowmen, and the rest were archers, crossbowmen, and musketeers. They began to attack the golems from afar. Arrows streaked across the sky like meteors and shot at the 4,000 golems. Even though low-level long-range soldiers could not cause much damage to these sturdy golems, high-level long-range soldiers could shoot holes in their bodies. Especially the new musketeers. Zhou Zhou only received 18 beginner soldier recruitment books in the novice lord test. Therefore, there were only 18 of each beginner soldier type and only 18 musketeers. Even though they were few in number, the commotion they caused was the greatest among the entire army. Ear-piercing gunshots sounded. It was so loud that even the distant soldiers beside them could not help but take a few more glances at them. These musketeers might only be at the lowest black iron tier elementary grade. But the damage they caused was no less than the damage caused by black iron tier advanced grade archers as beginner soldiers. The only disadvantage was that they were slow to reload. Moreover, there was a limited amount of ammunition. Zhou Zhou was deep in thought when he saw this. Even though musketeers like them could make homemade gunpowder bullets, the efficiency was low after all, and the power might not be much stronger. Maybe I can find that military industry lord to see if I can buy some modern firearms from him. I can also replenish my ammunition from him in the future. Zhou Zhou thought. Even though these 18 musketeers were small in numbers, he would not give up any chance to become stronger. At the same time, Wu Xin also led his army to charge at the 4,000 golems. These golems also discovered the 3,000 soldiers rushing over. They roared fearlessly as they charged at Wu Xin and the others while enduring the attacks of bullets and arrows. Wu Xin looked at the charging golems. Golden flames gradually burned in his eyes. Roar! A true dragon roar sounded in his body. His body slowly enlarged until he was 4 to 5 meters tall. His armor also enlarged, matching his figure. A pair of golden dragon horns grew on his head. A thick golden dragon tail also grew out of his tailbone. Yellow Gold Tier Advance Grade Bloodline Skill Dragon Blood Transformation. At this moment, Wu Xin had turned into a half-dragon. At the same time, the dragon horse under him also let out a dragon-like roar. Then, golden dragon scales appeared on the surface of its body. At the same time, its body expanded until it could carry Wu Xin on its back. Boom! Golden airwaves spread out with the half-dragon and dragon horse as the center, forming the phantom of a golden dragon head. The skin and pupils of the soldiers in the range of the golden wave also turned golden. Their strength, speed, physical defense, and will to fight had all increased greatly, and they all caught up to Wu Xin's speed. In the blink of an eye, they formed the winding figure of an eastern dragon. It charged at these golems with an unstoppable and magnificent aura. Hero Skill Golden Dragon Break. Hero Skill, Golden Dragon Break. Level, Special. Skill Effect, the Dragon Horse Spear will activate its own Golden Dragon bloodline and human bloodline so that it transforms into a dragon. It will use the power of the Golden Dragon to stimulate and mobilize the all-round quality of the soldiers under its command. It will also give the soldiers some characteristics of the Golden Dragon bloodline, forming an unstoppable golden dragon on the battlefield. It will break through the enemy's formation and crush the enemy's will. At this moment, Wu Xin used the Diamond Tier Advance Grade Army Formation Fury Array and the Diamond Tier Advance Grade Army Formation Fire Array to increase the soldiers' strength, speed, and will to fight by 15 times immediately. The sudden increase in combat strength made the Eastern Golden Dragon even more lifelike, and it even emitted a faint dragon pressure. This caused the charging aura of the 4,000 odd golems to stagnate. The Eastern Golden Dragon took advantage of this and instantly rushed into their formation, accompanied by a mighty roar. The golems were shattered one after another wherever it went. No golem could stop the Golden Dragon's charge. This Golden Dragon rushed from the front of the battlefield to the back of the battlefield and then to the front just like that. After 2 Golden Dragon breaks, more than 1,500 of these 4,000 golems died. Wu Xin, who had used Golden Dragon Break twice, had not exhausted his remaining strength and was even maintaining his dragon blood transformation. However, the Golden Dragon gradually disappeared. His Golden Dragon eyes looked at the golems coldly. He felt that there was still about a third of the energy left in his body and felt that he could use the Golden Dragon Break again. However, he would probably enter a weak state after using it. As a wise and calm battlefield general, it was not what he wanted to see. Behind the battlefield, Nazario immediately raised its dragon head and looked at Wu Xin when he used the dragon blood transformation. Its scarlet dragon eyes revealed a human-like puzzled expression when it saw a very different dragon from its own dragon race arising from the Golden Dragon Break. There seemed to be no record of a dragon in this strange form in its dragon bloodline inheritance. However, Zhou Zhou, who was beside it, was immediately stunned when he saw Wu Xin use Golden Dragon Break. Wasn't this their Eastern Dragon? He originally thought that Wu Xin's Golden Dragon bloodline was a Western Dragon bloodline like Nazario's. He did not expect it to be the bloodline of an Eastern Dragon. After coming back to his senses, he looked at the puzzled Nazario beside him, and a sigh appeared on his face. An Eastern Dragon and a Western Dragon were gathered on the same battlefield. This could only be seen on a place like the High Continent where all races coexisted. Actually, speaking of which, it was similar to the inheritance of Eastern civilization. It also appeared in the talents of some lords of all races. For example, Zhou Zhou had heard that someone's lord talent was a yellow gold tier lord talent chi refiner when he was diving on the World Channel once. Not only did he have a special physique, the spiritual root constitution, the subjects of his territory also had a small chance of awakening their spiritual root physique. Moreover, there was a chance of obtaining items from the immortal Dao civilization when hunting monsters. However, it was said that this lord never appeared on the World Channel again. He could not even be added as a friend. The lords only knew that he was still alive, but no one knew where he was or what he was doing. This became one of the unsolved mysteries in the hearts of countless cerulean planet lords. That Chi Refiner Lord's situation is similar to the Dragon God Lord and the Insect Lord. What happened to them? Why can't we contact them? Zhou Zhou frowned slightly. After thinking for a moment, he, who had no clue, did not think too much about it. Everyone had the same destination, where they would eventually meet. On the battlefield. After Wu Xin used the Golden Dragon Break, Bai Yi also used her hero skill, Blood Fire Arrow Rain. She was already at White Silver Tier Elementary grade. The power of the Blood Fire Arrow Rain was even stronger than before. A wave of arrows killed nearly 2,000 golems. At this point, there were only about 500 golems left on the battlefield. This time, the Golem Lord, who wanted to be a coward, could not sit still anymore. It had always felt that an extremely terrifying aura was accumulating strength behind the battlefield. The Golem Lord felt that it could not defeat the other party, so it did not appear. It wanted to rely on these 4,000 Golem subjects to make the other party retreat. Unexpectedly, the two heroes opposite it killed more than half of its Golem subjects. This instantly stunned it. There was only one thought left in its mind. Run! Rumble! As the ground shook, a golem more than 20 meters tall crawled out from the ground. Then, it balled up and rolled into the distance. The remaining 500 golems were stunned when they saw this. Why did your majesty surrender first when we are about to fight to the death? The soldiers were stunned for a moment before laughing heartlessly. At the back of the battlefield, Nazario had already spread its dragon wings and flew into the sky in pursuit without the need for Zhou Zhou to remind it. A moment later, a kill notification appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Your pet lava dragon Nazario has killed the Golem Lord Wan Shi, Scarlet Lord. Promotion energy plus 800. Loots condensed. The territory of the Scarlet Lord has become ownerless. You can plunder or occupy it. The Blazing Sun Desert has become an ownerless area. After you obtain the regional token, you can become the regional lord of this area. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. A moment later, Nazario grabbed the corpse of the Golem Lord and placed it in front of Zhou Zhou. He looked at the stone corpse. Its stone brain had already been burned to lava, and the other parts of its body had also been burned to charcoal. This regional Scarlet Lord's defense was second to none, but it was still not enough against the magma dragon breath of a pure-blooded dragon. A corpse notification appeared. Monster name, Golem Lord Wan Shi, Regional Level Scarlet Lord. Strength Level, White Silver Tier Advanced Grade. Monster Description, the strongest Scarlet Lord in the desolate Gobi Desert. It controls the entire barren Gobi Desert and has many Golem subjects under its command. Its physical defense is extremely strong and it is not afraid of soul attacks. It can be said to be a tyrant in the desolate Gobi Desert. Loots, 20 white silver tier mist cores, drop rate, 100%, 5 origin crystals, drop rate, 100%, 1 white silver tier advanced grade skill book, rock armor, drop rate, 5%, 1 white silver tier advanced grade skill book, summon golem leader, drop rate, 2%, 1 white silver tier advanced grade alchemy technology product blueprint mist energy cannon, drop rate, 1%, 5 black iron tier lord talent crystal fragments, drop rate, 0%. Chapter 133, Mist Energy Cannon. Desolate Gobi Region Token. Mist Energy Cannon. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. He didn't think too much about it. He chose to extract it directly. Lord Talent Notification, your loots have been enhanced by the King of Loots Perfect Loots. Grade +1. Lord Talent Hint, you have obtained Perfect Loots 20 units of Mist Cores, Yellow Gold Tier, 1 Skill Book, Rock Armor, Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade, 1 Skill Book, Summon Golem Lord, Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade, 1 Alchemy Technology Product Blueprint, Mist Energy Cannon, Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade, 5 Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, Green Bronze Tier. The next second, the Golem Lord's corpse became a loot. Zhou Zhou put away the 20 Yellow Gold Tier Mist Cores first and looked at the other loots. As the names suggested, Rock Armor was a skill that formed a layer of rock armor on the surface of the body to defend against external attacks. While Summon Golem Lord was to summon a White Silver Tier Advanced Grade Golem Lord, not the Scarlet Lord, to fight for him. Zhou Zhou could not learn them for the time being as they were both Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade skills. He could only put them away for the time being. Then, he looked at the Alchemy Technology Product Blueprint. This was the first time Zhou Zhou had obtained a new Alchemy Technology Product Blueprint. Alchemy Technology Product Blueprint, Mist Energy Cannon. Grade, Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade. Product Effect, it can fire cannonballs with huge power with mist cores as the core energy source. Its furthest range is 5,000 meters. It is often used to kill giant creatures, creatures with powerful vitality, attack strength, and naval battles. Product Description, one of the most famous products of alchemy technology. It is extremely powerful on the battlefield and is often widely used by the major countries of the High Continent in war. Learning requirement, can only be learned by alchemy technicians. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. The Mist Energy Cannon product blueprint came at the right time. The official Lord War had already begun, siege battles would definitely not be rare in the war that will follow. The Mist Energy Cannon would be able to shine then. They would have probably lost a huge number of troops when capturing Kunt City previously if not for the safe passage provided by Zhang Kaishan and without Nazario taking action. However, everything would become simple with this Mist Energy Cannon. He frowned again in no time. The grade of this Mist Energy Cannon is too high. Ashburn had just broken through to the Green Bronze Tier Elementary grade the last time I saw him. He shouldn't be at the Yellow Gold Tier Advanced grade yet. I don't think he can learn how to make the Mist Energy Cannon. Then who can I get to learn this Mist Energy Cannon blueprint? He muttered. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Zhou, who still had no choice, could only put away the blueprint first. He could only take it out in the future when he had the chance to use it. The last 5 Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments also made him smile. Previously, he had fought the Scarlet Lords in the 3 Black Iron Tier territories and obtained a total of 13 Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments and 4 Origin Crystals. Now, he had obtained a total of 9 Origin Crystals coupled with the loots dropped by the Golem Lord. He now had 29 Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, which was enough to upgrade 2 Black Iron Tier Lord Talents. However, he would only upgrade his Insight Defection Talent, not his Return to City Talent. After that, he would accumulate another White Silver Tier Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystal and upgrade it to the White Silver Tier or even higher. If possible, he wanted to see the effect of upgrading the Insight Defection Talent to the mythical stage. A moment later, the remaining 500 golems on the battlefield were dealt with by the soldiers. Then, the soldiers began to clean up the battlefield. At the same time, Zhou Zhou took out 5 Conqueror's Blast Furnace to extract the more than 4,000 golem corpses. A moment later. My lord! I've found the territory token tablet. Bai Yi quickly walked over and reported respectfully. Take me there. Zhou Zhou immediately said. Yes. Please follow me, my lord. After Bai Yi finished speaking, she brought Zhou Zhou into the territory of the golems. After walking for a while, Zhou Zhou and Bai Yi found it on a ground filled with shattered rocks. We did not find this territory tablet at the beginning. In the end, I asked Lord Nazario and found out that the territory tablet was completely wrapped up by these golems with gobi rocks. We only found this territory tablet after shattering the rocks wrapped outside. Bai Yi said respectfully. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. They are quite good at hiding it. Then, he asked Bai Yi to shatter this territory stone tablet with 100,000 durability. The territory stone tablet shattered with a bang, revealing the 2 tokens inside under Bai Yi's 5 fire vine arrows. One of them was a green bronze tier advance grade territory token. The other token was the regional token of the desolate Gobi Desert. On the front was the word region, and on the back were the words desolate Gobi. After Zhou Zhou put away the territory token, he immediately picked up this regional token. A text notification appeared. Treasure name, regional token. Area name, desolate Gobi, changeable. Regional grade, black iron tier. Region area, about 611 square kilometers. Treasure description, regional token of the Blazing Sun Desert. The lord who possesses the regional token and fuses it with the territory stone tablet can become the regional lord of the Blazing Sun Desert and obtain a regional exclusive treasure chest. I can completely control the entire desolate Gobi if I were to just integrate it into my territory tablet. I will have 2 regional territories then. Zhou Zhou thought expectantly. Then, he left with Bai Yi. More than half an hour later, all the loots of the golems had been extracted. Under the effect of the perfect loot, he obtained a total of 15,064 green bronze tier mist cores, 5,894 white silver tier mist cores, 784 yellow gold tier mist cores, 4,106 rock armor skill books, green bronze tier, white silver tier, yellow gold tier, 1,842 white silver tier summon golem elite, 112 yellow gold tier summon golem leader. Other than that, Bai Yi also found a total of 420,000 units of basic resources and a small number of mist cores and ordinary building blueprints after her troops searched this scarlet territory. At this point, this territory of the golems was worthless to Zhou Zhou. It was getting late. Zhou Zhou did not want to stay here, so he directly led the soldiers to the desolate city. It only took 15 minutes for Zhou Zhou and the others to arrive at the desolate city since they marched rapidly. Zhang Kaishan and his brother, who had long received the news, were pleasantly surprised that the Lord had actually taken down the desolate Gobi. They hurriedly brought people out to welcome him from outside the city. They immediately bowed happily when they saw Zhou Zhou and the others arrive. "Congratulations on your victorious return, my lord." Zhou Zhou nodded and was welcomed into the Lord's courtyard. In the Lord's courtyard, Zhang Kaishan and his brother were guarding the door. Zhou Zhou was sitting at a table in the house. There were 10 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments on this table. Zhou Zhou looked at them and prepared to upgrade his Insight Defection talent. Chapter 134, Green Bronze Tier Insight Defection. 3 talents attracted by the reputation rating. Zhou Zhou looked at them. Soon, a line of golden words slowly appeared. 10 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments discovered. Do you want to fuse them into a green bronze tier Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystal? Yes. Zhou Zhou said. The next second, a bronze light flashed. A hexagonal bronze crystal the size of a thumb appeared in front of him. It was surrounded by a bronze belt of light that looked like a ring of stars. It was the green bronze tier Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystal. A text notification appeared. Treasure name, Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystal. Treasure grade, green bronze tier. Treasure effect 1, the Lord will randomly awaken a green bronze tier Lord Talent after absorbing it. Treasure effect 2, Lords with black iron tier Lord Talents can use it to upgrade their black iron tier Lord Talents to green bronze tier Lord Talents. Treasure description, a law treasure condensed by the supreme will. It can be used to awaken talent or upgrade talents. Absorb/upgrade. Upgrade. Zhou Zhou said in a low voice. Awakening a new green bronze tier lord talent might be very tempting, but that was too random. Zhou Zhou would regret like crazy if he awakened a lord talent similar to return to the city. Please choose one to advance which one of your 2 black iron tier lord talents, insight defection and return to the city to upgrade. I choose to upgrade the insight defection. Zhou Zhou said. Lord talent has been chosen. Upgrading in progress. The next second, he suddenly felt a familiar warmth between his eyebrows. This feeling, he had felt it when he advanced to the mythical tier king of lutes. He felt it again now. A moment later, the warmth faded. A new text notification appeared. Lord talent upgrade successful. Congratulations, your black iron tier lord talent, insight defection, has been upgraded to green bronze tier lord talent, insight defection. The following effect have been upgraded to green bronze tier. Lord talent, insight defection, green bronze tier. Insight defection, a lord's exclusive talent. You can activate the insight defection talent to turn 5% of the enemy lord's forces into your loyal subordinates when you fight the enemy lord head-on. Lord talent hint 1, the lowest limit of the number of enemies defecting is 1 unit of enemy, and the highest is 30,000 units of enemy. The loyalty of the enemy after defection is at least 80 points. Lord talent notification 2, currently, the upper limit of the Lord faction level that you can induce insight defection is the White Platinum tier advanced grade Lord faction. This upper limit can grow. Lord talent hint 3, this talent can only be activated once a day. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction after reading it. Only 2 numbers had changed. The first was that the percentage of enemies who had insight defection had changed from 2% to 5%. The second was that the upper limit of the number of enemies for insight defection had increased from 10,000 units to 30,000 units. Zhou Zhou was pleasantly surprised. He did not expect that the advancement from black iron tier to green bronze tier would have such a good effect on insight defection. A 5% insight defection ratio. If the enemy base was high, this 5% could completely unleash an astonishing effect. A moment later, after Zhou Zhou's mood returned to normal, he called Zhang Kaishan and his brother in. Greetings, my lord. The 2 brothers immediately greeted respectfully. As you can see, I've already completely conquered the desolate Gobi. Next, I'll give you a task which you have to do well. Tomorrow, send people to clean up the scattered fog monsters in the entire desolate Gobi so that the fog monsters will no longer disturb the desolate Gobi. You should have heard that this desolate city is going to become a commercial city, right? Clearing the scattered monsters in the area so that there are no more safety hazards here is the foundation for this matter. You should understand the importance of this matter. This is the map of the desolate Gobi. It records the distribution of scattered monsters in the desolate Gobi area. You can just use it to clean up the monsters. Zhou Zhou took out a map dungeon of the desolate Gobi and handed it to them. From tomorrow onwards, we will immediately clear out the scattered monsters in the desolate Gobi area. We guarantee that it will not affect the Lord's plans for the commercial city. Zhang Kaishan said respectfully. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Also, as a city of commerce, it's not good to call it desolate city anymore. From now on, desolate city will be changed to sand gold city. The desolate Gobi will become sand gold land. Zhou Zhou said. Yes. One last thing. Sand gold city will be a commercial city in the future. I definitely can't let you 2, who don't understand business, continue to be city lords. I'll send a new city lord over tomorrow. This new city lord will be very proficient in business matters. He will become the new city lord of Sand Gold City and preside over Sand Gold City's future business development plan. And you 2 will take a step back and become the vice city lord of Sand Gold City. You have to cooperate with him. Help him develop Sand Gold City well. Do you have any objections? Zhou Zhou looked at the two of them. He thought that the two of them would be indignant after hearing his words. After all, they had been city lords for a day or two. However, when the two of them heard this news, not only were they not unwilling, they even heaved a sigh of relief. I have no objections. I can't be happier. Zhang Kaishan could not help but laugh. Zhou Zhou was stunned. We brothers also know that we don't have much business talent with our subordinates. I was terrified when I heard about this. Because we brothers know that it will be very difficult for us to develop the business city well. If we do something wrong and ruin the business city development plan in your heart, we will definitely be punished. Now the Lord has given this burden to someone else. It's the best choice for us. We're overjoyed. Why would we have any objections? They saw the confusion on Zhou Zhou's face and hurriedly explained. When Zhou Zhou heard this, he quietly opened their loyalty and realized that their loyalty had reached 91 and 92 points. Only then did he confirm that the two of them were not lying, and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. Not bad. These two people were quite self-aware. He liked people who knew what they could and couldn't do. Originally, he still had some grudges against their previous backgrounds. Now, these grudges dissipated because of what the two of them said. It's for you. Work for me in this way from now on. I won't forget your benefits. He took out 100 yellow gold tier mist cores and placed them beside them. Thank you for the reward, my lord. When the two of them saw the 100 yellow gold tier mist cores, their breathing immediately quickened. His lordship was actually so generous. 2 lines of notifications flashed across Zhou Zhou's eyes. Their loyalty reached 95 and 96 points. The corners of Zhou Zhou's mouth twitched. These two people. Their money-loving nature had not changed. He shook his head. He didn't care. Who didn't love money? A moment later, Zhou Zhou asked Wu Xin, Bai Yi, and the others to temporarily camp in Sand Gold City. He stepped onto Nazario's back and flew to Blazing Sun City alone. He planned to go back and upgrade his territory. In addition, he would integrate the Sand Gold Lands regional order into the territory stone tablet so that he could completely occupy 2 regional territories. A moment later, before the scarlet fog appeared, Zhou Zhou rushed back to Blazing Sun City. However, the moment he entered the city, Zhou Zhou saw Wu Xin chatting with 3 old men. When they saw Zhou Zhou, Wu Xin immediately stood up and bowed. When the 3 elders found out that the young man who had suddenly arrived was the Lord of the Blazing Sun, surprise flashed in their eyes. Then, they stood up and bowed. You don't have to be polite with me. May I know who you are? Zhou Zhou asked doubtfully. The 3 of us have admired my lord for a long time. We're here this time. I'm here to seek refuge with you and serve you, my lord. And find a place to retire. A chubby old man among the 3 chuckled. Retirement. What a familiar word. Zhou Zhou immediately reacted. These were the talents that he had attracted with the 3 points of reputation rating he had obtained in the newbie test. However, he looked at the 3 old men. For a moment, he did not know what to say. How did Blazing Sun City really become a center for senior codders? He complained in his heart. Chapter 135, Soul Reaper, Maris. Zhou Zhou looked at the 3 talents attracted by his reputation rating. There were a total of 3 men and 1 woman. They were all white-haired old men. He looked at their attribute information. The first was the chubby old man just now. Subject, Jian Zhongsheng. Territory, Blazing Sun City. Life profession, merchant. Profession class, extraordinary tier elementary grade. Ability overview, the former finance minister of the Aurora Kingdom who was trusted by the Aurora King. He was a businessman who traveled everywhere when he was young. Later, he encountered the Aurora King and was appreciated by the king. From then on, he entered the palace to become an official and finally became the finance minister. Skills: extraordinary tier elementary grade commerce, extraordinary elementary grade financial management, extraordinary tier elementary grade tax management, extraordinary tier elementary grade mental arithmetic, diamond tier advanced grade bargaining, diamond tier advanced grade eloquence, diamond tier advanced grade speech, diamond tier intermediate grade appeasement, diamond tier intermediate grade advice, diamond tier advanced grade management, diamond tier incentive, diamond tier debate. Loyalty, 81. Potential, extraordinary tier advanced grade. Zhou Zhou could not help but look at this amiable and chubby old man. He was actually at extraordinary tier elementary grade. This was the first time he had seen such a talented professional. The second person was an old man in a white robe. Not only was his face kind, but he was also handsome. The moment Zhou Zhou saw this old man, he felt that he must have been a handsome man when he was young. Subject: Bai Yue Jing. Territory: Blazing Sun City. Life profession: Doctor. Profession class: Diamond tier intermediate grade. Ability overview: the Aurora Kingdom's imperial physician. He was once the vice president of the Aurora Doctor Association. He saved countless people in his life and was passionate about treating commoners. He was loved by the Aurora subjects. Skills: talent appeasement, diamond tier intermediate grade medical theory, diamond tier intermediate grade medicinal herb processing, diamond tier intermediate grade potion life restoration potion, diamond tier intermediate grade surgical healing, diamond tier intermediate grade internal medicine healing, diamond tier intermediate grade epidemic healing, diamond tier intermediate grade limb suture, diamond tier elementary grade war psychological rehabilitation. Loyalty, 85. Potential, extraordinary tier intermediate grade. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. A diamond tier intermediate grade doctor. He immediately thought of Bao Zhuer's grandmaster, Li Huyu. That person was still seriously ill and was staying in Yukwan town to recuperate. Zhang Li was also taking care of her. He did not know if this diamond tier intermediate grade doctor would be able to treat her illness. He could bring this doctor over to take a look tomorrow. Zhou Zhou immediately made a decision. Then, he looked at the last old man. This old man's clothes were completely different from the two people in front of him. He looked a little unrestrained. He had a large saber hanging from his waist. Even though he looked old, a sharp aura would occasionally appear in his eyes. Subject: Luo Feng. Territory: Blazing Sun City. Combat class name: Martial Artist. Strength level: Yellow Gold tier intermediate grade. Ability overview: a green forest hero of the Aurora Kingdom. He is easily angered and likes to fight for justice. His blood demon saber technique makes countless evil people tremble in fear. There are no vengeful souls under his saber, but he is also pursued by the Aurora Kingdom because he disregarded the law and killed people without permission. He is currently a fugitive from the Aurora Kingdom. Skills: White Platinum tier advanced grade martial arts manual, blood demon saber technique, White Platinum tier intermediate grade martial arts manual, wind chasing steps, Yellow Gold tier advanced grade martial arts manual, Black Water mystic shield, White Silver tier intermediate grade martial arts manual, turtle breathing technique. Loyalty, 81nnra.com. Potential, extraordinary tier intermediate grade. A wanted criminal? Zhou Zhou looked at him. The other party grinned and revealed a forthright smile. My lord, don't tell me you want to capture me to exchange for the bounty. My bounty in the Aurora Kingdom is also in the hundreds of white platinum tier mist cores. Sometimes, I'm tempted to sell myself for some reward money. I won't be surprised if my lord has such intentions. Luo Feng said casually. I've always admired heroes who dare to attack the injustice of the world. Senior Luo, you don't have to test me like this. Moreover, I don't fancy those hundreds of white platinum tier mist cores. Zhou Zhou said calmly. My lord, Aren't you afraid that the Aurora Kingdom will chase me here? Luo Feng looked at Zhou Zhou in surprise and asked with a smile. Zhou Zhou smiled. This is the previous great general of the Aurora Kingdom, Elder Wu Xin. Our vice-city lord of Blazing Sun City was one of the 3 former prime ministers, Zheng Yuankai, Elder Zheng. And this Elder Qian, who has just joined the Aurora Kingdom, who was once the finance minister of the Aurora Kingdom. And I'm slightly less famous. I'm just the strongest novice lord among our cerulean planet's human lords. And admired by the supreme will. Even though I'm the least famous and experienced. But with these people backing me up, I don't think anyone will be blind enough to barge into my territory and take you down. Don't you think so, senior? He said. My lord is right. Looks like I've really found a good place to retire. Luo Feng raised his eyebrows. Then, he pondered for a few seconds and nodded. Compared to these people, especially compared to Zhou Zhou, the strongest novice lord, who had entered the sight of the supreme will, his wanted criminal status was indeed nothing. As long as the officials of the Aurora Kingdom had any brains, they would not offend this lord. So senior can live with me in peace. Zhou Zhou said. He did not care much about the other party's probing. As a lord, he still had this amount of tolerance. However, his tolerance did not mean that others would take it lying down. Luo Feng. I was only willing to communicate with you because I saw that you had never done anything wrong and that you wanted to join my lord. But you shouldn't have probed the lord. Remember, your ability is nothing to us. You're just a wanted criminal who came here to ask for help. Wu Xin looked at Luo Feng coldly. The faint heroic pressure and dragon blood pressure made Luo Feng's heart tremble. I know my mistake. Please forgive me, my lord. Luo Feng admitted defeat without hesitation. We're family. Everyone, be harmonious. Zhou Zhou chuckled. The tense atmosphere finally returned to normal. Qian Zhongsheng and Bai Yuejing looked at Wu Xin in surprise. As a former official of the Aurora Kingdom, they knew the temper of the former general in front of them. Logically speaking, it was very difficult for him to submit to someone, let alone personally protect him like this. According to their understanding, only the Aurora King and his good friend, Zheng Yuankai, could make him do this. And this lord actually only used a few days to be treated like this by General Wu. How did he do this? They were very surprised. Wu Xin saw the meaning in their eyes and said calmly. I've become a hero, all thanks to my lord. My lord allowed me to be reborn. Therefore, those who humiliate our lord, it's equivalent to humiliating me. Towards the end, he even glanced at Luo Feng. Luo Feng broke out in cold sweat. At the same time, the 3 of them looked at Wu Xin in shock. He did not expect this great general to really get what he wanted and become a legendary hero. Then, they looked at Zhou Zhou feeling that this lord was getting more unfathomable. At the same time, they felt that they had really followed the right person. Oh yes! Where's Elder Zheng? Zhou Zhou asked as if he did not see the gazes of the 3 of them. Elder Zheng went to Fish Spring Town not long ago. He said that he was discussing the establishment of a trade route with Zhang Bon. I don't think he'll be able to come back today. Wu Xin said. Zhou Zhou also remembered this. One more thing. My lord. We're here this time with a message for you other than wanting to join your territory. Qian Zhongsheng said. What is it? Zhou Zhou asked curiously. His Majesty the Aurora King heard about how you helped Fish Spring Town and your performance in the Novice Lord test. He has already asked Her Highness, the Princess, to bring gifts over. They'll probably be here tomorrow. Qian Zhongsheng said. Zhou Zhou nodded. After that, he did not chat much. Instead, he went to the Gate of Summoning and took out the Soul Reaper recruitment book he had obtained from the Kobold tribe. Then, he threw it into the Gate of Summoning. Soon, a 4 to 5 meter tall kobold wearing a black robe and holding a huge black sickle in both hands walked out of the gate of summoning. "Greetings, my lord. Soul Reaper Maris is at your service." It half knelt on the ground and said respectfully. Zhou Zhou stood in front of it. He could feel the terrifying death aura that the other party naturally emitted. This aura seemed to be able to suppress souls. Zhou Zhou could feel a sense of oppression even when he stood in front of it. "Welcome to Blazing Sun City." He smiled. Then, he opened its interface information. Subject, Maris. Territory, Blazing Sun City. Soldier name, Soul Reaper, Divine Kingdom Tier Soldier. Strength level, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade. Ability overview, member of the 6th Party of the 7th Battalion of Thanatos, the God of Death, Soul Reaper Corps. Possess the terrifying ability to harvest souls. Skills, Divine Kingdom Tier Soldier Talent Soul Harvest, Divine Kingdom Tier Soldier Talent Soul Absorption, Divine Kingdom Tier Soldier Talent Physical Immunity, Talent Soul Leaving the Body, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Battlefield Killing Technique. Loyalty, 85. Potential, Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade. Zhou Zhou could not help but be curious. He opened its skill description and took a look. Then, he understood the ability of this Soul Reaper. This Soul Reaper could use its soul to harvest this Divine Kingdom Tier talent and kill living beings of the same level in an almost instant while ignoring physical attacks. Moreover, the souls of the living beings it killed would be absorbed by it and become nourishment for its growth. It could be said that if 100 Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade monsters appeared in front of it, only these monsters did not have the ability to defend against soul attacks. It could quickly kill these 100 monsters in a few seconds and make itself stronger. These 100 monsters would not even be able to resist. Soul Reapers could also deal a certain amount of damage to the enemy's soul even when facing enemies stronger than it. After many blows, it would be very easy to kill enemies above its level. This is simply a lawnmower on the battlefield. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. However, he had to see for himself what the actual combat was like. Then, he asked Maris to find a residence to rest while he went to the Lord's courtyard to prepare to upgrade his territory. Chapter 136, Upgrade Territory. Administrative Hall. In front of the Lord's courtyard. Zhou Zhou looked at the scene in front of him. A line of text appeared just as he received the 50 green bronze tier Aurora crystals. "Do you want to upgrade the Lord's courtyard?" "Yes," he said. The next second, 200,000 units of basic materials, 1,000 green bronze tier mist cores, 6 origin crystals, and 3 green bronze tier territory tokens instantly disappeared. Boom! A golden light immediately covered the entire Lord's wooden house. A moment later, the golden light dissipated. Zhou Zhou looked over. The Lord's courtyard had already changed drastically. Its area had expanded by more than 10 times. At the same time, the entire building had changed from its original courtyard style to an ancient mansion. At the same time, the buildings inside and outside looked even more imposing and dignified. Rows of notifications appeared. "Congratulations! Your Lord's courtyard has been upgraded to a white silver tier elementary grade building. It has been upgraded to a Lord's mansion. There is an additional mansion. Your territory has been upgraded to a white silver tier elementary grade territory. Territory token durability increased to 200,000/200,000. Your territory has expanded to 30,000 m times 30,000 m times 5,000 m. All fog monsters within the territory of the new territory have been expelled. Scarlet fog will not appear in any of your territories. You have received an upgrade reward, Administrative Hall, White Silver Tier Elementary Grade. Lord Talent Hint. The upper limit of the enemy lord's power that you can instigate to defect has been increased to Diamond Tier Elementary Grade. Lord Talent Hint, your monster ranches can be upgraded. Lord Talent Hint, your mysterious caravan faction has increased. The notification had just passed. A ball of golden light appeared in Zhou Zhou's hand. After the light dissipated, a blueprint floated down. It was the building blueprint of the White Silvertier Elementary Grade Administrative Hall. Before he could see the specific attributes of this blueprint, 3 lines of golden text appeared in front of him again. It also appeared in front of all the Cerulean Planet Lords. Cerulean Planet World Channel Announcement: Congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun, on becoming the first Lord to upgrade his territory to the White Silvertier Elementary Grade. Reward: Supreme Treasure Chest +1, Reputation Rating +1, Race Unique Title, Blazer's Glory I has advanced to Blazer's Glory 2. Cerulean Planet World Channel Announcement: Congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Cerulean Planet World Channel Announcement: Congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun. The title has advanced. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. He was so anxious to return to level up his territory. Because he wanted to take down the Blazer's Glory 2 earlier so that others wouldn't intercept him. Even if others intercepted, they could only obtain the Blazer's Glory I. But that was not what he wanted to see. Then, he opened the World Channel. He was refreshed and prepared to be flattered by the Lords. At this moment, the Cerulean Planet Lords on the World Channel were discussing his matter as he had expected. Oh my god, it's only the 8th day and Big Boss Blazing Sun is already in a White Silvertier Elementary Grade territory. I'm only at the Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade. I already feel that I'm not bad. Brother above, your territory level is really good. I heard from the Lord of the Dragon Blood Alliance that the Dragon Lady Lord is only a Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade territory. The subsequent upgrades of the territory are starting to require territory tokens. I envy the big shots who can upgrade the territory. The territory of the Dragon Lady Lord. Susanna looked at the announcement in front of her and frowned slightly. He already has a White Silvertier Elementary Grade territory. Which meant Lord of the Blazing Sun has already conquered at least 6 Green Bronze Tier territories. He's just one person. He's never formed an alliance or joined another alliance. How did he do it? Could it be that I can't surpass him even if I establish an alliance? Susanna muttered to herself. However, her eyes became firm. That's not right. We can definitely surpass them. It's just that I haven't fully unleashed the power of the alliance. Now that there's the threat of the Lords of all races battlefield activities, coupled with the distance between the Lords, most of the alliance members want to conserve their strength and can't easily send forces to help me. That's why my alliance advantage can't be fully displayed. In the future, after the Lords can gather their strength and unleash the power of the alliance, at that time, the lone Lord of the Blazing Sun will definitely be completely left in the dust by me. Susanna firmly believed that she had made the right choice. Then, she looked at the alliance chat group she had formed. There were more than 10 million lords inside. However, most of the lords here came from all over the high continent. It was almost a fantasy to cross such a long distance to help her. There were actually only about 100 lords who could really send their own forces over. Even if there were more than 100 lord factions, she had to use her interests to bind them before they were willing to send forces to help her. Susanna did not care. For the sake of her future prospects, she was still determined to fork out some of the benefits she had paid in the early stages. The Overlord Lord's territory. Xiang Swiba, who was more than 3 meters tall and had a pair of blood-colored wings on his back, looked at the entire channel announcement as he ate the beast meat in his mouth. Don't be anxious. Lord of the Blazing Sunday. Let's see when we get to the finish line. Let's see if you are the strongest when you develop your territory with all your might. Or is my gluttonous demon body stronger? The fighting spirit in his eyes deepened. At the same time, just as the announcement appeared in front of all the Cerulean Planet Lords, a chat group formed by 11 Cerulean Planet Lords called the Sun Extermination Association was also discussing the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. They were all cerulean planet lords near the Aurora Kingdom. This was because they knew that the territory of the Lord of the Blazing Sun was also near the Aurora Kingdom. Therefore, they got to know each other on the World Channel and gathered their friends to form this alliance called the Sun Extermination Association. The goal was simple. There were only 2 points. First, cooperate with each other and develop together to protect their status as lords. Secondly, eliminate the greatest threat, the Lord of the Blazing Sun. This was because the territory of the Lord of the Blazing Sun was the closest to them. Therefore, the second goal was even more important than the first. The Lord of the Blazing Sun already has a white silver tier elementary grade territory. We can't let him develop any more. Don't be anxious. Have you found the exact location of the Lord of the Blazing Sun's territory? I know a high-ranking official in the palace. According to him, the territory of the Lord of the Blazing Sun is near Fish Spring Town. Fish Spring Town? Is it the town where the mysterious merchant appeared recently? Yes, that's it. F***ck. It's so close to my territory. My territory is in the thorn dune beside it. Let's mourn for the person above. Brothers, don't wait any more. Let's gather and rush over tomorrow. Hurry up and deal with the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. This way, our greatest problem will be gone. Then, we can even get a share of the wealth of the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. That's the wealth accumulated by the top cerulean planet lord. Aren't you tempted? Our alliance has just been established. We can't go out easily before we figure out the way to meet up. Then what should I do? Don't worry, the battlefield of the lords of all races is imminent. The other party won't have the time to attack you. However, we have to make a move during the Lord of all races battlefield event. Otherwise, it will be even harder for us to take him down after the event. Agreed. We'll deal with the Lord of the Blazing Sun during the Myriad Races Lord battlefield event. Agreed +1. +1. Zhou Zhou naturally did not know that there was already a Sun Extermination Association that was quietly established and was planning to deal with him. He was looking at the blueprint in his hand. He had only seen this administrative hall in Fish Spring Town. However, he had never seen it in Zhao Changshao's list of building skills. Logically speaking, it was impossible for a top architect like Zhao Changshao not to know how to build an important territory building like the administrative hall. However, it was not in his skill list. From this, it could be seen how special this building was. He looked at the building blueprint. He quickly found out the reason. Construction blueprint name, Administrative Hall, one-time use blueprint. Blueprint grade, white silver tier elementary grade. Blueprint effect, special building blueprint. An architect of white silver tier elementary grade and above will hold this blueprint and use the corresponding construction materials to build an administrative place specially for the territory officials to deal with the territory's matters. Construction materials, 20,000 units of wood, 20,000 units of fine sand, 20,000 units of metal, 20,000 units of stone, 100 white silver tier mist cores, 1 origin crystal. Prompt 1. This blueprint is a one-time use blueprint. It will disappear after being used. Prompt 2. After the construction is successful, the administrative hall will be upgraded as the territory upgrades. Zhou Zhou looked at the blueprint and raised his eyebrows. This was the first time he had seen such a one-time use blueprint, and it could not be learned permanently by an architect. This should be a functional building similar to the Gate of Summoning. That's why architects can't learn. We can only obtain its blueprint by upgrading the territory and build it at once. Zhou Zhou pondered. Then, he called over a yellow gold tier advanced grade architect and went to a suitable location with him, preparing to build the administrative hall here. Zheng Yuankai had told him this position. It was also an empty space specially reserved by Zheng Yuankai for the construction officials' offices. However, after he left this empty space, he did not build any buildings. Previously, Zhou Zhou had been puzzled. Now he was enlightened. Zheng Yuankai must have known that he would be able to obtain the blueprint of the administrative hall sooner or later, so he specially left this empty space. Then, this yellow gold tier advanced grade architect used the blueprint of the administrative hall in front of Zhou Zhou. 80,000 units of basic materials, 100 white silver tier mist cores, and 1 origin crystal immediately disappeared. The next second, the blueprint in the other party's hand instantly turned into a golden light and landed on this empty space. The golden light gradually enlarged and finally formed the golden outline of a tall building. A moment later, the golden light dissipated. A 3-story office building with white and blue as the main colors appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. It was the same style as the administrative hall he had seen in Fish Spring Town. Zhou Zhou looked at it. The building information appeared. Building name, Administrative Hall. Territory level, White Silver Tier Elementary Grade. Building effect, a special building in the territory that can allow the territory officials to deal with the territory's matters. Specific function 1, the efficiency of the territory increases by 100%. Specific effect 2, reduces the probability of crimes happening in the territory by 10%. Specific function 3, slowly increase the loyalty of your subjects. Specific function 4, officials can obtain a different amount of promotion energy when they deal with specific administrative matters in the territory. Building description, nothing is permanent. Those that are useful will be promoted, those who are useless will be demoted. Chapter 137, Upgrading the Territory. Miniature iron ore. Zhou Zhou nodded. The effect of this building was indeed not bad. In particular, Zhou Zhou was even more satisfied with the fact that officials could obtain promotion energy by handling territory matters. With this building effect, as long as his territory officials took on a military or combat profession. In the future, even if his territory officials did not go out to hunt monsters, they could obtain promotion energy by handling territory matters to increase their strength. Then, he entered and took a few glances. He realized that it was similar to what he had seen in Fish Spring Town. This place was still brand new. No one came in to work for the time being. However, this would be arranged when Zheng Yuankai returned. After that, he returned to the Lord's residence and looked at the materials needed to upgrade it to White Silver Tier Intermediate Grade. Construction upgrade, 100,000 units of wood, 100,000 units of fine sand, 100,000 units of metal, 100,000 units of stone, 100 units of White Silver Tier Mist Core, 10 origin crystals, 1 White Silver Tier Territory Token. White Silver Tier Territory Token. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly after reading the advancement requirements. He could satisfy all the other conditions. But this White Silver Tier Territory Token. Fish Spring Town is a green bronze tier area. The Scarlet Lords I killed in Fish Spring Town only have green bronze tier territories. If I want to obtain a White Silver Tier Territory Token, I guess I can only go to territories at White Silver Tier or above to take a look. Zhou Zhou was deep in thought. After thinking for a moment, he stopped thinking about it and looked at the reward given by the Lord announcement. The first was the Supreme Treasure Chest. After he opened it, he found a piece of paper lying quietly inside. There was a red seal on it and some words to express the contract. Zhou Zhou took it out and looked at it. A text notification appeared. Treasure name, Mineral Title Deed Miniature Iron Ore. Treasure grade, Yellow Gold Tier. Treasure effect, after signing the deed, the owner will have a miniature iron ore with a resource reserve of 100,000 tons. Treasure description, a treasure that can make mineral resources appear out of thin air in the territory. Prompt, the scale of the minerals is divided into miniature, small, medium, large, extraordinary, epic, legendary, and mythical. Iron ore. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. He naturally needed iron ore. A large amount of iron ore was needed to make pure iron as raw materials, not to mention the manufacturing of mechanostriders. In addition, if he wanted to repair or forge the soldiers' armor and weapons, he needed a large amount of iron ore as the main material. Originally, his previous solution was to buy these minerals from the exchange to complete the acquisition of raw materials. Now, he had a total of 100,000 kilograms of iron ore. It was enough for his territory to use for a long time. In the future, he would not have to buy iron ore from the exchange for the time being. Then, he took out a pen from his spatial ring and wrote his name on the mineral contract for the mini iron ore. The next second, a virtual area map of the entire blazing sun desert and a virtual city map of the desolate city appeared in front of him. A simple text notification appeared. Please choose the location where the mineral appears. I can even choose a mineral mining site. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment. In the end, he confirmed the location in the desert not far from Blazing Sun City. Mineral deed miniature iron ore is successfully used. Congratulations, you have successfully obtained a miniature iron ore. Mineral name, iron ore. Mineral effect, a miniature open-pit iron mine containing 100,000 tons of iron ore. Mineral size, miniature. Mineral description, a mini iron ore that stores a small amount of mineral resources. We can send soldiers to mine it tomorrow. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, he looked at the advanced unique title of the race. Title, The Glory of the Pioneer 2. Title quality, unique title of the race. Title effect 1, you are famous among the Cerulean planet lords. More people admire your reputation and yearn to join your territory. The number of subjects you can summon through the gate of summoning every day plus 100%. Professional talents of the same level as the territory among the subjects summoned plus 2. Title effect 2, when you speak in any channel, your unique title suffix will be added behind your lord title. You can take the initiative to turn it off or activate it. Title effect 3, this title will be upgraded to Glory of the Pioneer 2 and unlock more title effects when you become the first Cerulean planet lord to possess a white silver tier elementary grade territory. Title description, the Supreme Will is the exclusive title given to the pioneer among the lords. Every pioneer of every race has a higher chance of achieving extraordinary achievements. I want to continue to maintain my development advantage. Only then can I obtain the glory of the Pioneer 3 before all the Cerulean planet lords. After Zhou Zhou saw the effect of the upgraded title, he nodded in satisfaction. Then, he thought thoughtfully. As for the remaining one reputation rating point, it would depend on who the talent attracted by the reputation rating was tomorrow. After that, he arrived at the gate of summoning and spent 32,000 units of basic materials and 800 green bronze tier mist cores to upgrade it. Congratulations, your gate of summoning has been upgraded to a white silver tier elementary grade building. You can summon 30 subjects every day. You will definitely summon 8 professionals every day. Prompt, under the influence of the race's unique title, Glory of the Pioneer 2, you can summon 189 subjects a day. You will definitely summon 11 professionals every day. And the professional levels of 3 of them will be the same as your territory level. With the promotion of the unique title of the race, it's increasing the number of people it summons every day. Zhou Zhou lamented. He could only summon up to 63 people a day if not for the increase in population summoned by the Glory of the Pioneer 2. However, it had increased by 200%, and had become 189 people. In the future, he would not have to worry about the lack of subjects in the territory. He was not surprised at the increase of the maximum summoning limit by 30 people. The last time he upgraded from Black Iron tier advanced grade to Green Bronze tier elementary grade, it also directly increased the summoning limit by 20 people. It far exceeded the population increase brought about by small advancements. Therefore, it should increase the number of people to be summoned after the gate of summoning increases in level. Then, he looked at the requirements to upgrade the gate of summoning to the white silver tier intermediate grade. Construction upgrade, 15,000 units of wood, 15,000 units of fine sand, 15,000 units of metal, 15,000 units of stone, 200 white silver tier mist cores, territory level upgraded to white silver tier intermediate grade. Zhou Zhou retracted his gaze. The requirements to upgrade the Gate of Summoning were much simpler compared to the requirements to upgrade the Lord's residence. He had all the other materials and resources. He only needed to raise his territory to the next level and he could directly upgrade it. After that, Zhou Zhou returned to the Lord's residence and came to the territory stone tablet. He took out the regional token for Sand Gold Land. Chapter 138, Military Recruitment Building Golem Lair. The mysterious merchant returns. Zhou Zhou placed the regional token of the Sand Gold Land on his territory tablet. The next second, a suction force came from the territory token and sucked this regional token into it. Rows of golden text notifications appeared. Congratulations on obtaining a Black Iron Tier regional token, Sand Gold Land, and officially becoming the regional lord of this region. A new area, the Sand Gold Land, Black Iron Tier, has been added to your regional territory. You have obtained a regional treasure chest. Exclusive to the Sand Gold Land. Zhou Zhou opened his regional territory column. He looked over. Regional territory, Blazing Sun Desert, Black Iron Tier, Sand Gold Land, Black Iron Tier. From now on, I officially own the Blazing Sun Desert and the Sand Gold Land. Zhou Zhou's lips curled up slightly. Then, he opened the treasure chest of the Sand Gold Land. In the end, he saw a palm-sized stone nest model inside. What's this? Zhou Zhou held it in his hand and observed it. A text notification appeared. Treasure name, Golem Lair. Treasure grade, Black Iron Tier. Treasure effect, after placing it in the territory, the Lord will have a high-level military recruitment building that can recruit golems. Treasure description, a specialty of the Sand Gold Land. It can summon a high-level monster soldier type called a golem for the Lord's own use. Do you want to place it? Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. His eyes were filled with surprise. High-level military recruitment building? He only had elemental archers as his high-level soldiers. These golems were actually evaluated as high-level soldier types. He immediately realized that this was a good thing. However, he would only know its true effect after taking a closer look. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou immediately took it out of the Lord's residence and came to an uninhabited desert in the territory. He placed the model on the sand and chanted "Place it in his heart." The next second, the golem lair immediately began to grow larger and quickly turned into a golem lair that was 7 to 8 meters tall. On both sides of the entrance of the lair, there were two mighty and ferocious golem statues standing. Zhou Zhou looked at the building. The building information appeared. Treasure name, Golem Lair. Territory level, Black Iron Tier elementary grade. Building effect, high-level military recruitment building. You can summon 3 Black Iron Tier elementary grade golems a day to become subjects of the territory and be used by you. Construction upgrade, 100 units of wood, 100 units of fine sand, 100 units of metal, 800 units of stone, 100 units of Black Iron Tier mist core, 50 units of pure iron. Building description, a high-level recruitment building that can recruit golems. The golems recruited have incomparably strong bodies and are not afraid of soul attacks. They are fearless in battle. All of them are fierce generals who look down on the battlefield. Prompt, this building can be upgraded to white silver tier advance grade. Prompt, this building can recruit up to 5,000 golems. If the golems die in battle, they will not take up the recruitment slot. Can it be upgraded? It's just that the upper limit is a little low. I can only upgrade it to white silver tier advance grade. And there can only be 5,000 golems at the same time. Zhou Zhou thought. However, he did not feel too regretful. It was already very good to be able to obtain such a reward from a regional treasure chest given by a Black Iron Tier area. He did not recruit immediately. Instead, he upgraded it first. 1,100 units of basic materials, 100 units of Black Iron Tier mist cores, and 50 units of pure iron disappeared. This golem lair had also been upgraded to black iron tier intermediate grade. Treasure name, Golem lair. Territory level, black iron tier elementary grade. Building effect, monster recruitment building. You can summon 5 black iron tier elementary grade golems every day to become subjects of the territory and be used by you. Construction upgrade, 200 units of wood, 200 units of fine sand, 200 units of metal, 1,600 units of stone, 200 units of black iron tier mist core, 100 units of pure iron. Building description, a recruitment building that can summon golems. The summoned golems have incomparably strong bodies and are fearless of soul attacks. They are fearless in battle. All of them are fierce generals who look down on the battlefield. Prompt: this building can be upgraded to white silver tier advance grade. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou continued to level up, and quickly upgraded it to green bronze tier elementary grade. At this moment, the golem lair could already summon green bronze tier elite golems. In addition to the basic resources and the green bronze tier mist core, its next upgrade requirements had also changed from pure iron to green bronze tier material, forged stainless steel. Zhou Zhou had all these materials. Therefore, he chose to continue leveling up. After a while, the graphite nest was officially upgraded to a white silver tier elementary grade building. At this moment, he could already summon the white silver tier elementary grade golem leader. Apart from the basic resources and the white silver tier mist cores, the original green bronze tier material, forged stainless steel, had also become white silver tier material, adamantine. Zhou Zhou had obtained such materials from the white silver tier materials package in the novice lord test, so he still chose to continue leveling up. A moment later, after spending a total of 363,700 units of basic materials, 700 black iron tier mist cores, 700 green bronze tier mist cores, 700 white silver tier mist cores and a total of 900 kilograms of pure iron, forged stainless steel, and adamantine. The golem lair had already been directly promoted to the white silver tier advance grade by Zhou Zhou. At this point, this monster recruitment building had already been upgraded to the upper limit. Zhou Zhou looked at the 20-meter tall golem lair. Treasure name, Golem lair. Territory level, white silver tier advance grade. Building effect, monster recruitment building. You can summon 1 white silver tier advance grade golem lord, not scarlet lord, 5 white silver tier golem leaders, 20 green bronze tier golem elites, and 100 normal golems to become subjects in the territory and to be used by you. Construction upgrade, it has been upgraded to the maximum level of the building. Cannot continue upgrading. Building description, a monster recruitment building that can summon golems. The summoned golems have incomparably strong bodies and are not afraid of soul attacks. They are fearless in battle and are all fierce generals who look down on the battlefield. Seeing this, he immediately began to summon. The next second, rumble. 126 golems walked out of the golem lair accompanied by heavy footsteps and the sound of stones colliding. The leader was a white silver tier advance grade golem lord. Greetings, my lord. She S.A., am willing to serve you. She S.A. said in a muffled voice. Zhou Zhou nodded lightly. Then, he opened the other party's attribute information. In the end, he realized that the other party's interface was no longer a monster interface, but a normal subject interface. There was no change in ability. It still wore the same set of rock armor. As for loyalty, it was similar to the subjects that were summoned normally. Under the Lord talent of peace and prosperity, they were all at 71 points of loyalty and higher. Basically, they could be trusted. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. From then on, 126 golems that did not need to eat and drink would join his blazing sun city every day. With this group of golems with extremely sturdy bodies that were not afraid of soul attacks, standing in front as meat shields, he believed that every soldier behind them would feel a deep sense of security from them. Actually, he had also thought of letting this group of big golems go to the mini iron mine to mine iron ore every day. But looking at their skills, he felt that it was a waste of his talent to let them work in the iron mine. Only on the battlefield could their abilities be perfectly displayed. All of you will temporarily join the Blazing Sun army and fight alongside it every day. Zhou Zhou looked at them and said, "Yes, my lord." Shi Sa said gloomily, "Oh yes. Where do you usually live?" Zhou Zhou asked. "I've something to report, my lord. Normally, we can stay in the lair. This lair can accommodate 5,000 golems. It's more than enough for us." Shi Sa said. Zhou Zhou was deep in thought. This should be the reason why this golem lair could only summon 5,000 golems, right? At this moment, Zhou Zhou saw a caravan enter Blazing Sun City from afar. It was the mysterious caravan led by Zhang Fugui. However, the other party had already shed that mysterious appearance and returned to the appearance of an ordinary caravan. There had been other changes other than that. The first difference is their numbers and carriages had increased. When they left, there were only 28 people and 18 green bronze tier advance grade carriages. And now, the number of mysterious merchants has increased from 28 to 36. The number of carriages also increased from 18 green bronze tier advance grade carriages to 26 white silver tier elementary grade carriages. Zhou Zhou checked their information. They realized that they had already advanced from green bronze tier advance grade mysterious merchant to white silver tier elementary grade mysterious merchant. His mysterious merchant's exclusive skill level had also increased from green bronze tier advance grade to white silver tier elementary grade. Zhou Zhou immediately reacted. This was the upgrade brought to the mysterious caravan after the territory leveled up. It's time for Mugu to level up. Zhou Zhou thought. The second difference was there were no goods on the carriage when they went. However, their carriages were already filled with goods. Looks like they've gained a lot this time. Zhou Zhou smiled faintly. Soon, the news of the mysterious merchant's return spread throughout Blazing Sun City. When the subjects heard the news, they all came out of their homes with joy on their faces. They found Zhang Fugui and the others and got the mist core that they had earned from selling goods, as well as the daily necessities that they had always wanted. Zhang Fugui and the other mysterious vendors immediately got busy like normal merchants. Zhou Zhou was deep in thought when he saw this. My territory has been upgraded, and the area has greatly increased. Now, there are mysterious merchants replenishing the supplies in the territory. At the same time, the goods in the territory can be circulated for profit. Not long after, with the establishment of Sand Gold City, Blazing Sun City will no longer have to worry about the lack of all kinds of resources, especially water and food. There's basically nothing to worry about with Sand Gold City around. The upper limit of my territory's population should have increased by now. From tomorrow onwards, I don't have to worry about the population limit anymore. I can use the soldier-type recruitment books normally and continue to expand my military strength. Zhou Zhou's eyes immediately lit up thinking of this. To a lord like him, he would be able to continue to expand his forces. This was the result he wanted the most. At this moment, he saw Wu Tu leading the scout team into Blazing Sun City before the scarlet fog completely descended. After Wu Tu entered, he immediately saw Zhou Zhou in the distance. He was stunned for a moment before he immediately got off his horse and ran to Zhou Zhou. I've something to report, my lord. Wu Tu is back. He bowed respectfully. How was your harvest today? Zhou Zhou asked. I've already drawn the regional map of Thorndune. I've also figured out the general situation of the few unclaimed areas in the vicinity. Wu Tu said respectfully. Let's talk at my mansion. Zhou Zhou immediately said after hearing Wu Tu's words. Wu Tu replied respectfully and followed Zhou Zhou back to the Lord's residence. Chapter 139, Natural Disaster Forbidden Zone. Organizing the harvest. Lord's residence. In the study, Zhou Zhou looked at the map of Thorndune in front of him. Regional map name, Thorndune map, current exploration rate, 3%. Map quality, black iron tier. Total area, 315 square kilometers. Map introduction. This map has the rough terrain of Thorndune and related map information. It includes the range of scattered monsters, the range and location of the Scarlet Lord's territory. The area of this Black Iron Tier territory is even smaller than the Blazing Sun Desert and Sand Gold Land. However, such a small place actually has so many factions distributed. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue as he looked at the many red dots on the map of Thorndune. The regional lord Scarlet Lord Sand Corpse Lord was the largest Scarlet Lord faction amongst them. There were 5 ordinary Scarlet Lord factions with Black Iron Tier territories. Other than that, there was also a Lord of Foreign Race and a Human Lord faction on Cerulean Planet. I've finally encountered a second Human Lord faction on Cerulean Planet. Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on the red dot of the Human Lord faction on Cerulean Planet. This Human Lord faction was called Thorn City. The territory level was Black Iron Tier Advance Grade. He had about 200 military professionals under him. According to Wu Tu's description, most of his 200-odd military professionals were obtained by buying slaves from Fish Spring Town. He did not know where the other party got so many mist cores to buy so many military professionals slaves. Zhou Zhou looked at the 8 lord factions on the map and thought of something. There were too many little jerks. No matter how many B** starts there are. And a fisherman's prey. I'll go to Thorndune tomorrow to catch these A** shoals here. Zhou Zhou made up his mind. The day after tomorrow was the day of the Myriad Races Lord Battlefield event. He had to think of a way to increase his strength and power before the day after tomorrow. Moreover, with his current power, these 8 Lord factions combined were probably not enough for him to defeat. Heaven had given it to him, but he had been punished instead. Naturally, he would not give up the opportunity to swallow this fat piece of meat in front of him. Tell me about the surrounding unclaimed areas. After Zhou Zhou understood the situation in Thorndune, he looked up at Wu Tu and said, "Yes, my lord." Wu Tu said respectfully and took out a second map. This map was not a map of a specific region, but a rough map of the region. It roughly depicted the area within a radius of nearly 10,000 square kilometers of Blazing Sun City. Zhou Zhou looked at the map. There were a total of 5 areas drawn on it. The centermost part was the Blazing Sun City range that already included the Blazing Sun Desert and the Sand Gold Land. To its right was Thorndune, while the area on the left was Fish Spring Town. Directly below was a green bronze tier natural disaster zone, the Sandstorm Forbidden Zone. Below the Sandstorm Forbidden Land was a white silver tier area. As for the area directly above, it had not been explored yet, so it was an unknown area for the time being. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly. Fish Spring Town was a town under the Aurora Kingdom. He was getting along quite well with the Aurora Kingdom, so he naturally would not provoke the Aurora Kingdom after dealing with Thorndune. There was an unknown area directly above Blazing Sun City, so he didn't think about it for the time being. Directly below was a green bronze tier forbidden area, Sandstorm Forbidden Land. What's going on with this forbidden area? Zhou Zhou asked Wu Tu directly. I've something to report, my lord. The so-called Forbidden Zone of Natural Disasters. It refers to an extraordinary tier natural disaster in a certain regional territory or many regional territories that life forms can't interfere with, change, or restore. This kind of extraordinary tier natural disaster is different from normal natural disasters. Once certain regional territories are confirmed as forbidden areas for natural disasters, it often means that there are extraordinary tier factors involved in the natural disasters in these areas. For example, this green bronze tier Sandstorm Forbidden Land. If it were a normal natural disaster, it would at most manifest as a short-term sandstorm disaster. But in addition to normal sandstorms, there are natural disasters such as elemental riots of wind elements and earth elements. Even if it's a green bronze tier professionals, once they're swept into the sandstorm here, I'm afraid they won't even last for 15 minutes before they're torn apart by the violent wind and earth elemental energy inside. If black iron tier professionals enter, they will die instantly. Only existences above the white silver tier can get through here safely. However, we can't stay for long. Otherwise, it's very easy for accidents to happen. There was once a white platinum tier adventurer who stayed here for a day and night and never came back. That's because this place is extremely dangerous to life forms and doesn't have much value in occupying it. Even powerful countries are not interested in occupying such areas. They don't even want it for free. That's why the countries on the high continent call this area a forbidden area because of the natural disasters. Wu Tu said. Zhou Zhou frowned. Most of his soldiers were at the black iron tier and green bronze tier. If what Wu Tu said was true, wouldn't he be completely helpless against this area? Then how did you cross this area and know that there was another area behind it? Zhou Zhou suddenly thought of something and asked Wu Tu. This sandstorm forbidden land has existed for decades. Professionals have already explored a sandstorm one-person pathway. I passed through this road alone and found out that there was a white silver tier area behind it. Wu Tu said. You alone? You're bold enough. Zhou Zhou looked at him in surprise. I've something to report, my lord. This sandstorm forbidden land has already been tried by many people. Even though there are some failures, most life forms have successfully passed through it. I've checked the past information of those who passed through it and summarized their experience. Only then did I dare to try. Wu Tu said calmly. Zhou Zhou looked at him. He realized that this young man's eyes and actions actually had the calm temperament of an adult after not seeing him for a few days. How rare! Zhou Zhou sighed. At the same time, he admired him even more. The young man in front of him had already surpassed most adults in many ways. Well done! Zhou Zhou praised. Then, he took out a bottle of extraordinary tier potential advancement potion from his spatial ring and handed it to him. This is for you. Work hard in the future. I won't mistreat you. Zhou Zhou said. Wu Tu was already dead loyal to him. In addition, he had done his job so well. He was naturally willing to spend a lot of money to nurture him. Wu Tu was stunned. When he saw the potion in his hand, his eyes immediately became filled with disbelief. Thank you for the reward, my lord. Wu Tu immediately knelt down and said excitedly. At this moment, his face was flushed red, revealing his youthful nature. Zhou Zhou went forward to help him up. In the future, continue to explore all the unknown regions and territories around Blazing Sun City. It would naturally be best if we could draw a map of all their regions. Also, if there are any new developments in the future, report to me anytime. The mission to light up the map around the territory will depend on you. Zhou Zhou patted his shoulder, looking like he was entrusted with a big responsibility. Even though Wu Tu did not understand the meme of lighting up the map, he could understand the general meaning of this sentence. Therefore, he agreed without hesitation. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. A moment later, Wu Tu left. Zhou Zhou looked at the map for a while before walking out of the Lord's residence. He first came to Monster Ranch and found Mu Gu. Just as he thought. Mu Gu's Monster Ranch had also advanced from the Green Bronze Tier Advance Grade Monster Ranch Master and the Green Bronze Tier Advance Grade Monster Shepherd to the White Silver Tier Elementary Grade Monster Ranch Master and the White Silver Tier Elementary Grade Monster Shepherd when he was upgrading this territory. All his skills had advanced from Green Bronze Tier Advance Grade to White Silver Tier Elementary Grade. Moreover, he could already manage 7 monster ranches at the same time. The upper limit of the number of monsters cultivated in each White Silver Tier Elementary Grade Monster Ranch had also increased from 1,250 to 1,500. Moreover, the upper limit of the monster cultivated would also increase from green bronze tier advanced grade to white silver tier elementary grade. Zhou Zhou was aware of this. He asked him to bring a group of soldiers and architects to upgrade the 4 green bronze tier advanced grade monster ranches to white silver tier elementary grade before tomorrow morning. In addition, he would build 3 new monster ranches as backup. In this way, Mu Gu could nurture 6,000 fog monsters every day in the future. It greatly increased his fixed daily income. Zhou Zhou returned immediately after settling Mu Gu's matters. He did not return to the Lord's residence. Instead, he came to Ashburn and showed him the yellow gold tier advanced grade mist energy cannon blueprint, asking if he could learn it. Ashburn was shocked that Zhou Zhou could find the mist energy cannon's alchemy technology product blueprint. However, he still shook his head. "My apologies, my lord. I'm only a green bronze tier advanced grade alchemy technician now, not even a white silver tier alchemy technician. Therefore, I can't learn this blueprint for the time being," he said with some regret and shame. If possible, he did not want to disappoint the Lord. He also wanted to learn how to make this rare mist energy cannon technology. But he really couldn't learn it. Zhou Zhou was a little disappointed but not overly so. Ashburn was able to break through to the green bronze tier advanced grade alchemy technician in such a short period of time. This was already beyond his expectations. He could not ask for too much. It's a pity that this yellow gold tier advanced grade mist energy cannon blueprint is wasted. I can only find an opportunity to use it in the future, Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he returned to the Lord's residence and sorted out all the gains from the novice Lord test. The loots from corpses of more than 70,000 fire demons had finally been extracted at noon today. Putting aside the loots that he had calculated before, under the influence of the perfect loots, the remaining loots were 66,897 green bronze tier mist cores, 3,376 white silver tier mist cores, 514 yellow gold tier mist cores, 52 white platinum tier mist cores, 59,094 green bronze tier abyss crystals, 1,876 white silver tier abyss crystals, 114 yellow gold tier abyss crystals, 52 white platinum tier abyss crystals, 39,284 green bronze tier abyss contract books, 21,082 white silver tier abyss contract books, 12,151 yellow gold tier abyss contract books, 14 white platinum tier abyss contract books, 3,798 bottles of green bronze tier potential advancement potion, 374 bottles of white silver tier potential advancement potion, 12 bottles of yellow gold tier potion, 10 bottles of white platinum tier potential advancement potion, 2 spatial rings with a capacity of 100 cubic meters and 1000 cubic meters respectively. Other than that, the Novice Lord test also brought 438 black iron tier advanced grade life profession talents to his territory. 30 green bronze tier advanced grade life profession talents. 18 white silver tier advanced grade life profession talents. 18 yellow gold tier advanced grade life profession talents. As for the unused Supreme Challenge immunity card, it had also become a useless souvenir after the Supreme Challenge. Other than that, there was also a large number of basic and some high-level resources from the resource bag. After calculating his gains, Zhou Zhou did not stay up late and returned to his bedroom to rest. Chapter 140, Farmer Professional. The performance of a Soul Reaper. The next morning, in the master bedroom, Zhou Zhou woke up. He subconsciously opened the World Channel and saw the Lords discussing the battleground of the Myriad Races Lord battlefield tomorrow. The event is starting tomorrow, but I feel that my military strength is still not enough. What should I do? Classic lack of firepower phobia. Actually, you can try to negotiate with the local forces and get them to help you. I'm poor. How can I have the capital to negotiate with those local big shots? Boo-hoo. Are you stupid? Have you forgotten the marketplace? The marketplace is actually an extremely generous resource to most lords without the talent of a lord or low-level lord. It's very simple to use it and negotiate with the local forces to obtain some help. Indeed, in my opinion, if the marketplace is a lord talent, it is at least an epic tier lord talent. More or less. We can buy some cerulean planet specialties from the exchange and sell them to the local forces. It's very easy to accumulate a batch of funds, but we have to choose the specialties well. The local forces won't be stupid to buy things that duplicate the effects of local products. Brain, I understand. Practical operation, what do you know? I obtained a batch of initial funds by reselling the things in the exchange. I already have a mist core and a slave subject. I envy all the big shots who can do business. I haven't encountered any local forces yet. Another day I miss Big Boss Blazing Sunday. Previous poster, are you thinking about Big Boss Blazing Sun? You're just coveting his soldier class change certificate. I'm too embarrassed to say it. Zhou Zhou looked at the words of these lords thoughtfully. These lords are right. The marketplace could indeed be used as a public resource for all the lords. If he used it well, it might not be inferior to those lords with extraordinary tier and epic tier lord talents. However, the extent to which he used it also depended on one's ability. He suddenly thought of the Thorn Lord in Thorndune. Could it be that the reason why the other party could have more than 200 military professions at this stage was because the other party used the resources of the marketplace to earn profits and bought so many slaves? He thought only for a moment before he stopped because there were no other clues. After that, Zhou Zhou washed up briefly and walked out of the Lord's courtyard to the gate of summoning. A text notification appeared. Prompt, do you want to summon immediately? Yes. Zhou Zhou said. The next second, the gate of summoning suddenly lit up with a bright white light. Then, new subjects walked out in teams. After 3 to 4 minutes, all the new subjects walked out of the gate of summoning. Greetings, my lord. The 189 new subjects said respectfully. Hello, everyone. From today onwards, you are the subjects of Blazing Sun City. Zhou Zhou said. When the 189 people heard this, yearning appeared in most of their eyes. The remaining subjects were under the influence of the peace and prosperity of the country. Even though there was no expression on his face, he was looking forward to the lives of his subjects. Professionals, stand up. Zhou Zhou looked at everyone. A few seconds later, 16 subjects stood up from the crowd. Zhou Zhou looked at the 16 people, with a total of 10 men and 6 women. Among them, there was a white silver tier elementary grade chef, a white silver tier elementary grade martial master, and a white silver tier elementary grade carpenter. In addition, there were 5 green bronze tier advanced grade blacksmiths, 3 green bronze tier intermediate grade doctors, 1 green bronze tier elementary grade tailor, 1 black iron tier advanced grade merchant, 2 black iron tier intermediate grade farmers, and 1 black iron tier elementary grade blacksmith. Zhou Zhou looked at the 2 farmers and could not help but sigh. There were finally farmers. In fact, when they first arrived in the high continent, many lords had summoned farmers on their first day. But he was different. He had finally summoned farmers on the 10th day. Fortunately, my territory is not suitable for racial crops. Otherwise, if my territory is a land with fertile soil but I haven't been able to summon farmers, won't I be depressed? Zhou Zhou could not help but think. Then, he looked at their interface information. Subject, Wei Dayuan. Territory, Blazing Sun City. Life profession, farmer. Profession class, black iron tier intermediate grade. Ability overview, a farmer from the Aurora Kingdom's light protected plains. He has a timid and introverted personality. His dream is to complete his wish to buy a house, marry a wife, and be exempt from military service by farming. In the end, he will become a rich farmer that the same village envies. Skills, Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Rice Cultivation, Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Farmland Conservation. Loyalty, 77. Potential, White Silver Tier Advanced Grade. The other farmer had the same skills as him, but his potential was White Silver Tier Elementary Grade. Then, Zhou Zhou found an assistant nurtured by Elder Zheng and asked him to arrange their respective locations according to their abilities and the current work needs of the territory. Then, he gathered the remaining 3,000 odd professionals, 1 Soul Reaper, and Nazario in the territory to the monster ranch. "Greetings, my lord." Mu Gu and Zhao Chongshao, who had been waiting at the entrance of the ranch, immediately said respectfully when they saw Zhou Zhou bring people over. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, he looked at the smiling Zhao Chongshao and clearly felt that his smile was not ordinary. "What makes you so happy, Elder Zhao?" Zhou Zhou asked curiously. "I've something to report, my lord. Last night, I heard that Mugu was going to build a White Silver Tier Elementary Grade Monster Ranch here, so I immediately came over to help. These 7 White Silver Tier Elementary Grade Monster Ranches have been built after a night of construction. In addition, I've already broken through the upper limit of my potential and reached the new architect realm. I'm already a Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Architect." When Zhao Chongshao said this, the smile on his face involuntarily deepened. He had finally broken through to the realm he had always dreamed of. And all of this was all thanks to his lord. Thinking of this, he could not help but feel even more grateful to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou was also very surprised. He opened the other party's attribute panel. He realized that the other party's life profession class column had indeed shown that he was a Diamond Tier Elementary Grade. "Elder Zhao, with your current level, what rank would you be in the Aurora Kingdom?" Zhou Zhou asked. "There were only 2 White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade Architects in the Aurora Kingdom before I left the Aurora Kingdom and joined my lord. Moreover, both of them have already reached the upper limit of their potential. So as long as no other architect breaks through to the Diamond Tier in the next 10 days, then I should be the number 1 architect in the Aurora Kingdom." Zhao Chongshao smiled. Zhou Zhou also smiled and nodded. Then, he looked at the monster ranch in front of him. The 7 monster ranches in front of him were a third larger than the original Green Bronze Tier Advanced Grade monster ranches. Moreover, the monster patterns on their fence became clearer. However, he could not see what monster was engraved on it for the time being. The 3 monster ranches were idle in these 7 monster ranches. Each of the remaining 4 monster ranches had 1,500 ranch monsters. From Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade to White Silver Tier Elementary Grade. Zhou Zhou was no exception. He directly asked Nazario to use Dragon Might to control the monsters in 3 of the monster ranches and let the soldiers deal with them one by one. He brought the Soul Reaper to the monster ranch of the Sandstorm Believers. "Take care of them. Let me see your ability." Zhou Zhou looked at Maris and said. He was very curious about the actual performance of this Divine Kingdom level soldier type on the battlefield. "Yes, my lord," Maris said respectfully. Then, it sat cross-legged on the ground and placed the huge black scythe in its hand on its knees. Then, it closed its eyes. A few seconds later, the soul of Maris, who was surrounded by a black aura of death and wearing a black cloak, holding a huge black sickle in both hands, flew out of its body and floated in the air. An invisible might came from its body. Zhou Zhou's pupils constricted slightly when he sensed this might. This might. He actually felt that it was not much inferior to Bai Yi and Wu Xin's hero pressure. However, it was only a Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade non-hero. Zhou Zhou felt that it was unbelievable. At this moment, Maris bowed respectfully to Zhou Zhou before looking at the 1,500 Sandstorm Believers. After observing for a few seconds, it flew over with the black sickle in its hand. At this moment, the 1,500 Wild Sand Believers in the Monster Ranch could not see Maris in his soul state at all, let alone realize that danger was approaching them. Soon, Maris flew in front of a black iron tier elementary grade wild sand believer. It only waved the huge black scythe in its hand slightly, and the soul of an unconscious wild sand believer was hooked out by the scythe and fused into it. The huge black sickle lit up with a faint red light. The wild sand believer fell to the ground and stopped breathing. The entire killing process took less than a second. Then, Maris came to the second black iron tier elementary grade wild sand believer and repeated his previous actions to kill it. In the following period of time, one by one, the wild sand believer were easily killed by Maris. Its movements were so relaxed. It did not seem to be reaping lives. Instead, he was cutting the grass with his sickle. Soon, this phenomenon was seen by the other wild sand believers in the monster ranch. They watched as their companions died in front of them for no reason. There were not even any wounds on their bodies. No matter how low their intelligence was, they were still panicking. But this was useless. The silent death continued. More than a minute later, Maris, which had killed nearly 300 sandstorm believers, suddenly stopped. Then, an even stronger power came from its soul. It had broken through. It was already a black iron tier intermediate grade soul reaper. This also meant that it could already include the black iron tier intermediate wild sand believers in its killing range. More than 6 minutes later, Masri, who had already advanced to the black iron tier advanced grade, returned to its body with the huge black sickle. Then, it woke up. "My lord! My god of death scythe is already filled with souls. These souls need me to send them to the netherworld one by one before I can continue harvesting the souls of the enemy. So I want to apply to rest for a while," Maris said respectfully. "It's okay, rest first. Leave the remaining monsters to others to deal with. Save your strength to deal with the enemies later." Zhou Zhou suppressed the shock in his heart and nodded. "Yes, my lord," Maris said respectfully. Then, it closed its eyes and placed its hands on the god of death scythe to pray. During the prayer process, the light of the already red and shiny god of death scythe also began to gradually fade. Zhou Zhou retracted his gaze and looked at the monster ranch of the wild sand believers. The original 1,500 wild sand believers were only left with more than 400 green bronze and white silver tier. The other 1,000 black iron tier wild sand believers had all been turned into soulless corpses without any wounds by Maris. Killed more than 1,000 wild sand believers in 8 minutes. So this is a divine kingdom tier soldier type. Zhou Zhou could not help but click his tongue. Chapter 141, Chapter 141 Over 10,000 soldiers. Opening the trade route. Zhou Zhou was not only shocked. The speed of Soul Reaper's growth also surprised him. He had seen the skills of the Soul Reaper and knew how this Divine Kingdom soldier type grew. The Divine Kingdom tier talent soul absorption was the main reason why it could grow so quickly. The so-called soul absorption referred to the process of Soul Reapers harvesting souls. They could absorb a trace of pure soul power from the other party's soul and fuse it into their own soul to accelerate their growth. It could be said that as long as there was enough soul harvest, the Soul Reaper would be able to increase its strength rapidly without any bottlenecks until it reached the upper limit of its potential. A Soul Reaper is already so terrifying. In that case, how terrifying would the god of death Thanatos, who has the Soul Reaper Legion, be? Zhou Zhou could not help but think. The final summary of the Soul Reaper recruitment book stated that they had terrified countless god spirits at their peak. He felt that it was a little exaggerated when he first read it. But now, Zhou Zhou felt that these words were probably not empty words. A moment later, 6,000 ranch monsters were all dealt with. Zhou Zhou took out 10 conquerors' blast furnaces to extract the spoils of war from their corpses. Half an hour later, the loots were extracted from all 6,000 monster corpses. Under the influence of the perfect loots, other than the +1 monster flesh, skill book, potion formula, poison sac, black scorpion poison crossbow, and other normal items, he obtained 25,982 green bronze tier mist cores. 3,678 white silver tier mist cores. 144 yellow gold tier mist cores. A total of 5,784 class change certificates for the 3 types of soldier types. There were also 1,006 sword shield soldier recruitment books. 945 poison crossbow soldier recruitment books. 1,002 Pudeo soldiers recruitment books. 4,212 kilograms of light drawing crystal. Zhou Zhou looked at these gains and was very satisfied. As the monster ranch advanced to the white silver tier elementary grade, under the effect of the perfect loots, the monster ranch could already give him yellow gold tier loots. Then, he handed the light drawing crystal to Zhao Chongshao and the others to deal with. Then, he led his men to clean up another side of the time ruins. After emerging from the time ruins, Zhou Zhou obtained another batch of bronze level fire demon fog wolf outfit, 4,926 green bronze tier mist cores, 20 white silver tier mist cores, and 384 elemental archer recruitment books. Then, Zhou Zhou took these soldier type recruitment books and went to the gate of summoning. He threw all of them into the gate of summoning. A moment later, a total of 3,349 military professionals stood neatly in front of Zhou Zhou. They all looked at their lord with serious expressions. Zhou Zhou could not help but take a deep breath. He had gained more than 3,000 military professionals in a day. If it was in the past, his territory really could not hold so many soldiers. However, that was different now. He continued on to the golem lair and summoned 126 golem soldier types. When we attacked the golem territory yesterday, we sacrificed a total of 132 military professionals. My soldiers went down to 9,789. Today we added 3,349 more today. In addition to the 252 golem soldier types I recruited yesterday and today. The number of soldiers under my command has officially exceeded 10,000, reaching 13,390. Zhou Zhou was quite satisfied with his achievement. In just 10 days, he had over 10,000 military professionals under his command. He believed that he was probably second to none among the lords of the Cerulean planet. After a while, the soldier types under him could increase to 50,000, 100,000, or even hundreds of thousands. At this moment, a carriage rushed over from afar. The carriage suddenly stopped when they were still some distance away from Zhou Zhou. Then, an old man alighted from it and walked straight to Zhou Zhou. "Greetings, my lord. I'm back," Zheng Yuankai said respectfully. "Elder Zheng, you've worked hard. How did your trip go?" Zhou Zhou nodded and asked. "I didn't let you down. Zhang Bon has always been passionate about developing Fish Spring Town. In addition, his teacher, has appeared before him. Therefore, he almost immediately agreed after I mentioned the establishment of the trade route." After saying that, Zheng Yuankai took out a map and handed it to Zhou Zhou with both hands. Zhou Zhou took it. He realized that this was a regional map. The rough terrain around Blazing Sun City and Fish Spring Town was drawn on it. On this map, 8 green lines connected Blazing Sun City, Fish Spring Town, and Sand Gold City. These 8 green lines are the trade routes that I and Zhang Ben have discussed together. They can be used normally and are safer. Merchants, convoys, and even normal pedestrians can use these 8 trade routes to travel back and forth between the 3 cities. The premise is that no fog monsters will appear near these trade routes. Zheng Yuankai said. There are no longer any wild fog monsters in the Blazing Sun Desert. The scattered fog monsters have long been dealt with. The scattered fog monsters in the Sand Gold Land should be dealt with today. Fish Spring Town should have already dealt with all the fog monsters. Zhou Zhou said. After today, these trade routes can be officially activated. After Zheng Yuankai finished speaking, the two of them looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. Especially Zhou Zhou. What he valued were not just these 8 safe trade routes, but the meaning behind the 8 trade routes. As long as the merchants in his territory could safely enter Fish Spring Town through these 8 trade routes, they could enter the other regional cities of the Aurora Kingdom that bordered Fish Spring Town. Therefore, it did not just open a route to Fish Spring Town but the entire Aurora Kingdom. "Thank you, Elder Zheng," Zhou Zhou said seriously. "My lord, you're being too serious. This is just my duty." Zheng Yuankai chuckled. "Elder Zheng, the administrative hall has been established. It's right where you reserved it. You can take a look and arrange how you are going to use this building." Zhou Zhou nodded and thought of the administrative hall. Zheng Yuankai's eyes lit up. Then, he immediately bade farewell to Zhou Zhou and headed towards the administrative hall. Zhou Zhou also went to look for Qian Zhongsheng, wanting to bring him to Sand Gold City and let him be the city lord. Actually, his previous idea was to choose a mysterious merchant from the mysterious merchant team and let him be the city lord of Sand Gold City. However, after the more professional former finance minister, Qian Zhongsheng, arrived, he immediately changed his mind and made him the city lord. When Qian Zhongsheng heard this request, he thought only for a moment and agreed readily. This job could indeed allow him to unleash his abilities. Afterwards, Zhou Zhou left 3,390 military professionals in the territory to protect Blazing Sun City. Meanwhile, he brought Qian Zhongsheng, Nazario, Maris, and the remaining 5,000 military professionals to Desolate City to meet up with Bai Yi and Wu Xin. Chapter 142, Zhou Zhou's Plan. Attack the Thorn Dune. The army led by Zhou Zhou was currently advancing on one of the 8 trade routes that Elder Zheng had mentioned. Zhou Zhou was sitting in a carriage with Elder Qian and observed the situation outside. He realized that the terrain was really very flat compared to other places, as Elder Zheng said. There was no need for repairs to allow pedestrians and carriages to move normally on the road. He retracted his gaze and waved his right hand. A heavy box appeared in front of Elder Qian. "Elder Qian, there are 1,000 yellow gold tier mist cores inside. They can be used as funding for your work after you take over. You can just use them to perfect the development of Sand Gold City. Also, there's some wealth there which you can also use freely. If it's not enough, you can apply to Blazing Sun City at any time." Zhou Zhou said. The Sand Gold City had yet to become a true commercial city. He had to spend some money in the early stages if he wanted to do this. That was why he took out so many yellow gold tier mist cores. Honestly, so many yellow gold tier mist cores was not a small sum even for him. "Don't worry, my lord. It's enough for me with so many mist cores. If I do need more mist cores, I'll just establish the taxes of the Sand Gold City to develop the city when the time comes. As for the specific income and expenditure, I will hand it over to the Lord every month." Qian Zhongsheng said confidently. As a former kingdom-level finance minister, he had done similar things before he climbed to that position. He had even experienced more difficult environments and handled them very well. Therefore, he was still confident. "Don't worry, Elder Qian," Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, he looked in the direction of the Sand Gold City and thought about his future development. In his plan, Sand Gold City would be the first image that Blazing Sun City had established to the outside world. It would appear in the vision of the living beings of the High Continent. Blazing Sun City itself remained in a closed-off state. Only subjects were allowed to enter and leave. No large-scale outsiders were allowed to enter. They could let 1 or 2 outsiders in if they were without any ill intentions. For example, the princess from the Aurora Kingdom, who would arrive at some point in time. Blazing Sun City was his base camp after all. There would be many of his secrets here in the future with the mythical tier talent of the King of Lutes. The subjects were loyal to him. He could let them come into contact with some secrets without worry. But outsiders? He would not let them come into contact with any secrets. This might attract the guesses of the life forms outside, but in a dangerous place like the High Continent, Zhou Zhou felt that there was nothing wrong with being more mysterious. An hour later, Zhou Zhou and the others arrived at Sand Gold City more than half an hour in advance with the advantage of the trade route. Sand Gold City. In the Lord's courtyard. Greetings, my lord. Zhang Kaishan and his brother said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded. After a few simple words, he introduced Qian Zhongsheng to them. This is Qian Zhongsheng, Elder Qian. He was the former finance minister of the Aurora Kingdom. He will be in charge of Sand Gold City. The two of you will focus on listening to Elder Qian and develop Sand Gold City well. Do you understand? He said. Yes, my lord. The two of them said respectfully. Then, they couldn't help but look at Qian Zhongsheng. They have heard about his reputation since they were young. If they were to rank the people who had contributed to the development of the Aurora Kingdom in the past 50 years, this person could definitely enter the top 5. They did not expect their lord to be able to invite this big shot over. Zhang Kaishan and his brother were completely convinced. However, their expressions soon became strange. They remembered that the previous great general of the Aurora Kingdom, Wu Xian, and one of the 3 previous prime ministers, Zhang Yuankai, were also in Blazing Sun City and were holding extremely important positions. Our lord seems to be very good at poaching talents? The two of them muttered in their hearts. Zhou Zhou naturally did not know what the two of them were thinking. After chatting with the 3 of them about the development of Sand Gold City and the business path, he left to look for Bai Yi and Wu Xian. In the tent of the military camp. After Zhou Zhou saw Bai Yi and Wu Xian, he told them about his plan to take down Thorn Dune today and handed them a copy of the regional map. After watching for a while, the two of them told Zhou Zhou the judgment that they could attack. Zhou Zhou was not surprised. With his current strength, he had a high chance of winning even if it was a green bronze tier area. Not to mention a mere black iron tier area. I've something to say, my lord. Just as Zhou Zhou and Wu Xian were about to take action, Bai Yi gritted her teeth and suddenly said. What is it? Zhou Zhou was stunned. Wu Xian also stopped. I want to give the position of Legion Commander of the Blazing Sun Army to Elder Wu. My lord, please approve. Bai Yi lowered her head and said. The two of them were stunned as soon as these words were spoken. Why do you say that? Zhou Zhou frowned. My lord. Elder Wu is far better than me, in terms of strength, experience, and confidence in the army. I feel that I'm far inferior to Old Wu in terms of leading troops in battle. Continuing to be in the position of Legion Commander will only make me feel more inferior. In addition, this is also irresponsible to the other brothers and sisters in the army. That's why I made such a request to my lord. Bai Yi said sincerely. Elder Wu, what do you think? Zhou Zhou could understand her thoughts. However, he did not voice his thoughts. Instead, he looked at Wu Xian. I think Legion Commander Bai should continue. I'll just be a deputy commander. Wu Xian chuckled. Why? With your ability, you can definitely have a better position and lead the Blazing Sun Army to a more glorious future. Bai Yi couldn't help but ask. I've only led soldiers for 50 more years than you. When I was your age, I didn't even get to see a hero. And you're a hero before you were 20. Don't think you're not good enough. If you're not outstanding, what will the other people think? Moreover, I'm already old. My future achievement is destined to be limited. You're young and you became a hero at such a young age. You're the one who can truly bring the Blazing Sun Army to greater heights as a Legion Commander. Furthermore, the position of Legion Commander can also train you and allow you to grow faster. I don't want to steal your glory. Wu Xian said seriously. Bai Yi was speechless. What a powerful talker. Zhou Zhou, who was already convinced, could not help but think. As for the abilities you don't know yet, I can teach you if you want to learn. Wu Xian smiled at Bai Yi. Bai Yi did not react for a moment. Aren't you going to address him as your teacher? Zhou Zhou reminded. Only then did Bai Yi react and immediately bowed respectfully to Wu Xian. When Wu Xian saw this, he immediately felt extremely comfortable. I'm a hero now and I have a disciple who is a hero but not even 20 years old yet. This achievement is probably second to none in the history of human heroes, right? He had to tell old Zheng when he got back. This old fellow usually flaunted how many disciples he had and how outstanding they were. Now, this disciple of mine is equivalent to 100 of them. No. At least 1,000. Let's see how he refutes this time. Wu Xian had already thought of how to show off in front of Zheng Yuankai. Elder Wu. The Aurora Kingdom's imperial physician, Elder Bai Yuejing, also came to Blazing Sun City today and became a subject of Blazing Sun City. Can he treat your injuries? Zhou Zhou asked his own question seeing that this episode had passed. Old Bai is here too. Wu Xian said subconsciously. He shook his head. I'm an old acquaintance with Old Bai. However, Old Bai can only ease my injuries and make me feel better when my injuries relapse. It's impossible to heal. My injuries can only be healed by legendary tier doctor professionals or physician heroes. Those below this level can't do anything to my injuries. Wu Xian said. How did you get these injuries? Zhou Zhou could not help but ask. It was caused by a scarlet hero from the Taiyan Kingdom. Wu Xian said. Zhou Zhou stopped probing. 15 minutes later, a total of 10,000 soldiers had gathered at the entrance of Sand Gold City. His lordship will definitely win today's battle. Zhang Kaishan shouted from the city wall. The other soldiers stationed in Sand Gold City also roared and cheered. Zhou Zhou smiled. Then, he set off with the soldiers. At the same time, Thorn Dune. The territory of the human lord of Cerulean planet, the Thorn Lord. Thorn Lord Zhang Yude was sitting on a recliner, watching the chat in the Sun Extermination Association chat group. He would write some words to encourage the other lords in the Sun Extermination Association to gather and eliminate the Lord of the Blazing Sun from time to time. As for these comments, when the other lords in the Sun Extermination Association saw this, they either pretended not to see it or comforted him. Thorn Lord, don't worry. Tomorrow is the Myriad Races Lord Battlefields event. Why would the Lord of the Blazing Sun come out to find the enemy to exhaust his troops? That's right, old Zhang. Don't worry. You're very safe. What are you afraid of? When the Myriad Races Lord Battlefield begins, we will definitely help you eliminate the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. After reading it, Zhang Yude immediately closed the chat group indignantly. Talk is cheap. You're not the closest to the Lord of the Blazing Sun's territory. We agreed to help each other when I established the Sun Extermination Association. In the end, no one was willing to help me now after knowing that I was the closest to the Lord of the Blazing Sun's territory. Zhang Yude opened the group chat again and wanted to leave. However, he looked at the option of leaving the group chat and hesitated for a long time. In the end, he did not press it. After a long time, he closed the group chat screen in front of him and let out a long sigh. I hope the Lord of the Blazing Sun really won't come. 3 hours later. I've something to report, my lord. There's an unfamiliar army outside. They've already surrounded Thorn City. There are about 10,000 of them. The leader claims to be the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. My lord. What should we do? A scout rushed to Zhang Yude, who was sleeping on the recliner, and said in a panic. Zhang Yude, who was originally sleepy, immediately sat up when he heard this. He widened his eyes and looked at the scout in front of him. What? Chapter 143, The Potential of a Lord. Zhang Yude looked at the scout in front of him as if he had been struck by lightning. He stayed for a moment, then he rushed towards the city wall like a madman. After arriving at the city wall, he climbed up the 3-meter-tall city wall and stuck his head out to look outside the city wall. And then, he almost fainted. because he saw a black mass of heads outside the city wall with almost no end to it. Moreover, most of them were military professionals wearing soldier-type armors. The others also wore some standard equipment and outfits that he did not recognize. The most ridiculous thing was, he even saw a group of monsters that were at least 4 to 5 meters tall standing together with other human military professionals. Zhang Yudai's legs went weak facing the pressure of 10,000 military professionals. Why are there so many people? Why does the Lord of the Blazing Sun have so many military professionals? How is this possible? His eyes were filled with disbelief. The 11 Lords of the Sun Extermination Association added up to about 3,000 military professionals. They felt that they could easily destroy the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. He had even thought of how to split the Lord of the Blazing Sun's wealth in advance. Now that he thought about it again, he felt that it was a huge mockery. 3,000 against 10,000 military professionals. What could he use to fight? Should he hit him with his head? And how did they get here so fast? The Myriad Races Lord Battlefield event is starting tomorrow. Shouldn't the Lord of the Blazing Sun be busy preparing for tomorrow's event? Zhang Yudai muttered. After he came back to his senses, he immediately opened the Sun Extermination Association chat group, wanting to tell them about the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. However, he suddenly thought of the treatment he had received previously. After a long time, Zhang Yudai's eyes flashed with resentment. I'm finished. You guys, don't even think about running away. He whispered. Outside the city wall. Zhou Zhou looked at the 3-meter-tall city wall in the distance with a calm expression. The other party only had more than 200 military professionals. If he still didn't surrender, then he was willing to call the other party a warrior. That was indeed the case. A moment later, Thorn City's city gate was actually opened and a person walked out in a daze. It was Zhang Yudai. He was followed by more than 400 people. Among them were more than 200 military professionals and more than 100 normal subjects. At this moment, they did not have any equipment on them. They arrived in front of Zhou Zhou barehanded. Big Boss Blazing Sunday. I surrender. I'm willing to tell you some information about the lords who wanted to harm you on the World Channel as long as you spare my life. Many of the lords I know are near the Aurora Kingdom. They can easily find you if they want to harm you. Zhang Yudai said fearfully. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. There are even unexpected gains? How do you know that? He asked. Because they established the Lord Alliance of the Sun Extermination Association. My territory is also very close to Big Boss Blazing Sun's territory, so I was forced to join. Zhang Yudai said awkwardly. Tell me the details. Zhou Zhou said. Yes. Zhang Yudai seemed to have seen some hope of survival and immediately told Zhou Zhou everything about the Sun Extermination Association. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder after listening to it. He did not expect these 11 lords to really rely on the lord function of the marketplace to earn more than 3,000 military professionals. However, this was naturally useless to him. Abandon your status as a lord. Join Blazing Sun City and become my subject. Then I'll learn about you from your previous subjects. If you're a morally corrupt scumbag, I won't keep you either. But as long as you're not and do what I said, I can spare your life. Zhou Zhou looked at him and said. I'll give up my status as a lord now. I'm also willing to become your subject. Also, Big Boss Blazing Sun, don't worry. Even though I'm not really a good person, I've never done anything bad. Zhang Yudai was very confident in this aspect. After saying that, he immediately closed his eyes. 10 seconds later, he opened his eyes and looked at Zhou Zhou expectantly. Big Boss Blazing Sun, I've already given up my status as a lord. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, he approved his application to join Blazing Sun City. Then, he opened the information on the other party's subject interface. Subject, Zhang Yudai. Territory, Blazing Sun City. Profession class name, Adventurer. Profession class, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade. Ability overview, originally one of the lords of the myriad races. Later, he surrendered to the Lord of the Blazing Sun and gave up his status as a lord. He became an adventurer and a subject of the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. Skills, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Summon Thorn, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Swift Movement, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Fireball Spell, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Ice Wall Spell. Loyalty, 78. Potential, White Silver Tier Advanced Grade. Zhou Zhou looked at the other party's potential panel. He was certain of one thing. If he did not have the buff of a lord, there was no upper limit to a lord's potential. And if he lost his status as a lord, then his original upper limit of potential would be exposed, limiting his strength. The identity of a lord is probably the greatest treasure for us lords. Zhou Zhou could not help but think. Then, he came in front of Zhang Yude and extended his right hand. "Welcome to Blazing Sun City," he said. Seeing this, Zhang Yude quickly shook hands. At the same time, a virtual screen appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Current stealable items: 1 Gradeless Adventurer Class Change Certificate, Stealing Success Rate, 100%, 1 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Skill Book, Summon Thorn, Stealing Success Rate, 100%, 9 Black Iron Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, Stealing Success Rate, 100%. Zhou Zhou ignored these low-level skills and gave the order to steal the Black Iron Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments. The next second, 9 Black Iron Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments appeared out of thin air in his spatial ring. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's lips before disappearing. "Can I really live?" Zhang Yude said in disbelief, seeing that Zhou Zhou really had no intention of killing him. Zhou Zhou ignored him. Zhang Yude was even happier when he saw this. This meant that the other party really had no intention of killing him. As for his status as a lord, previously, he could not bear to part with his identity as a lord because he wanted to use this identity to make a name for himself in the High Continent. This was also the reason why he joined the Sun Extermination Association. However, losing his status as a lord was naturally nothing compared to losing his life. Not only that, he suddenly realized that he felt much more relaxed without his status as a lord. He seemed to have returned to his attitude when he was AF*RT on the Cerulean planet. Perhaps he was really not cut out to be a lord. This thought suddenly appeared in his mind. A relieved smile appeared on Zhang Yude's face. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something. "Big Boss Blazing Sun, no, my lord. When are we going to destroy those lords of the Cerulean planet who want to harm you? Especially those B***starred lords from the Sun Extermination Association. I know the location of their territory. I can show you the way," he said excitedly. Zhou Zhou. Chapter 144, Attacking Thorn Dune. Sand Corpse Summoner Class Change Certificate. Zhou Zhou looked at Zhang Yude speechlessly. This guy would be a fence-sitter who would fall wherever the wind blew in the eyes of other lords. If he could treat his former ally like this today, he would do the same to his lord one day in the future. However, Zhou Zhou had the lord talent of peace and prosperity. The other party's loyalty would increase to 90 points sooner or later. Therefore, he was quite tolerant of such people. Tomorrow is the Myriad Races Lord Battlefield event. I don't have time to deal with them. Since they're planning to come after me during the event, then let's wait for them to come over themselves. I don't have to look for them one by one. Zhou Zhou shook his head. Yes, the Lord is right. This way, we can still wait for them to tire themselves out. Zhang Yude reacted and hurriedly nodded. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, under his request, Zhang Yude took out the bottle of extraordinary tier potential advancement potion and the talent brought by the reputation rating that he had obtained after becoming an official lord. He was a white platinum tier elementary grade carpenter. After the other party announced in person that he had joined Blazing Sun City, he also became a subject of Blazing Sun City. Zhou Zhou was deep in thought. As the novice lord test ended, every official lord had obtained great benefits. The bottle of extraordinary tier potential advancement potion and talent attracted by reputation rating was enough to tempt other factions. In the past 2 days, many lords of Cerulean planet on the World Channel had indeed said that many people of foreign races had come to attack their territory. The lords of Cerulean planet had both wins and losses in this aspect. After the novice lord test, the situation of the lords of the myriad races seems to be better, but in fact, there are more dangers hidden in the dark because of the existence of the official lord's reward. Especially those weaker lords. In the eyes of other powerful lords, it's simply a treasure that they can plunder at will. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly. It seemed that other than the threat of the myriad races lord battlefield's activities, the threat from the other lords was probably not weaker than this event. He thought for a moment and his expression quickly returned to normal. Fortunately, he was not weak, otherwise, he would probably be like those weak lords who could not sleep at night because of worry. Then, he entered Thorn City and took the Black Iron Tier Advance Grade Territory token from the Lord's wooden house. Half an hour later, with the help of Bai Yi, Zhang Yude, and the others, all the resources in Thorn City were sorted out. Zhou Zhou took a look and retracted his gaze. This was because he only had 50,000 to 60,000 units of basic resources, more than 100 Black Iron Tier Mist cores, and 5 to 6 normal building blueprints. He was naturally not interested in this bit of resources. According to Zhang Yude, he knew that the myriad races lord battlefield would be held tomorrow. Therefore, he did not dare to hold back at all. Other than leaving more than 100 Black Iron Tier Mist cores as backup, he used the remaining Mist cores to buy these military professionals slaves to increase the combat power of his territory. Zhou Zhou did not say anything. He did not let the new subjects from this city follow them. They still had to continue conquering the other Scarlet Lords and the Lords of the people of foreign races after all. Therefore, he left behind 1,000 military professionals and asked them to bring these 400 new subjects and loot back to Sand Gold City. He could also supplement the number of residents in Sand Gold City and increase its popularity. He led the remaining 9,000 soldiers and rushed towards the Scarlet Lord's territory according to the shortest route. In the next 6 hours, Zhou Zhou led Bai Yi, Wu Xin, Nazario, and 9,000 military professionals to attack 5 Scarlet Lord territories in Thorn Dune. These 5 Scarlet Lord territories were all ordinary Scarlet Lords that only had Black Iron Tier territories. Under the Scarlet Lord's command, there were at least 300 monster subjects and 1,000 monster subjects at most. They could not resist at all facing Zhou Zhou's 9,000 military professionals. They did not even need Bai Yi, Wu Xin, and Nazario to take them down easily. Their loot were all skill books and equipment. For such fog monsters were not worthy of being protected by the monster ranch. Zhou Zhou was not interested in them. He directly dealt with them all and extracted the loots. He obtained a total of 5 Black Iron Tier territory tokens, 28 Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, 12,562 Green Bronze Tier Mist Cores, 6,354 White Silver Tier Mist Cores, 1,550 Equipment, Green Bronze Tier, White Silver Tier, 2,250 Skill Books, Green Bronze Tier, White Silver Tier. After storing these loots in the Mechanostrider convoy, they immediately rushed to the territory of the regional lord, the Sand Corpse Lord. Behind a sand dune, Zhou Zhou looked at the territory of the Sand Corpse Lord in the distance. More than 3,000 sand corpses were wandering around the territory. They were from all kinds of races. There were humans, people of foreign races, and the monster races among the 5 Scarlet Lords that Zhou Zhou had just attacked. There was no lack of powerful races among them. Most of them were from Black Iron Tier to Green Bronze Tier. There would be a few White Silver Tier Sand Corpse subjects occasionally. They no longer looked like they were alive. Their entire bodies were wrapped in yellow sand, looking a little strange. Even though there aren't many of them, they are not weak. We can't underestimate them. Zhou Zhou looked rather serious. Then, he looked at the interface information of the weakest sand corpse and was stunned. Monster name, Sand Corpse Read.0. Strength level, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade. Monster description, summoned by the Sand Corpse Summoner with the corpse, flesh, and mist core as the core. It gathers gravel and has the consciousness and memory of when it was alive. Even though its combat strength is weaker than when it was alive, its life-saving ability will be stronger. Loot's drop rate, 2 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores, drop rate, 100%. Prompt, the loots will only drop the corresponding level of mist cores as it is a flesh-type summoned creature. There will be no other level of loots. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised. So flesh-type summoned creatures only dropped mist cores? He thought about it and felt that it made sense. If the summoned creature could also drop the same loot as normal monsters, the summoner professionals in the high continent would probably become the most popular profession in the entire continent. Who could reject an extraordinary tier class that could produce and sell itself? Then, he looked around the monster subjects. A moment later, he finally found a Sand Corpse Summoner among the Sand Corpses. Monster name, Sand Corpse Summoner Morton. Strength level, Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade. Monster description, the Sand Corpse Summoner under the Sand Corpse Lord can summon a large number of summoned creatures with living consciousness with the corpse's flesh and mist cores as the core. Loot's drop rate, 2 Green Bronze Tier Mist Core, drop rate, 100%, 1 Gradeless Skill Book Fresh Flesh, drop rate, 30%, 1 Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade Equipment Sand Corpse Staff, drop rate, 5%, 1 Gradeless Sand Corpse Summoner Class Change Certificate, drop rate, 0.1%. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. This seems to be a worthy new member on his monster protection list. Chapter 145, Green Bronze Tier Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere. The Emperor of Sand's Scepter Fragment reappears. Bai Yi, Old Wu. Attack. Remember to leave some alive for Monster Ranch. He looked at Bai Yi and Wu Xin beside him and said in a deep voice. Yes, my lord. The two of them said respectfully and led the way. Attack. Following Bai Yi's order. Kill. Charge. Army Formation Fury Array. Army Formation Fire Array. Wu Xin rode on his dragon horse and led more than 5,000 sword shield soldiers, Padeo soldiers, golems, and other close combat soldier types towards the 4,000 sand corpses. Bai Yi and the other 4,000 poison crossbow soldiers, elemental archers, and other long-range soldier types supported from the back. The 4,000 sand corpses quickly discovered them. All the sand corpses roared and rushed towards Wu Xin and the others as the Sand Corpse Summoner among them gave the order to counterattack. Zhou Zhou stretched out his right hand and aimed his palm at them at the back of the battlefield just as they were about to engage in a chaotic battle. Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent, Incite Defection. Activate. Boom. An invisible wave instantly enveloped all the Sand Corpses and Sand Corpse Summoners. Some of the Sand Corpse Summoners froze. The expressions in their eyes changed for a few seconds. Then, they decisively called back the Sand Corpse they had just sent out and attacked their Sand Corpse Summoners' companions beside them. Every time they killed a Sand Corpse Summoner, some Sand Corpses collapsed weakly on the desert on the battlefield. Then, the gravel disintegrated, revealing the flesh and blood inside, as well as the mist core. The Sand Corpse Lord's side was in chaos coupled with the confusions caused by the Sand Corpse Summoner's internal strife. This is a good opportunity. Wu Xin's eyes lit up. He immediately led the army and used the hero skill, Golden Dragon Break, to smash the Sand Corpse army in front of him into pieces. Then, he slaughtered the Sand Corpse Summoners at the back of the battlefield. When these Sand Corpse Summoners who had not been incited by incite defection saw this, they never expected that the other party would break through the Sand Corpses' lines so easily and come to them. They could only recall the Sand Corpses to protect themselves while resisting the attacks of their former companions. On the battlefield, the chaotic Sand Corpses could not stop the Blazing Sun army at all. The scales of victory almost immediately tipped towards the Blazing Sun army. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly when he saw this scene. Whether it was the numerical advantage, the hero advantage, or the Lord Talent advantage, his side was far superior to the other party. To Bai Yi, Wu Xin, and the others, it was extremely easy to control the direction of the crowd control battle. Then, he looked at the notification that had just appeared. Prompt: you have activated your Lord's exclusive talent, Insight Defection. Insight Defection has taken effect. Lord Talent Notification: a total of 102 Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Sand Corpses, 56 Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Sand Corpses, 21 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Sand Corpses, 6 Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade Sand Corpses, 1 Green Bronze Tier Advanced Grade Sand Corpse, 14 Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Elementary Grade Sand Corpse Summoners, and 7 Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Sand Corpse Summoners have betrayed their lord's faction and become your subordinates. Zhou Zhou was quite satisfied after reading it. More than 4,000 Sand Corpse and Sand Corpse Summoners had directly Insight Defection 206. It was not in vain that he spent 10 Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments to upgrade it. A moment later, as the Sand Corpse Lord Naz, who was hidden among the Sand Corpses, was killed by Nazario's precise Magma Dragon Breath, the remaining Sand Corpse Summoners clearly lost their backbone. When they controlled the Sand Corpses to fight, they also became a little weak. After a while, the battlefield returned to calm. Greetings, my lord. 7 Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade Sand Corpse Summoners and 3 Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade Sand Corpse Summoners brought more than 200 Sand Corpses to Zhou Zhou and greeted him respectfully. Come back to Blazing Sun City with me later. Zhou Zhou looked at them and said. Yes. 10 Sand Corpse Summoners said respectfully. Then, he retreated to the side. Zhou Zhou looked at them thoughtfully. As more and more monsters appeared, would it be necessary for him to form a separate army? But what should he call this army when the time comes? Insight Defection Army? Or an army of traitors? Just as he was thinking, the Sand Corpse Lord Naz's corpse was also sent over. Zhou Zhou glanced at its corpse. Then, his eyes lit up. Monster name: Sand Corpse Lord Naz, Regional Level Scarlet Lord. Strength Level: White Silver Tier Advanced Grade. Monster Description: the strongest Scarlet Lord in Thorndune. It controls the entire territory of Thorndune and has a group of Sand Corpse Summoners under its command. They are good at summoning and have obtained the professional inheritance of the Sand Corpse King, a general under the Emperor of Sand. Loot Drop Rate: 20 White Silver Tier Mist Cores, Drop Rate: 100%, 5 Origin Crystals, Drop Rate: 100%, 1 Gradeless Skill Book Flesh Preservation, Drop Rate: 30%, 1 White Silver Tier Advanced Grade Equipment Sand Corpse King's Summoning Scepter, Drop Rate: 10%, 10 Gradeless Sand Corpse Summoner Class Change Certificate, Drop Rate: 0.1%, 6 Black Iron Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragment, Drop Rate: 0%, 1 Black Iron Tier Lord Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere, Drop Rate: 0%. He has the Lord Talent. Zhou Zhou was pleasantly surprised. As for what the monster introduction said, the other party had obtained a portion of the Sand Corpse King's inheritance under the Emperor of Sand, so he didn't care too much. Zhou Zhou started to loot immediately. Lord Talent Notification: your loots have been enhanced by the King of Loots Perfect Loots. Grade +1. Lord Talent Notification: you have obtained Perfect Loots 20 Mist Cores, Yellow Gold Tier, 5 Origin Crystals, 1 Skill Book Flesh Preservation, Gradeless, 1 Sand Corpse King's Summoning Scepter, Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade, 10 Sand Corpse Summoner Class Change Certificates, gradeless, 6 Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, green bronze tier, 1 Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere, green bronze tier. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. These perfect loots felt good when used. A black iron tier Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere turned into a green bronze tier Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere. Then, he looked at the loots. It was needless to say anything about mist cores and aurora crystals. He looked at the skill book first. Skill name, Flesh Preservation. Skill quality, gradeless. Skill description, it can keep the flesh of a life form fresh for a long time. It can also prevent the corpse from turning into fog and dissipating for 7 days. It doesn't seem to be of much use. Zhou Zhou touched his chin. At most, it would replace the use of the golden corpse water and make it easier to extract the spoils of war from the corpses. It could allow the soldiers to learn this skill. This way, Ashburn and the others could focus on other potions. He didn't think too much about it. Zhou Zhou looked at the next loot after learning it. Equipment name, Sand Corpse King Summoning Scepter. Equipment grade, Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade. Equipment effect 1, when the user uses a summoning skill, it can reduce part of the energy consumption. Note, when using skills below Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade, you can reduce energy consumption by up to 50%. The decrease will decrease as the strength of the skill increases. Equipment effect 2, Fever of the Sand Corpse King. When the user uses the professional skill of the Sand Corpse Summoners, the strength of the summoned Sand Corpse will increase by 1. Good God! The Sand Corpse Summoner's Divine Artifact. Unfortunately, it's a Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade equipment. Moreover, I'm not a Sand Corpse Summoner, so I can't use it. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. Every life form could only have one profession in the professional system of the High Continent. He was already a martial artist. Therefore, he could not learn the professional skills of other professionals while he could learn other non-professional skills at will. On the other hand, lifestyle professionals could take on multiple life professions. There were no restrictions in this aspect. At this moment, a new notification appeared in front of him. Special hint, this equipment contains a portion of the fragments of the Emperor of Sand's Glory Scepter. Finding other fragments can reforge the Emperor of Sand's Glory Scepter, Legendary Tier Advanced Grade. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. Was there actually a fragment of the Emperor of Sand's Glory Scepter in this scepter? He flipped his right hand. A 3-meter-long golden scepter appeared in his hand. It was not that long ago that he obtained the Sandman Scepter from the loots of the Sandman Lord. This scepter also contained some fragments of the Emperor of Sand's Glory Scepter. The two scepters seemed to sense something and suddenly vibrated when he took out the Sandman Scepter. Zhou Zhou looked at this scene in surprise. Then, he saw that the two scepters suddenly moved on their own. Then, the tops slowly moved and finally pointed to the south. This direction. It seems to be in the direction of the Sandstorm Forbidden Land and the Green Forest. Could it be telling me that the remaining fragments of the Emperor of Sand's Glory Scepter are in the Sandstorm Forbidden Land or Green Forest? Zhou Zhou was deep in thought. It would be fine if it was the Green Forest. That place could at least be reached if he were to take a detour. However, if it was the Sandstorm Forbidden Land, then it would be bad. That dangerous forbidden zone of natural disasters. Zhou Zhou was not confident that he could return safely even if he brought Nazario along. However, to be honest, he was quite tempted. The Emperor of Sand's Glory Scepter was a legendary tier advanced grade weapon. Moreover, it might even be related to the inheritance of the Emperor of Sand. If he could obtain the inheritance of the Emperor of Sand, this opportunity would not be inferior to obtaining a legendary tier Lord Talent, or even a mythical tier Lord Talent. He thought for a moment. Then, he looked at the next loots. Item name, Sand Corpse Summoner Class Change Certificate. Item level, Gradeless. Item effect, Intermediate Battle Class Change Tool. After using it, you can become an intermediate grade battle class Sand Corpse Summoner. You will also have a set of Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Battle Class equipment, 5 years of Sand Corps Summoner Class experience, and the initial strength of a Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade. Item description: Intermediate Grade Combat Class Certificate. Created by the Fallen Emperor of Sand. It is an important part of the army under the Emperor of Sand. Zhou Zhou nodded slowly. Intermediate Grade Battle Class. This was the first time he had obtained a class change certificate of this level. Not bad. It was worth protecting. As for the final Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragment and the Green Bronze Tier Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere, needless to say, he would use it when he got back. He wanted to see what kind of Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent it was. At this moment, Bai Yi walked over. "My lord, I've found the territory token tablet," she said respectfully. "Take me there," Zhou Zhou said. "Yes, my lord, please follow me." Bai Yi nodded. Then, the two of them walked in the direction of the territory stone tablet. Chapter 146, Regional Token of the Thorn Dune. Persuading them to surrender. Sand Corps Lord's territory. In the Lord's courtyard. Zhou Zhou covered his nose and endured the stench of corpses in the room. He asked Bai Yi to shatter the stone tablet in front of him. After Bai Yi heard the order, she only used 5 fire vine arrows to shatter the territory stone tablet, revealing the 2 tokens inside. One of them was a Green Bronze Tier Advance Grade Territory Token. The other token was the Regional Token of Thorn Dune. Zhou Zhou put away the Territory Token and looked at the Regional Token. A text notification appeared. Treasure Name, Regional Token. Region Name, Thorn Dune, Changeable. Regional Grade, Black Iron Tier. Area, about 356 square kilometers. Treasure Description, a Regional Token of Thorn Dune. A lord who possesses a regional token and integrates it to become a region lord of Thorn Dune and obtain an exclusive regional treasure chest. When I return, integrate it into my territory stone tablet. I have 3 regional territories under my command. Zhou Zhou was very satisfied. Then, he left with Bai Yi. He had just walked out. Zhou Zhou noticed that the sky had already darkened. He looked at the time on the World Channel. He realized that there were still more than 3 hours before the Scarlet Fog completely relocated. Let the soldiers quickly organize the loots here and let's quickly occupy the last territory of the people of foreign races, Lord. Then we'll go back to Sand Gold City. Zhou Zhou said. Looking at it now, it would probably take quite some time to return to Blazing Sun City. He could only return to Sand Gold City to rest. However, he had to return to Blazing Sun City early tomorrow morning to prepare for the Myriad Races Lord battlefield. Yes, my lord. Bai Yi said respectfully. Then, she immediately went to make arrangements. Soon. With the 10 Conqueror's blast furnaces going all out to retrieve the loots, all the loots of the Sand Corps summoners had been extracted in less than half an hour. Under the effect of the perfect loots, he obtained a total of 14,852 green bronze tier mist cores, 12,620 white silver tier mist cores, 714 yellow gold tier mist cores, 357 gradeless flesh preservation skill books, 357 sand corpse staff, green bronze tier, white silver tier, yellow gold tier, 357 gradeless sand corpse summoner class change certificate. Other than that, Bai Yi also found a total of 420,000 units of 4 basic resources, 1,241 black iron tier mist cores, 251 white silver tier mist cores, and 12 normal blueprints in the territory. Zhou Zhou was quite satisfied with these gains. Regional lords were indeed regional lords. Each one of them was equivalent to 5 normal Scarlet Lords. Then, he did not stop. He brought the soldiers to the last territory of the people of foreign races in Thorn Dune. Wu Xin had specially activated the Furry Array to increase his speed. Everyone's speed increased greatly, and they arrived at their destination in less than 15 minutes. This was the territory of the Ox Demon clan. It was called Zealer City. According to Wu Tu's map, there were about 1,000 members of the Ox Demon clan living here. The leader of the Ox Demons, Atu, had the strength of a yellow gold tier intermediate grade. They were not lords summoned from other worlds, but local lords of the high continent. It was said that their ancestors had made a deal with the demons in the abyss. It allowed them to obtain some demonic power. This made their combat strength quite good even among the orcs. These more than 1,000 Ox Demon clan members. Its combat power was comparable to more than 4,000 human military professionals of the same level. This level of combat strength. If they chose to attack forcefully, they would definitely suffer heavy losses. Hence, Zhou Zhou had already thought about it on the way here. He did not intend to storm this place. Instead, he wanted to see if he could replicate Thorn City's actions and make the other party surrender. After he had 9,000 soldiers surround this place, Zhou Zhou stood at the front of all the soldiers and looked up at the city wall of Zealer City. His eyesight was extremely good. Therefore, he could see it clearly. On the city wall, an ox demon with soft golden fur, 2 horns on its head, and blood-red eyes was standing there looking at him. It was the boss of Zealer City, Atu. Who are you? What are you doing here? At this moment, the ox demon boss looked at Zhou Zhou and said loudly. The other party spoke the common language of the high continent. Hence, Zhou Zhou could understand. Don't you see? I brought my army here to suppress you. Atu, come out and surrender. You saw it too. My men are out there. You can't escape. Zhou Zhou said. His voice was also transmitted to the ears of all the ox demons in the other party's territory through the enhancement of his spiritual power. Human Lord, I admit you have many soldiers. But our Zealer City is not weak either. And we're protected by our walls while you are facing the threat of the imminent scarlet fog. Are you sure you want to attack us? Besides, we have no grudges against each other. Why must you start a war against us? Atu said angrily. I just took down Thorndune not too long ago. Which means, you're the ones occupying my territory for survival. I came to attack and expel you for the sake of protecting my territory. That makes sense, doesn't it? Zhou Zhou said calmly. Atu was stunned. He has taken down Thorndune? Hesitation appeared on its face. In that case, they really seem to be occupying the other party's territory for survival. After a long silence, it said, we've been living here for decades. This has become our homeland. Whatever you say. We'll never leave here. If you want to fight, let's fight. Atu was about to order the ox demons to prepare to defend against the other party's next attack. But at this moment, Zhou Zhou started talking. Atu, I know you have feelings for Zealer City and are unwilling to leave this place. But you can't beat us. Nazario flew down from the sky after he finished speaking. When the huge Nazario descended from the sky, Atu and the rest were stunned. Fear appeared in the eyes of some of the ox demons. Zhou Zhou could clearly feel the other party's fighting spirit instantly disintegrated when Nazario released his dragon might. Atu also saw fear in its subject. It wanted to say something encouraging but it found itself at a loss for words. Therefore, a deep sense of helplessness rose in its heart in front of this incomparably pure-blooded dragon even if it was the strongest amongst them. It did not even have the confidence to deal with this pure-blooded dragon. What about the other subjects? At this moment, the human lord's voice came from outside. Atu, I can give you a choice. As long as you are willing to give up your status as a lord and bring your ox demon subjects to join my blazing sun city, becoming my subjects, I can stop waging war on your territory. Let you continue to live here in peace. But I have to remind you. Once you become my subjects, you will have to call yourselves my subjects in the future. You'll have no right to refuse when I need you to work for me or fight for me. Of course. I won't let you work for nothing or be a suicide squad on the battlefield. You and my other subjects will have the salary and military merits that you deserve. Are you willing to accept this condition? Zhou Zhou asked. Chapter 147, Surrender. The ancestral statue of the human race on Cerulean planet. A few seconds later. So you're the famous lord recently. No wonder. I, Atu, have heard a lot about you. Atu's voice sounded. There seemed to be a sense of relief in its voice. My lord, please wait a moment. Atu said. Okay. Zhou Zhou noticed the change in the way the other party addressed him and immediately nodded slightly. It seemed that Nazario and the nearly 9,000 military professionals were indeed very intimidating. In the future, he could use this to avoid many unnecessary wars. He could just get into position and scare the other party. In any case, they could win by using force. Why did they have to fight head-on? A moment later. The gates of Zealer City opened. Atu walked out with more than 1,000 tall ox demons and stopped 30 to 40 meters away from Zhou Zhou. Atu stared at Zhou Zhou and slowly knelt on one knee. I, the city lord of Zealer City, ox demon boss Atu, am willing to give up my status as a lord and bring the 1,256 ox demon subjects of Zealer City to join you and become your subject. Atu said in a deep voice. Ox Demon Boss Atu leads 1,256 Ox Demons and requests to join your territory and become your subject. Do you agree? Agreed. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. The next second. Prompt, 1,257 Ox Demons have become your subject. Lord Talent hint, peace and prosperity is taking effect. The loyalty of the subjects is increasing. Lord Talent notification, loyalty of 1,257 Ox Demons has increased to 71 points. Zhou Zhou smiled. Why did he let the other party off with such a simple condition? Firstly, it was because the Scarlet Fog was about to descend. He did not intend to waste time here and wanted to conquer this place as quickly as possible. Secondly, it was because he had the Diamond Tier Lord Talent, peace and prosperity. As long as the other party dared to join his territory and become his subject. Then, regardless of whether the other party had any ulterior motives before joining, they would not be able to harbor such thoughts as long as they became his subject. There was no way they could escape. From now on, we're family. Zhou Zhou walked over with a smile and extended his right hand to Atu. Atu was stunned for a moment before hurriedly reaching out to shake hands with its lord. Please take care of me in the future, my lord. Atu said respectfully. Sure, sure. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, he looked at the items he could steal. Then he suddenly froze. Currently stealable items, 1 yellow gold tier intermediate grade skill book great strength, stealing success rate, 95%, 1 yellow gold tier intermediate grade growable racial growth skill book bloodthirsty battle, stealing success rate, 93%, 1 yellow gold tier intermediate grade growable racial growth skill book Ox Demon Transformation, stealing success rate, 94%, 1 white silver ancestor statue of the human race on Cerulean planet, stealing success rate, 91%, 2 black iron. Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, stealing success rate, 90%. There's actually such a thing. Zhou Zhou's gaze was focused on the words ancestor statue of the human race on Cerulean planet. He suddenly reacted. Zhao Chongshao should have built the imperial ancestral temple by now. That was why the ancestor statue of the humans on Cerulean planet appeared among the items that Atu could steal. He looked at the other party's list of loot. That was indeed the case. The other party's list of loots also included the loots of the ancestor statue of the human race on Cerulean planet. Without any hesitation, he silently chanted the word steal. The next second, A 3-meter-tall cerulean planet ancestor statue and 2 black iron tier Lord Talent crystal fragments appeared out of thin air in his spatial ring. Zhou Zhou looked at the information on the ancestor statue of the human race on cerulean planet. Treasure name, ancestor statue of the human race of cerulean planet Sun Simiao. Treasure grade, white silver tier. Treasure effect, place it in the shrine of the Imperial Ancestral Temple and activate the ancestor statue's beneficial effect on territory, subjects, or lords. Treasure introduction, an ancient Chinese pharmaceutical scientist and Daoist priest. He was revered as the king of medicine by later generations. He wrote essential prescriptions worth 1,000 gold for emergencies and supplement to the essential prescriptions worth 1,000 gold. He also completed the world's first national medicine book, Tang Dynasty New Medical Herbs. Prompt: collect 2 ancestral statues of the same level and the same person and you can fuse them into a higher level ancestral statue. The fused ancestral statue will produce a better buff effect on the territory, subjects, and lords. Is it actually this ancestor? Zhou Zhou was shocked. Naturally, he had heard of this king of medicine. This big shot was in the history textbooks he read when he was young. I wonder what the buff effect of this ancestor is. I'll give it a try at the Imperial Ancestral Temple when I get back. He thought. My lord. Is there anything you need us to do? Tu asked nervously. After hearing what his lord had just said, he was already prepared to do his best. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment before looking at the other party. There's a miniature iron mine near my territory. You can get your subjects to mine the iron ore there. He said. Do you have food and accommodation? Tu asked shamelessly. Zhou Zhou was speechless. Don't worry. Not just food and accommodation. Those who are willing to go will even be given mist core as a salary. Zhou Zhou said. These ox demons were huge and strong. They were the best choice to mine iron ore. There was no need to fight with them. He did not lack soldiers now. The ox demon's boss was overjoyed. It was very strong physically, but its governance on its territory was not strong. In addition, the place they were staying in was a resource-poor place like Thorn Dune. Therefore, it and its ox demon's subject were very poor. Usually, it was the one who brought the subjects to Fish Spring Town to do odd jobs and some hard work to barely survive. Someone had once valued their strength and wanted to hire them as their fighters. However, its subjects rejected it without hesitation. The reason why they ran to such a desolate place to build a city and settle down was to stay away from the war, avoid it, and live a stable life without worrying about losing their lives. How could they agree to such an employment? As a result, they had a hard time even though they were very strong. Tu suddenly felt that it was not bad to be a subject under the Lord. At least there was a fixed work scope they could do. Oh yes! Your subjects can work in many iron mines. But don't go there if you are so strong. From now on, you'll fight alongside me. Zhou Zhou said. He was not interested in the normal ox demons. However, he would not let go of such a yellow gold tier intermediate grade fighter. Yes. My lord. Tu's face stiffened, then it forced a smile and agreed. Zhou Zhou ignored its expression. After that, he gave Tu a map of the surrounding area and told him the location of Blazing Sun City. Then, he did not stay any longer and led the army back to Sand Gold City, seeing that it was getting late. Chapter 148, New Lord Talent. War God's Blessing. After Zhou Zhou brought his men back to Sand Gold City, the sky was already completely dark. Scarlet fog gradually covered the entire world. After Zhou Zhou returned, he asked Bai Yi and the others to bring the army to Sand Gold City to rest for the night. They would immediately rush back to Blazing Sun City before 4 o'clock the next morning. Bai Yi and the others immediately accepted the order. Zhou Zhou did not waste any time. He used return to the city and returned to Blazing Sun City. In the Blazing Sun City, in the living room of the Lord's residence, Zhou Zhou appeared out of thin air. He felt his body, spirit, and energy rapidly recovering and couldn't help but nod slightly. Originally, he was already a little tired after running around all day. Now, he felt like he had returned to his peak. Then, Zhou Zhou came to the territory stone tablet and took out the regional token of Thorn Dune, placing it directly above the stone tablet. A suction force came from the territory stone tablet and sucked this regional token into the stone tablet. The next second, rows of golden text appeared in front of him. Congratulations on obtaining a Black Iron Tier regional token, Thorn Dune. You have officially become the regional lord of this region. Thorn Dune, Black Iron Tier, has been added to your regional territory. You have obtained a regional treasure chest. Exclusive to Thorn Dune. Zhou Zhou opened his regional territory column. Regional territory, Blazing Sun Desert, Black Iron Tier, Sand Gold Land, Black Iron Tier, Thorn Dune, Black Iron Tier. He nodded, satisfied. Then, Zhou Zhou opened the regional treasure chest. Inside was a familiar yellow package. Item name, Thorn Dune Exclusive Resource Pack. Item level, Black Iron Tier. Item effect, after opening it, you can obtain 50,000 units of stone, 50,000 units of wood, 50,000 units of metal, 50,000 units of fine sand, 100 gradeless sand corpse summoner class change certificate. Item description, Black Iron Tier Area Exclusive Resource Pack. After opening it, you can obtain a large number of basic resources and some area exclusive resources. That's it. Zhou Zhou was a little disappointed. Wasn't this the same thing as the regional treasure chest in the Blazing Sun Desert? The sand crystal had just become the Sand Corpse Summoner class change certificate. He shook his head. It seemed that something as good as the Golem Lair was just a special situation. After using it, he took out the green bronze tier Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere. Let's see what this green bronze tier Lord Talent is. Zhou Zhou was really looking forward to it. He looked over. A text notification appeared. Do you want to purify it? Yes. Zhou Zhou said. The next second, a golden light flashed on the Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere. Then its message changed. Treasure name, Lord Talent Sphere Blessing of the 10 Gods Blessing of the War God. Treasure grade, Green Bronze Tier. Treasure effect, after absorbing it, the Lord will have the Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Blessing of the 10 Gods, Blessing of the War God. Treasure description, a Lord Talent Sphere purified by the Supreme Resistance. After absorbing it, you can obtain a Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent. Blessing of the 10 Gods. I think I've heard of this talent from other lords. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. However, the blessing of the 10 gods he had heard of was not the blessing of the war god, but the blessing of wisdom, creation, and life. Furthermore, different lords had different levels of blessings. He was at the green bronze tier. The highest level he had heard of was the blessing of the diamond tier creation god. It was said that it could greatly increase the breakthrough speed of lifestyle professionals and had a certain chance of developing new life profession items. The other party seemed to have joined the military-industrial alliance and was a big shot there. Zhou Zhou was deep in thought. Since it was the blessing of the 10 gods, there were probably 6 of such gods left. However, he did not know who those 6 were. Then, Zhou Zhou stopped thinking and chose to absorb it. The next second, this green bronze tier Lord Talent Sphere immediately turned into countless bronze-colored light spots and surged into his glabella. Zhou Zhou closed his eyes. A moment later, he reopened his eyes again after some time. Then, he immediately opened his Lord's personal information. His Lord Talent column had been updated again. Lord Talent, 100% drop rate, Mythical Tier Unique, Gnome Alchemy Workshop, Green Bronze Tier, Monster Ranch, White Silver Tier, Insight Defection, Green Bronze Tier, Peace and Prosperity, Diamond Tier, Return to the City, Black Iron Tier, Mysterious Caravan, Yellow Gold Tier, Master Thief's Robbery Gloves, Legendary Tier, blessing of the 10 gods, blessing of the war god, green bronze tier. My 9th Lord Talent. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Then, he immediately opened the details of the talent. Lord Talent, blessing of the 10 gods, blessing of the war god, green bronze tier. Blessing of the 10 gods, blessing of the war god, one of the 10 chief gods under the supreme will, has blessed you and your military professionals. You and your military professionals will receive an additional 200% promotion energy after killing the enemy. Zhou Zhou's eyes widened. This was a green bronze tier Lord Talent. Obtaining an additional 200% promotion energy, didn't that mean that the benefits of the promotion energy in a battle would directly triple? This could be said to have directly increased the strength of him and his soldier types by 300%. To the lords of the high continents, any external means were naturally not as important as strength. In Zhou Zhou's eyes, the blessings of the war god were much more practical than the blessings of other gods. Good Lord Talent. In the future, I won't need to upgrade the Lord Talent crystal fragment to incite defection. I'll just upgrade it. Zhou Zhou immediately made a decision. Compared to incite defection, he still preferred the blessings of the war god that could increase his strength. He looked at the Lord Talent crystal fragment he had. After obtaining Atu's Lord Talent crystal fragment not long ago, he now had a total of 74 black iron tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, 53 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, 3 yellow gold tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, 2 legendary tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. I still need 47 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments or 5 white silver tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. Zhou Zhou was deep in thought. This request was not difficult to achieve. Now, he was attacking the Scarlet Lord's territory faster and faster. At his speed. In just a few days, he would probably be able to gather them after attacking a few more ownerless Black Iron tier regional territories. At this thought, he stopped thinking about it. Then, he walked out of the Lord's residence to find Zhao Chongshao and ask him where the Imperial Ancestral Temple was. However, just as he walked out of the door, a woman's voice came from behind him. Are you the Lord of the Blazing Sun? Zhou Zhou was stunned. He turned to look. He saw a tall woman in a holy white gorgeous dress. She had a pretty face and a resplendent white crystal at her glabella and was standing not far away and looking at him. Beside her was a maid in white. She bowed slightly to him and looked up at him curiously. And you are? Zhou Zhou was a little surprised. I am the princess of the Aurora Kingdom. My name is Li Yi. I'm here to pay my respects to the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. I came with my father's greetings. She said politely. Welcome, welcome. I'm sorry. I've been busy the entire day today and have just returned. Zhou Zhou said. As a lord chosen by the Supreme Will, it's natural for you to be busy every day. Please don't feel embarrassed about this. Li Yi looked at Zhou Zhou in agreement. Zhou Zhou was stunned for a moment before he laughed. It's cold outside. Let's enter the residence first if you don't mind. He said. Li Yi nodded. Zhou Zhou brought the two of them back to his lord's residence again, and sat down in the hall. After chatting for a while, Li Yi took out a contract. Father heard that the Lord of the Blazing Sun is very interested in our kingdom's Aurora Crystal. That's why my father specifically asked me to bring this Aurora Crystal transaction contract and give it to the Lord. With this contract, my Lord can purchase Aurora Crystals of yellow gold tier and lower from any yellow gold tier or above regional territories in the Aurora Kingdom. After she finished speaking, in order to avoid Zhou Zhou's misunderstanding, she explained apologetically. It's not that my father is stingy and doesn't want to sell Aurora Kingdom crystals of yellow gold tier and above. Your lordship also knows that in our high continent, the probability of extracting items after a life form dies is extremely small. Normally speaking, only the mist cores can be extracted. Most of the other items won't be extracted. It's the same for the Aurora crystals. In addition, our Aurora Kingdom can only build a white platinum tier advanced grade Aurora Kingdom tower at most. Therefore, even for our Aurora Kingdom, white platinum tier Aurora crystals are already considered extremely top-notch and rare resources. We still have to use these to deal with the Taiyan Kingdom, so it's not convenient for us to sell white platinum tier Aurora crystals to the Lord. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. He remembered that the drop rate of Aurora crystals was 10%. Which meant only 1 in every 10 Aurora race of white platinum tier would drop a white platinum tier Aurora Kingdom crystal after they pass on. The Aurora Kingdom had to rely on these white platinum tier Aurora crystals to build the Aurora Kingdom Tower to defend the entire Aurora Kingdom. The consumption of Aurora crystals was unimaginable. Therefore, he did not feel that there was anything wrong with them cherishing the white platinum tier Aurora crystals so much. Your Highness, you don't have to do this. The drop rate of Aurora crystals is indeed low. If the Aurora Kingdom needs Aurora crystals in the future, you can look for me. Perhaps I can help. Zhou Zhou said. However, was the white platinum tier Aurora Kingdom's drop rate low in front of his King of Loots? He could directly extract diamond tier Aurora Kingdom crystals for the other party, let alone white platinum tier Aurora Kingdom crystals. When Leah heard Zhou Zhou's words, she looked at him blankly. You can help? But aren't you the one who needs the authority to trade Aurora crystals? Zhou Zhou faced the doubt in her eyes with a mysterious smile. Actually, under normal circumstances, he would not say that he would take the initiative to help. However, this princess came with good intentions. Her attitude and etiquette made Zhou Zhou feel very comfortable. Give me a peach and I give you a white jade for friendship. Zhou Zhou would naturally repay her kindness. Even though Leah did not know what Zhou Zhou meant by help, she could hear the good intentions in his words. This made her smile. In addition to the transaction of the Aurora crystals, my father also promised my lord that he could make a request. He'll grant it as long as it's within his power. Leah said. This is His Majesty's kindness. I need time to think. Zhou Zhou thought for a while and did not expect to make any requests. Okay. I'll stay in my lord's territory for 3 days. You can tell me when you have thought it through. Leah said. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, the two of them chatted happily for a while before Leah left with the maid on the pretext that it was inconvenient to disturb them in the middle of the night. Zhou Zhou sent her out of the residence and went to look for Zhao Chongshao himself. Chapter 149, Ancestral Enhancement Effect. Essential prescriptions worth 1,000 gold for emergencies. When Zhou Zhou found Zhao Chongshao, he was chatting with a young man. Greetings, my lord. When the two of them saw Zhou Zhou, Zhao Chongshao immediately stood up and bowed. When the young man beside him saw this, he reacted and hurriedly stood up to bow to Zhou Zhou. Then, he looked at Zhou Zhou excitedly. And this is? Zhou Zhou nodded and looked at the young man. His name is Liu. He's my disciple. He just joined our Blazing Sun City today. At that time, the Lord was not around. I talked with Elder Zheng and recruited him. This disciple of mine is quite capable and quite talented. He might become a pillar of our territory in the future. Zhao Chongshao smiled. So you're Elder Zhao's disciple. Welcome to Blazing Sun City. Zhou Zhou smiled. Hello, my lord. I've long heard about you and your territory. I've finally seen you today. Liu said excitedly. He had been chatting with his teacher just now. Zhao Chongshao told him that not only did he break through the original upper limit of his potential, but he had also become a diamond tier elementary grade architect. An architect of this level could be said to be unique in the entire Aurora Kingdom. As his disciple, he naturally knew what his teacher wanted. He also knew how difficult it was to do this. His teacher had been pursuing this for decades after all. He did not expect the Lord in front of him to do it in just a few days. And according to his teacher, their Lord had done far more than this. Zhao Chongshao stopped talking. However, this did not stop Liu from revering this Zhou Zhou whom he had never met before. In addition, Zhou Zhou was not bad-looking and had all kinds of fame. That was why he was so excited when he saw Zhou Zhou. My own little fanboy. Zhou Zhou was surprised to see his expression. When he saw the other party's attributes, a smile immediately appeared on his face. This young man, Liu, was already a white platinum tier elementary grade architect. Moreover, his potential was the same as Zhao Changshao's. He had the potential of a white platinum tier advanced grade. Moreover, the other party was just a young man. It could only be said that Elder Zhao had good taste. And he also reacted. The other party should be a legendary talent attracted by the reputation rating after his territory leveled up. The three of them chatted for a while before Zhou Zhou brought up the main topic of his visit. Elder Zhao. The Imperial Ancestral Temple should be completed, right? Bring me to the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Zhou Zhou said. I was just about to talk to my lord about this. My lord, please follow me. Zhao Chongshao stood up and led the way. Zhou Zhou followed him. Liu did not receive any hints from the two of them, so he did not follow them rashly. A moment later, the two of them arrived at the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Zhou Zhou looked at the building. A building notification soon appeared. It was basically the same as the architectural effect described in the architectural blueprint of the Imperial Ancestral Temple. The building level had changed from special to special. White silver tier elementary grade. Moreover, there were two new columns, current ancestor statue worship and current ancestor enhancement effect. However, the words none were displayed on it. Zhao Chongshao was already introducing them. This Imperial Ancestral Temple covers an area of about 1,390 square kilometers. It's 47 meters long from north to south and 29 meters long from east to west. It has 3 layers of walls. According to the blueprint requirements, they are all yellow glazed tiles with red walls. The building inside the wall is north to south. The innermost building is the main hall of the Imperial Ancestral Temple. There are shrines inside that can pray to our ancestors. However, because there is no ancestor statue, there are no ancestors in the shrine for the time being. In addition, the construction level of the Imperial Ancestral Temple is the same as the territory. As the level of the territory increases, the level of the Imperial Ancestral Temple will also increase. The number of ancestral statues that can be worshipped inside will also increase. Currently, our territory is at the white silver tier elementary grade, so we can only worship 3 shrines. When Blazing Sun City advances to a yellow gold tier territory, the number of shrines that can be worshipped in the main hall will increase again. Zhao Chongshao explained in detail. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, the two of them walked into the Imperial Ancestral Temple and passed through 3 layers of walls before arriving at the main hall of the Imperial Ancestral Temple. As soon as he entered the main hall, Zhou Zhou saw 3 red shrines that were 5 to 6 meters tall neatly placed on the altar. Below the shrine, there were also incense burners, red ropes, copper coins, agar wood, and other sacrificial items. A faint smell of agar wood permeated the entire Imperial Ancestral Temple, making one's heart calm down. Zhou Zhou waved his right hand. The statue of Sun Simiao's ancestor appeared before him. Then, he did not call for help. He personally picked up the ancestor statue and placed it respectfully and carefully in the first shrine on the left. Just as he placed Sun Simiao's ancestral statue on it, Zhou Zhou immediately felt the entire Imperial Ancestral Temple tremble slightly. However, the tremor was extremely small. Only he, who had the chaos human bloodline, could sense it. Zhao Chengguan did not sense it at all. At the same time, an ancient and serious voice sounded in his mind. A doctor should not rely on his own strengths to focus on managing his wealth, rather he should have a heart of salvation. Is this the voice of Sun Simiao's ancestor? Zhou Zhou was stunned. At this moment, a new text notification appeared. You have placed a white silver-tier ancestor statue of the human race on Cerulean planet in the shrine of the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Sun Simiao has activated the exclusive ancestral buff effect, essential prescriptions worth 1,000 gold for emergencies. The current ancestor statue has been updated. Current ancestral enhancement effect has been updated. The next second, a withered and pale ancient book appeared in front of him. Zhou Zhou took it. A text notification appeared. Treasure name, essential prescriptions worth 1,000 gold for emergencies. Treasure grade, white silver tier. Treasure effect 1, after healing the injured, there is a chance that all doctor-related professionals in the territory will comprehend more medical theories, increasing the probability of breaking through by 5%. Treasure effect 2, when physician-related professionals with the essential prescriptions worth 1,000 gold for emergencies encounter difficult illnesses, there is a chance that they will receive hints from the human ancestor of Cerulean planet, Sun Simiao. Treasure description: human lives are the most important. They are more precious than gold. They are more virtuous than this. Prompt: this treasure is exclusive to the Imperial Ancestral Temple. It cannot be worn down, lost, or destroyed. This ancestor's enhancement effect is so powerful. Zhou Zhou exclaimed in surprise when he saw the effect of the treasure. The first effect could increase the chances of doctor-related professionals in the territory breaking through. Not to mention the second. Sun Simiao's ancestor had personally guided him. This was only the white silver tier essential prescriptions worth 1,000 gold for emergencies effect. What about the higher level essential prescriptions worth 1,000 gold for emergencies effect? I wonder if there's any way to obtain a statue of the same ancestor. Zhou Zhou could not help but think. Then, he had no clue and stopped thinking about it. Then, he looked at the essential prescriptions worth 1,000 gold for emergencies in his hand and thought for a moment. Then, he sent someone to call Bai Yuejing over. What can I do for you, my lord? After Bai Yuejing arrived, she immediately said respectfully. Zhou Zhou said nothing. Instead, he first took a look at his loyalty. He realized that his loyalty had increased from 85 points to 89 points. He had improved to such an extent in just a day. This meant that the other party approved of him and Blazing Sun City. Zhou Zhou was relieved. He handed the essential prescriptions worth 1,000 gold for emergencies to the other party and told him the effect of this treasure. It's too valuable. How can I use it? Bai Yuejing said in shock. This treasure could affect the future of the entire territory's doctor. His lordship actually gave him such a precious item. Elder Bai, take it. You are the only extraordinary tier doctor in the territory. Everyone else's medical skills are far below yours. If you're not qualified to use it, who else in our territory is qualified to use it? In the future, Elder Bai will have many important patients to treat. When the time comes, I'll need Elder Bai and the essential prescriptions worth 1,000 gold for emergencies. Elder Bai, don't decline. Zhou Zhou said. When Bai Yuejing heard this, she stopped hesitating and solemnly promised Zhou Zhou that she would keep it safe and display its value. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. The two of them chatted for a while before Bai Yuejing bowed solemnly in front of Sun Simiao's statue and left. After everyone left, Zhou Zhou came to Sun Simiao's statue. He picked up 3 sticks of incense and lit them up. Then, he bowed 3 times to Sun Simiao's statue and solemnly placed them on the incense burner. I hope that Lord Ancestor can protect our Blazing Sun City and continue smoothly in this Lord of all races competition. He prayed. Then, he turned around and left the Imperial Ancestral Temple. In the Lord's residence, Zhou Zhou, who had just returned, heard Wu Tu's voice outside the door. Zhou Zhou let him in. Chapter 150, Wu Tu's Map. Starfire Mercenary Team. My lord. This is the map I drew today. In addition, I've also investigated the general situation of the surrounding area. Wu Tu handed over a map respectfully. Zhou Zhou took it and read it. This map was almost the same as yesterday's. However, there were some new areas. For example, the unknown area in the north was now discovered to be a white silver tier area, Mingguang Town, and to the north of Mingguang Town was a yellow gold tier area, Blazing Sun City. They were all official territories under the jurisdiction of the Aurora Kingdom. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows when he saw this. Then he could make a trip to Blazing Sun City. This way, he could buy some yellow gold tier Aurora crystals with the Aurora crystal trading contract he had just obtained. This way, he could upgrade all the bronze Aurora Kingdom towers in his territory to yellow gold tier Aurora Kingdom towers. When the time comes, even if a diamond tier expert dared to invade his Blazing Sun City, he could even guarantee that the other party would never return. Then, he looked elsewhere. The north of Blazing Sun City and the west of Fish Spring Town were both regional territories under the Aurora Kingdom. In the east of Thorn Dune, there were 2 green bronze tier regional territories and 1 white silver tier regional territories. On both sides of the Sandstorm Forbidden Land and the south of the Green Forest, there was a black iron tier territory, 2 green bronze tier territory, and a white silver tier territory. Further away was the location of a yellow gold tier regional territory in the Taiyan Kingdom, Dark Night Town. Starting here all the way south was already the territory of the Crimson Kingdom Taiyan Kingdom. The Aurora Kingdom can be regarded as a friendly party at the moment. Moreover, they're not weak. We definitely can't attack them. For the Taiyan Kingdom to be able to fight against the Aurora Kingdom for hundreds of years, their strength is definitely not inferior to the Aurora Kingdom. It's not within my consideration. Then we can only attack the 7 regional territories east of Thorn Dune and south of the Sandstorm Forbidden Land. Zhou Zhou pondered. However, this Sandstorm Forbidden Land is a little troublesome. If the problem of the Sandstorm Forbidden Land's army's passage cannot be resolved, then I can only expand my territory east of Thorn Dune. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly. To a lord like him it was not a good thing to have one's offensive direction restricted. He thought for a while. He suddenly thought of Liu Ruyi and the rest. As adventurers, they might be able to learn more about the Sandstorm Forbidden Land from other local adventurers. There might be another way to pass. Without hesitation, Zhou Zhou sent someone to call Zhang Lanzheng over. Previously, after Liu Ruyi and the others followed their army back to Blazing Sun City, they only stayed for a day before returning to prepare to establish an adventurer team. But Zhang Lanzheng was left behind. It was convenient for Zhou Zhou and Liu Ruyi to contact each other. Now it looked like it was going to come in handy. Soon, Zhang Lanzheng came over. "Greetings, my lord," Zhang Lanzheng said respectfully. At this moment, his attitude had changed greatly from when he first arrived. Zhou Zhou could clearly tell that the other party's respect for him had completely turned into sincerity. Zhang Lanzheng knew the reason very well. After staying in the territory for a few days, he understood more about Blazing Sun City and the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. In particular, the other party's territory was clearly only a desert territory, but it could develop to such a scale and achievement. It even became the strongest human lord on the Cerulean planet. Apart from being shocked, Zhang Lanzheng only felt admiration from the bottom of his heart. Honestly, if it were him, he would have been assigned to a desert territory at the beginning. He would probably give up his status as a lord on the same day and change his occupation to become an adventurer. Who would have thought that a territory with barren resources, surrounded by monsters and sand, could develop to this extent? Zhou Zhou naturally did not know what he was thinking. She told him directly why she had come to look for him. "Sandstorm Forbidden Land. I've heard of this place. Because that place is a forbidden area for natural disasters, there seem to be many strange legends. But most of them are made up by other adventurers, rangers, and martial artists. I wonder if it's true." Zhang Lanzheng pondered. "This is very important to me. Get Liu Ruyi and the others to temporarily put aside all their work and focus on investigating the Sandstorm Forbidden Land." Zhou Zhou ordered without hesitation. "Yes, my lord. Zhang Lanzheng said solemnly. This was the first time the feudal lord had assigned them quests. He had to do it well. He reminded himself. How have you guys been lately? Zhou Zhou asked. With the 5,000 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores sponsored by the Overlord, Captain Lu has already established the Adventurer Team. The name of the Adventurer Team is Starfire Mercenary Team. The name is a metaphor that we are the official Adventurer Team of Blazing Sun City. However, only a few of us founders know about this. We haven't announced it to the public. Because there are some things that official adventurer teams will encounter obstacles if they want to do it. Private adventurer teams will easily come into contact with such things. Other than that, we've also recruited a portion of Black Iron Tier and Bronze rank members. The Starfire Mercenary Team now has 50 members. Zhang Lanzheng said respectfully. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. They were especially satisfied with the name of the Starfire Mercenary Team. He thought for a moment. He took out 500 green bronze tier mist cores, 100 soldier type class change certificates, and 50 sand corpse summoner class change certificates from his spatial ring and handed them to the other party. Your adventurer team has just been established. You should have spent most of the 5,000 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores. Take these and use them as resources to continue developing your adventurer team. If you can do the job I gave you today, I'll give you more rewards. Zhou Zhou said. After all, it was the first official adventurer team in Blazing Sun City. If he didn't reward the other party, Zhou Zhou himself felt that it wasn't good enough. If not for the fact that they were too weak and could not accept more rewards. Zhou Zhou even wanted to sponsor them with the yellow gold tier mist core. Thank you, my lord. Zhang Lanzheng said in surprise. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, the two of them chatted for a while more before Zhang Lanzheng left with these things. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he called the yellow gold tier intermediate level warrior, Luo Feng, over. Senior Luo. There's something I'd like you to do. Zhou Zhou said. Then, he told him about the Starfire Mercenary Team. The Starfire Mercenary Team has just been established. There are some things and rules that they might not understand. That's why I want to ask Senior to secretly escort them for a period of time. If they accidentally fall into a desperate situation. When the time comes, please help me if you can. Of course, if the environment isn't too dangerous, then let them see blood. There's no harm in training. Zhou Zhou said politely. That's easy. When I was young, I joined many adventure teams. After I became a wanted criminal, I've also seen the dark side of this world close to the mark, not far off. Leave this matter to me. Don't worry, my lord. Luo Feng said confidently and even a little arrogantly. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. After that, Zhou Zhou did not talk much. Seeing this, Luo Feng bade farewell and left. Zhou Zhou thought about it. What else did he not do? Soon, he thought of something that he had almost forgotten. Try me. He opened his friend list and wrote the title of Military Industry Lord in the friend request column. Originally, he thought that it would be very difficult to add the other party. After all, the other party was now a top-notch lord second only to Dragon Lady Lord and the others. In particular, the other party's military and industrial alliance had been very popular on the World Channel recently. It was normal for the other party not to be added as a friend. Unexpectedly, he received a notification that he had successfully added a friend as soon as he clicked confirm. He froze. Then, the other party immediately sent a message. Military Industry Lord, are you really the Lord of the Blazing Sun? Zhou Zhou.